starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, The Arrival of the Red Hair Pirates. The port of Judicial Island. The third group of guests finally arrived. As a man's voice fell into the ears of the crowd, a pirate ship passed through the gate of justice and sailed in, slowly docking at the dock. Everyone present saw the logo on the ship and couldn't help showing a look of surprise on their faces. It was the logo of the Red Hair Pirates. Redfers. It's the Red Hair Pirates. Is it that Red Hair Pirates? Besides the Red Hair Pirates, is there anyone else who dares to impersonate them? That's the four emperors. How could anyone dare to impersonate? Why would the red hair among the four emperors come to Judicial Island? The navy soldiers at the port looked at the pirate ship in fear and uncertainty, their faces full of panic and fear, and they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Obviously, the appearance of the red hair pirates brought them a lot of pressure. If Red Hair Shanks wanted to do something, there was no powerful military force or the highest combat power general on the entire Judicial Island who could stop the Red Hair Pirates. No, it should be said that there was another one. The Navy couldn't help but look at Garp. Monkey D. Garp, the Navy hero who had forced the Pirate King Gold D. Roger into a desperate situation several times, has undoubtedly become their savior here. Just when a group of Navy soldiers had a little more hope, a strong domineering aura swept the entire port, and a group of Navy soldiers fainted in the instant of this domineering aura. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were no exception. Chopper, Nami, Usopp, and even Frankie, the cyborg, fainted. Only Nico Robin, Zoro, and Sanji were still holding on. On the CP side, even Hinata Hanabi couldn't stand the impact of this domineering aura. She just relied on her will to resist, since she was a child. The figure of red-haired Shanks appeared on the dock. He looked at the shaky Hinata Hanabi, and smiled and praised, "What an amazing little girl. I didn't expect that there is such a powerful newcomer under the command of Kabuto Yakushi." A drop of cold sweat slowly flowed from Hinata Hanabi's forehead. This girl with white eyes never thought that there is such a powerful person in the world. Just relying on the domineering aura, she can feel the huge gap between the two. Such a person. Hinata Hanabi has never seen it before. No, or maybe she has seen it before, but she has never vented her domineering aura in front of her like Red Hair. However, Red Hair Shanks did not pay much attention to Hinata Hanabi. This four emperors on the sea looked down at the unconscious Luffy, shook his head slightly, picked up the straw hat on the ground, and covered Luffy's face. After Red Hair Shanks did all this, he turned his head to look at Monkey D. Garp, with an exaggerated smile on his face. "Mr. Garp, Luffy is still young, don't be too strict with him." Red Hair. Garp's pupils shrank slightly, and he clenched his fists, with an angry look. "You dare to appear in front of me?" The next moment, Garp punched Red Hair Shanks. At this moment, the Navy hero didn't care about the identity of his opponent at all. He just rushed forward and punched with a thick black armed color domineering. Compared with the power attached to this punch, the punch that Garp used to knock Luffy unconscious just now was just a tickle. The momentum of this punch seemed to want to kill Red Hair Shanks with one punch. Clang! Shanks suddenly pulled out his rapier and blocked Garp's fist tightly. A drop of cold sweat appeared faintly on his forehead. Iron Fist Garp. This veteran of the Navy is still as brave as before. When Monkey D. Garp was chasing the Roger Pirates, Red Hair Shanks was just an intern in the Roger Pirates, but he had witnessed Garp's strength with his own eyes. That kind of strength made Shanks and his friend Buggy dare not fight against it. I didn't expect that after so many years. Even though Red Hair Shanks has become one of the four emperors on this sea from an intern, he still feels the pressure from Garp. The moment Garp's fist hit the rapier, a surging shockwave swept across the entire Judicial Island. The ground of the entire port collapsed instantly, and countless buildings were destroyed by the shockwave. The sea surface was raised with waves tens of meters high, rolling towards the distance. These two people only hit once, but they have already demonstrated the power that the Straw Hat Pirates and Hinata Hanabi have never shown in such a long battle. This is the power of the sea. Garp's fist bent the rapier directly, and he looked at red-haired Shanks angrily. If it weren't for you, Luffy wouldn't have become a pirate. Ha, don't say that. The solemnity on red-haired Shanks' face faded away, revealing an awkward smile. Even if I didn't stay in Windmill Village, Luffy would definitely go out to sea now. After saying this, red-haired Shanks immediately stopped the topic. He glanced at Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates on the ground, and shouted, "Hey, Beckman, Lucky Lou, Jesus Boo, help bring Luffy and his companions on board." Red-haired Shanks didn't care about the attitudes of others at all. Because he was the Emperor of the Sea, even Monkey D. Garp couldn't stop him from rescuing Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates from here. Yeah. Ben Beckman and a group of red-haired pirates members also jumped down, wanting to take the members of the Straw Hat Pirates back first. When Lucky Lou picked up Usopp, he was slightly surprised and couldn't help laughing. "Hey, Beckman, look, this little guy looks a lot like Jesus Boo in the past." "Really?" Jesus Boo helped pick up Sanji and Zoro, looked at Usopp curiously, chuckled and said, "Except that his nose is a little long. He does look like me." Nico Robin, who was holding Nami, twitched her forehead. Because she had to be a spy in the Straw Hat Pirates, Nico Robin knew the life stories of everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp's father seemed to be the sniper of the Red Hair Pirates. Could it be that Jesus Boo couldn't recognize his own son? What's wrong? Ben Beckman picked up Chopper and Frankie and looked at Nico Robin with surprise. "Is there anything else?" "No." Nico Robin shook her head with an indescribable expression on her face. "They are talking about Usopp, the sniper on our ship. It seems that his father is in the Red Hair Pirates." "Usopp?" Jesus nodded, glanced at the long-nosed young man on the back of Lucky Lou, sighed and said, "Come to think of it, my son is also called Usopp." Ben Beckman's expression froze for a second. The vice captain of the Four Emperors Pirates shook his head and sighed softly. "I'm sorry, there are more idiots on our ship, but a father who didn't recognize his son is still unforgivable." Sanji and Zoro were still in the state of acupuncture, and the two couldn't help but look at Jesus Boo. "That is Usopp's father?" The entire Red Hair Pirates were alarmed, and a group of pirates rushed to jump down to help send the members of the Straw Hat Pirates to their redfors. Some pirates were curious about Jesus Boo's son. They were also curious about Luffy, who hadn't seen him for many years. The entire redfors had almost become a sea of joy. Everyone planned to find a place to hold a banquet after leaving the Judicial Island. Whether it was a reunion between father and son or a reunion of friends of different ages, these were all worth a good drink. Before that, they had to wait for Red Hair Shanks to do one thing, which was to ask for Portgas d'Ace from the Judicial Island. "Let's talk business, Mr. Garp." Red-haired Shanks took back his rapier, glanced at Monkey D. Garp leisurely, chuckled and looked at everyone present, and said, "In order to prevent the outbreak of a war that could destroy the world, please hand Ace over to us." Garp's expression instantly became a little complicated. Garp knew very well that once Ace was taken away by the red-haired pirates, he would definitely survive, and perhaps this might be Ace's only chance of survival. To be honest, if they were at sea now, Garp would indeed not care about Ace's situation, even if he was rescued by the Whitebird pirates. There is no such possibility. Garp shook his head, stared at the red-haired man, and said in a deep voice, "If you want to take Fire Fist Ace away, then step on my body. Isn't that necessary?" Shanks spread out his palms and took a look at the situation around him. There were only a few CP agents. He chuckled and continued, "Mr. Garp, there is no one on this island who can stop us. This is the confidence of a Four-Emperor." It was precisely because of his understanding of the combat power of the Judicial Island that red-haired Shanks rushed here in a hurry, wanting to rescue Portgas d'Ace, while the world government was not prepared. "Mr. Shanks." Hatake Kakashi walked up slowly and said softly, "This is too much of a disregard for our CP department, isn't it?" As Hatake Kakashi's voice fell, CP agents came out of the Judicial Island one after another, and these CP agents slowly gathered behind Hatake Kakashi. The next moment, 5 coffins also floated out of the ground. A figure walked out of each coffin, especially the moment when a man in red armor stepped out of the coffin. A strong domineering aura swept across the entire Judicial Island. It was Uchiha Madara. Even red-haired Shanks's face became solemn in an instant, and his eyes were fixed on the man in red armor. There is actually such a terrible man in the CP department. No, or rather, the CP department actually has such a powerful force hidden. The pirates on the Red Firth were also awakened instantly. One after another, the pirates gathered around red-haired Shanks and confronted the CP department. Red-haired Shanks slowly grasped the rapier on his waist, staring closely at the man in red armor, and his voice gradually became heavy. "Sir, who are you?" "Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara glanced at red-haired Shanks. His face was still calm, but there was a little more impatience and boredom in his eyes. "The Uchiha clan. Actually, they all hate red-haired guys. It's really unexpected. No wonder Ace is imprisoned here." Red-haired Shanks' eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the CP agents who were still filing out of the judicial island, and continued in a low voice, "The surname Uchiha is very rare. It reminds me of someone I met not long ago. I didn't expect that there are Uchiha members in the CP department." Red-haired Shanks remembered Uchiha Sasuke's injury, and suddenly seemed to have figured something out. He raised his head and asked, "The person who injured Uchiha Sasuke some time ago was also you, right?" "In that case, you are right." Uchiha Madara continued expressionlessly. "The little guy Sasuke has indeed grown to a terrible level. Even me in my prime has to deal with it with all my strength." Update. Chapter 552. A Vice Admiral taken hostage. When red-haired Shanks heard what Uchiha Madara said, he fell silent. This guy was indeed the one who injured Uchiha Sasuke. If it wasn't for Uchiha Madara, maybe Portgas Ace wouldn't have been arrested. There is actually a law in the new world. The Uchiha clan is very powerful. Every Uchiha is difficult to deal with. There seems to be a man named Uchiha Obito in the Beast's Pirates. It is said that he saved Kaido when he was in trouble. But it is precisely because they are too powerful that they seem to be unwilling to accept it. Every Uchiha seems to have joined a different pirate group and organization. Uchiha Sasuke lives more freely and joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Obito seems to have joined the Beast's Pirates. Did this Uchiha Madara choose to join the world government? If it is a person who can compete with Uchiha Sasuke, then the combat power of Judicial Island is a little terrifying. Even red-haired Shanks does not think that they can gain the upper hand. It is not so easy to rescue Ace. Really? Red-haired Shanks rubbed his brows and said softly, "I'm here to end the war, not to start another world war." When he said this, red-haired Shanks raised his head and glanced at Vice Admiral Garb, and then at Uchiha Madara. "I wonder if you are interested in exchanging hostages? We happened to meet a Vice Admiral on the way to Judicial Island, and invited him to be a guest on our ship. Although the hostage may not be enough, we can still talk about it." Red-haired Shanks wanted to use an ordinary Vice Admiral as a hostage to exchange for Portgas Ace. If you count it, the weight is definitely not enough. Especially the combat power of Judicial Island does not seem to be weak. But this is also a choice that red-haired Shanks gave to the world government. No matter what, red-haired Shanks must take away Fire Fist Ace today. As for whether the world government will choose to release Ace in exchange for hostages, or let red-haired Shanks kidnap Ace, it is up to the 5 elders to think about it. Anyway, these two things will make the world government lose face. What's more, the identity of this Vice Admiral is different, because this Vice Admiral was once an undercover agent, and knows a lot of secrets about the CP department. If such a Vice Admiral falls into the hands of pirates, once those secrets are dug out, it may also cause headaches for the world government. Vice Admiral. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said nonchalantly, "You captured a Vice Admiral. Does it have anything to do with us?" "Don't say that." Red-haired Shanks smiled. "Believe me, he is really related to you. You can ask that guy Kabuto Yakushi. Maybe you will agree to exchange hostages." "Wait." Garp's face was not very good, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. "Who did you capture? If you dare to hurt anyone." "No, we actually get along quite well." Red-haired Shanks shook his head and chuckled at the vice captain beside him. "Ben Beckman, see if our Vice Admiral Naraku is awake. If he is awake, bring him here." "Well, are we going to separate now?" Lucky Lu shook his head and sighed. "In fact, the Navy Naraku Uehara is an interesting person. I didn't expect that there are such interesting people in the Navy." "Yes. The red-haired pirates met Uehara Naraku. Originally, after leaving Uehara Island, Naraku Uehara drove his boat back to Marineford and also went back to Judicial Island. As a result, he met the Red Hair Pirates. Red Hair Shanks warmly invited Naraku Uehara, the Navy Vice Admiral, to be a guest on the Red Furs. As an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral, Naraku Uehara should not refuse the invitation of a four emperors. Of course, Red Hair Shanks knew Naraku Uehara's past. When Naraku Uehara was still in Baroque Works, he participated in the looting of Windmill Village. After the news came out, Red Hair Shanks went to Windmill Village privately and learned about Naraku Uehara's character from Makino. In the past few days, Red Hair Shanks and Naraku Uehara get along well. This Navy Vice Admiral is not so pedantic at all. They are both people who have taken care of Luffy, and they have a lot in common in this regard. The most important thing is, Red Hair Shanks knows that Naraku Uehara is a Navy undercover. After joining the Navy, this person personally participated in the subversion of Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea. I just don't know why. Uehara Naraku no longer carries out such secret missions and has been promoted to a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He even seems to be doing a bit miserable. At the dock of Judicial Island, a man in a Navy cloak slowly walked down the Red Force with a hint of uneasiness on his face, as if he had done something wrong. It was Uehara Naraku. Ben Beckman pointed his gun at Naraku Uehara and continued in a low voice, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We just want to try to use you to exchange for Ace." "Yes, I get it." Uehara Naraku glanced at Beckman and said cautiously, "Mr. Beckman, there is something you may not know. I have a very bad relationship with my boss in the CP department, Kabuto Yakushi, and they will definitely not agree. It doesn't matter if they don't agree." Ben Beckman shook his head and continued in a low voice, "Anyway, since the idiot Shanks mentioned this matter, it's just a try. What if it succeeds?" "Okay." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and continued in a low voice, "I feel that CP agents may want to use you to kill me. We won't hurt you." Ben Beckman shook his head solemnly. "But," Uehara Naraku looked at Ben Beckman and asked in a deep voice, "Now that you have kidnapped me as a hostage, have you considered my future return to the Navy? A Vice Admiral who was kidnapped by pirates. If it gets out, how can he still have the face to stand in the Navy?" Ben Beckman was silent for a while, shook his head calmly, and said softly, "You will be fine." When a group of people saw that Uehara Naraku was really escorted down by Ben Beckman, everyone's expression became a little shocked, and many people opened their mouths in surprise. What the hell? Is it true or false? After all, Uehara Naraku is the real boss of the CP department now. Did the Red Hair Pirates really capture Uehara Naraku and want to exchange him for Ace? Who can tell them what to do now? Was Uehara Naraku really captured, or was he faked? No matter how you think about it, this man can't be captured, right? Is this a joke? Is this guy really not playing with the Red Hair Pirates? Red-haired Shanks glanced at Uehara Naraku, who was walking over, then glanced at the many shocked CP agents, and whispered, "Mr. Uehara, your identity seems to be really unusual." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and continued in a low voice, "I'm probably the most hated person in the entire CP department because many CP agents have died protecting me. Therefore, it also led to a super large replacement of the CP department." Is that so?" Shanks' expression became a little weird, and he couldn't help but sighed and said, "This is too useless. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It doesn't matter." Uehara Naraku shook his head calmly, indicating that he didn't care at all, and he even chuckled and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm really useless." The expressions of the other people present were even weirder than Shanks. At the moment Uehara Naraku appeared, Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly became ferocious, and he said in a cold voice, "The majesty of the world government cannot be violated. Just kill this Vice Admiral, we will avenge him." All the ninjas in the CP department looked at each other in silence. Every ninja couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara. They didn't know whether they should say something or not. After all, not everyone understood the true combat power of Uehara Naraku. If Uehara Naraku was really caught, then he must be rescued no matter what. Hatake Kakashi knew something. He knew very well who controlled Uchiha Madara. He looked at Uehara Naraku deeply and said in a deep voice, "Follow the orders of Madara-senpai." This is what our boss wants. Uehara Naraku blinked innocently. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi held back a few coughs. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the face of red-haired Shanks. He looked at Uehara Naraku in silence. Hey, Mr. Uehara, have you offended their boss, Kabuto Yakushi? Almost. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and whispered, it was a mistake for you to take me as a hostage. They will never care about my safety. This. Red-haired Shanks showed a bitter smile on his face. Why does it feel that this group of CP agents dared to sacrifice Uehara Naraku as a hostage without asking their superiors? Monkey D. Garp looked at Uehara Naraku with a complicated expression. I don't know what he was thinking in his heart. His fists were clenched little by little. The next moment, Monkey D. Garp gritted his teeth. Just when Garp wanted to say something, Uchiha Madara drew out a knife and slashed at Shanks and Uehara Naraku with a huge slash. Shanks hastily drew out his rapier, knocking the blow away, and said in surprise, you guys, do you still want to kill someone with someone else's knife? It doesn't matter. Hatake Kakashi shook his head, his face still calm. You guys who can only see the surface, it seems that you really don't understand the situation at all. What a bunch of idiots. They actually used Uehara Naraku as a hostage. What can I say about this group of people in the Red Hair Pirates? They are so naive, they don't know the consequences of offending Uehara Naraku. More finished. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553. Did the kidnapped Lieutenant General die in the line of duty? At the port of Judicial Island, under the command of Hatake Kakashi, the CP department did not care about the safety of the hostage Uehara Naraku at all, and directly surrounded the Red Hair Pirates. Hinata Hanabi frowned, turned her head, and glanced at Tenzo who was standing beside her. Senior, do you really not need to worry about hurting that person? Although I also think it doesn't matter if I kill him, but after all, that person. Tenzo shook his head helplessly, and there was more hesitation and helplessness in his voice. According to his strength, there should be no need to worry. No need. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but snorted coldly, and followed the crowd of CP agents step by step towards the Red Hair Pirates. He glanced at Hinata Hanabi and Tenzo, and lowered his voice. Instead of worrying about that guy, it's better to worry about yourself. What is this white-eyed girl from the Hyuga family thinking? Really ignorant. No, really too weak imagination. She is still worried that Uehara Naraku will get hurt. It's better to worry about the safety of the Red Hair Pirates. Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly the one who has the most confidence in Uehara Naraku, because no matter how strong he becomes, Uehara Naraku will show a stronger fighting power than him. That bastard. He hides very deeply. Maybe until the last moment, Uehara Naraku is willing to reveal a little bit of what he wants others to see. All the ninjas and pirates present are victims of Uehara Naraku. No one is an exception. Vice Admiral Garp. Hatake Kakashi walked to the side of Monkey D. Garp, looked at the Navy hero with a complicated expression, and said slowly, please don't worry, that someone will rescue Fire Fist Ace. We have transferred thousands of CP agents from various departments. No matter who comes, they can't rescue Portgas D. Ace. In addition to these Anbu ninjas, there are also countless filthy army. Monkey D. Garp looked at the increasing number of people wearing CP uniforms. His face became colder and colder, and he said with some dissatisfaction, it seems that Kabuto Yakushi has done a good job. There are so many more people in the CP department. I really didn't expect. It's only been a few years. Kabuto Yakushi has recruited so many CP agents. He relies on these CP departments to collect intelligence and monitor the entire world. By the way, the efforts of the previous CP chiefs for so many years have not been able to develop CP to this scale. Their abilities are completely incomparable to Kabuto Yakushi. Of course, the most important reason is that Kabuto Yakushi can make the most of the intelligence of the CP department. It was because of Kabuto Yakushi's ability and wisdom to interpret intelligence that Buddha's warring states won the power to manage the CP department for Kabuto Yakushi. As a result, Kabuto Yakushi has developed the CP department into a behemoth, and even now it is competing with warring states. Our number is not exaggerated, because the standard of the CP department is to be able to deal with a 4 Emperors pirate group alone. Hatake Kakashi scratched his hair and said softly, according to Kabuto's plan, we need to capture red-haired Shanks before the world war against Whitebeard in the Revolutionary Army comes, so that the Navy can fight Whitebeard without any pressure. Vice Admiral Garp frowned, with a hint of disbelief on his face. With the CP department, do you want to catch the red-haired guy? Although Vice Admiral Garp has seen the strength of Uchiha Madara, and roughly knows that this is a help recruited by Kabuto Yakushi, it is extremely difficult to defeat a 4 Emperors pirate group and even capture their captain. Hatake Kakashi looked at the surging crowd of CP agents, and then glanced at Uehara and Naraku next to red-haired Shanks, and said boredly, anyway, there won't be any accidents. Just as they were still chatting here, Uchiha Madara and the 4 reincarnated shadows launched an attack on the red-haired pirates. Under their leadership, hundreds of Anbu ninjas and Ito ninjas wearing CP uniforms rushed forward with ninja swords in their hands. The entire dock instantly became a battlefield. The sound of fighting resounded on this judicial island. Uehara and Naraku glanced at the CP agents rushing over, then turned to look at red-haired Shanks beside him. Can you let me hide first? I feel like they might kill me, or thorn in their eyes. Go ahead. Red-haired Shanks said casually, not caring about the useless Uehara and Naraku at all. He grasped the hilt of the sword and slowly pulled out his rapier. It looks like we have really come to an incredible place. Yeah. Ben Beckman looked at Uchiha Madara, who was rushing in the front, frowned and said, what a trouble. Another guy from the Uchiha clan. Ben Beckman glanced at the entire battlefield again, and continued in a deep voice, but we can't stay here for long. Marineford and Judicial Island are not far away. I guess someone has asked the main force of the Navy from Marineford to rush over. The siege of the main force of the Navy and the CP department. The red-haired pirates will definitely not be able to withstand it. Just as the port of Judicial Island was caught in a melee, the Holy Land of Mirajoa and Marineford had received the news respectively. The Straw Hat Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates invaded Judicial Island. The small pirate group in front doesn't matter, but the purpose of the Red Hair Pirates' invasion of Judicial Island is obvious, especially since Red Hair Shanks proposed to the world government to release Ace not long ago, but was rejected by the 5 elders. I didn't expect this guy to want to take Ace back directly. Marineford. Naval Headquarters Base. Admiral Buddha Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi with an ugly face. There is news from Judicial Island. The Red Hair Pirates have entered Judicial Island and are trying to take back Fire Fist Ace. The old guy Whitebeard hasn't moved yet, but this guy Red Hair wants to take action first. This Red Hair is really nosy. Now the Whitebeard Pirates are not in a hurry. This is also normal. Yakushi Kabuto slowly drank a sip of juice. His expression was still very calm, and he was not shocked at all by the Red Hair's invasion of his jurisdiction. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, flipped through the documents in his hand calmly, and continued slowly. Red-haired Shanks has always been very courageous, but he dared to invade Judicial Island at this time, which is obviously a provocation to the majesty of the world government and the Navy. Kabuto. Vice Admiral Chiru slowly closed his palms and asked softly, aren't you worried that Ace of the Fire Fist will be taken away by red-haired Shanks? There is no need to worry about something that can't happen. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and continued calmly, and I received the news earlier than Marshal Sengoku. I have sent the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters to rush to Judicial Island to help intercept the red-haired pirates, because the Navy is preparing for a world war. As the 3 admirals of the headquarters with the highest combat power in the Navy, they will naturally not be absent. Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru have all been dispatched from Marineford to Judicial Island to assist in the encirclement and suppression of the red-haired pirates. Marshal Sengoku's expression was a little unhappy. Recently, Kabuto Yakushi has become more and more presumptuous in Marineford. He even went over the head of the Navy Admiral and commanded the 3 generals of the headquarters without asking for permission. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Kabuto Yakushi tapped his cup with his fingers, raised his head, and looked at Buddha Sengoku with a smile on his lips. The Vice Admiral of the headquarters, Mr. Uehara Naraku, who was promoted by Marshal Sengoku himself some time ago, has been captured by the red hair pirates. Marshal Sengoku's expression froze. Ever since Sengoku promoted Uehara Naraku to the position of Vice Admiral of the Navy in front of Kabuto Yakushi, in order to show his authority, this Vice Admiral has left a lot of trouble. Now, the Uehara Naraku really has no qualifications to be the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. In Rogue Town, he let the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, go, which caused Sengoku a lot of trouble, but now he has been captured by Red Hair Shanks. This really makes Sengoku feel ashamed. Kabuto Yakushi looked at the wonderful Sengoku and chuckled as he continued. Interestingly, red-haired Shanks actually wanted to use Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku as a hostage to ask Judicial Island to exchange for Fire Fist Ace. What a surprising performance. What was amazing was not the unbearable behavior of Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku. What really surprised Kabuto Yakushi was that red-haired Shanks was so courageous that he really felt that he had lived too long, didn't he? Sengoku frowned. He had already guessed what Judicial Island would do. No matter what, Judicial Island would not let go of Fire Fist Ace for Naraku Uehara. You probably didn't agree to Red Hair's request, did you? Sengoku took off his glasses and whispered, come to think of it, has Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku died in the line of duty? Kabuto Yakushi frowned slightly, then slowly relaxed his brows with a mysterious smile on his face. No, according to my understanding, Vice Admiral Naraku is still alive and well. It seems that he will live longer than anyone else in the future. However, after hearing what Kabuto Yakushi said, Buddhist Sengoku just glanced coldly at the young man who was competing with him. He just thought that Kabuto Yakushi wanted to target Uehara Naraku again. With his palm on the table, Zanjiuo looked at Yakushi Kabuto and said coldly, before the war comes, it is best not to cause any internal strife. Vice Admiral Uehara is also a force in the upcoming world war, and every bit of force is extremely important to the Navy. How could that be? Yakushi Kabuto shook his head, chuckled and looked at Zanjiuo. Before the war comes, I will not want to weaken the Navy's combat power. After all, I'm also a member of the Navy. That's good. Zanjiuo nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, after the Judicial Island incident is over, if Vice Admiral Uehara is still alive, transfer Vice Admiral Uehara back to Marineford. Whatever. Yakushi Kabuto waved his hand indifferently. The Navy inspector slowly lowered his head, but at the moment, when Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head, a strange and sarcastic smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. First update. Chapter 554 Uchiha Madara vs Red-Haired Shanks. On Judicial Island, the Red Hair Pirates and the CP agents are still fighting fiercely. When the pirates who roamed the New World started fighting, they immediately realized how difficult these CP agents were. These agents used every possible means to fight. To put it bluntly, even the decisive Red Hair Pirates have never seen these professional killing tools of CP agents. These agents seem to have come out of a sea of blood and corpses, and each team cooperates very well. Obviously, most of the pirates in the Red Hair Pirates participated in the battle for the Four Emperors a few years ago. Logically, they have enough combat experience. However, when they really face this group of CP agents, they can still clearly feel the cold-bloodedness and bloodthirstiness of these CP agents. A pirate waved the sharp knife in his hand, and the black-armed color instantly wrapped around the knife, directly cutting off the ninja sword in the hand of a CP agent, and even wanted to use it to cut the throat of this CP agent. However, the CP agent was not afraid, and the broken knife in his hand also slanted across the pirate's chest, leaving a long scar on the pirate's body. Until he died, the agent also exchanged for the pirate's serious injury. The next moment, the agent's teammates quickly surrounded him, waving kunai and stepping on the bodies of his teammates to appear beside the pirate and inserted the kunai into the pirate's throat. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The captain of the CP agent took a look at the body of his companion and ordered in a deep voice, "Don't worry about casualties. Pay attention to keep the body intact." "Yes, Captain." A CP agent nodded slowly. "Because Uehara Naraku is here. Even if these Zanbu ninjas who joined the CP died, they would have the opportunity to be resurrected by the man who was the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, and it was very simple. Just completing the tasks of Akatsuki was enough, which was also a guarantee of Akatsuki organization to the pioneers of the ninja world. Life seemed extremely cheap among these Anbu ninjas. When there is no longer any clear boundary between life and death, life, which was originally too expensive to estimate, becomes a worthless thing. These CP agents are fearless, and coupled with the impure world ninjas who rush up like cannon fodder, the red hair pirates' losses are rapidly increasing. The red hair pirates don't have many people, even though almost every pirate has a bounty of over 100 million. However, in the face of the human wave tactics, the pirates' situation immediately became difficult. The CP agents are like wolves eyeing their prey, constantly tearing the red hair pirates' front. So far, they have only been fighting for less than half an hour. Except for the Carters, the other members were either dead or injured immediately after the battle. One by one, the pirates fell in the port of Judicial Island. In addition to these members, the Carters of the Red Hair Pirates also have their own opponents. The 4 impure world reincarnation shadows use their own methods, and a group of elite ninjas in the Anbu lead their own teams, waving ninja swords, and hurriedly block these Carters. Don't go too far. A heavy look flashed across red-haired Shank's face. He swung his rapier and slashed out with a slash that could be called earth-shattering. In an instant, he directly cut open the entire port of Judicial Island and separated the crowd of CP agents who were surrounding him. Red-haired Shanks looked coldly at the CP agents who were still fearlessly rushing over, gritted his teeth and said, "Beckman, quickly take everyone back to the ship first. Want to escape?" Uchiha Madara looked at red-haired Shanks arrogantly, his palms suddenly closed, and a group of blue skeletons emerged from his body. The blue Susanoo appeared proudly. What made the red-haired pirates feel a little weird was that Uchiha Madara's Susanoo was completely different from Uchiha Sasuke. The blue Susanoo only had half of the body, but Susanoo had 4 arms. The next moment, a blue giant sword floated out from each of Susanoo's 4 arms, and the 4 giant swords suddenly fell to the ground, and the 4 slashes instantly knocked over countless people. Red-haired Shanks wielded the western sword and slashed 3 times in succession, picking up 3 of the blue slashes, but there was still a blue slash flying towards the red 4s. This ship, the red hair pirate's vehicle, was instantly split in 2 by the blue slash. Every pirate couldn't help but watch this scene with gritted teeth. Since the red hair pirates slowly rose more than a decade ago, Shanks finally replaced the red 4s in order to be able to carry more companions. This ship has always been with them. As the red hair pirates won the battle for the 4 emperors, the red 4s began to gradually become feared in the new world. This ship is also a companion of the red hair pirates. Everyone's feelings for this ship are no less than those for their companions around them. However, this pirate group that had been with them for more than 10 years was cut off by Uchiha Madara with a single blow. This blow really cut into the hearts of everyone in the red-haired pirates, and even Shanks had a flash of rage on his face. The pirates left on the ship quickly lowered the boat from the broken red 4s and helped to relocate the Straw Hat pirates. No one had ever thought red 4s would be destroyed one day. Every member of the red-haired pirates watched the broken hull of red 4s floating on the sea with gritted teeth, and everyone's face flashed with anger. Red-haired Shanks waved his rapier and pointed at Uchiha Madara, and his voice with hidden anger echoed in the air. "Uchiha Madara, before you die, it seems that the grudge between us cannot be let go." At this moment, red-haired Shanks was like a sword fighter, challenging his enemy to a fight. The performance of this 4 emperor at this moment did not seem rational at all, because no matter how you look at it, this is not the time for a duel. Even Ben Beckman couldn't help but frown. The CP agents on Judicial Island were difficult to deal with. It was even a problem for them to leave here. Moreover, the main force of the Marineford Navy might have already arrived at this most dangerous time. Does Shanks want to duel with him? The Susanoo on Uchiha Madara gradually dissipated. He looked directly at the red-haired Shanks, his face full of indifference and ruthlessness. What an ugly hatred. Let's settle the grudge we just made today. The next moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly closed his palms and said coldly, "Hatake Kakashi, let all your people retreat. In the next battle, let me find some fun to kill time." Madara. Hatake Kakashi frowned, but still waved his palm. At his signal, Hundreds of CP departments and Buu ninjas and impure world ninjas instantly withdrew from the battlefield as fast as the tide receded. There is no doubt that the ninjas who were once tools, especially those who were active in the dark, obeyed the masks and orders from above. After the entire CP department was evacuated, a bloody and desolate battlefield was exposed, and the fishy smell drifted everywhere along the sea breeze. The red hair pirates, who were so aggressive at the beginning, fell here in less than an hour in the battle, where these CP members were not afraid of death. Even red hair Shanks couldn't accept this, and his eyes gradually became red. These companions who died in the Judicial Island were all invited to board the ship by him one by one over the years. These people all yearned for the freedom of the sea. Now, because he is coming to the Judicial Island, he fell here forever, and even most of the pirates who are still alive have injuries of varying degrees. Shanks. Ben Beckman stood beside Shanks and whispered, "If we continue to entangle, reinforcement from the Navy headquarters may arrive. According to the movements we have mastered, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters are all in Marineford." The original plan of the red hair pirates was very simple. They directly invaded Judicial Island and rescued the Fire Fist Ace who was imprisoned on Judicial Island by the CP department. They really didn't think that the CP department could compete with the red hair pirates. Facts have fully proved. The people in the CP department have long had the capital to compete with the 4 Emperor's pirates. No wonder the world government would rather let the CP department be responsible for guarding Fire Fist Ace, and did not choose to throw Fire Fist Ace into the Impelton prison that has never been conquered. CP. Red hair Shanks slowly squatted down, slowly reached out, and stroked a pirate with wide eyes, and helped the dead pirate close his eyes. The next moment, the captain's face suddenly became firm. Shanks stood up again holding the rapier, swept past Uchiha Madara, and landed on a group of retreating CP agents, saying in a loud voice, "I will definitely eradicate all the CPs in the world. This is not the time for a fight of wills." Ben Beckman shook his head and whispered, "The abilities of these CP agents are very strange, and many of them cannot be killed at all. If we continue to stay here, you go first." Red-haired Shanks glanced at the remaining members of the red-haired pirates, then looked at Ben Beckman, and ordered almost without question, "I will never leave here before I get rid of the CP. This is the captain's order. If the fight continues, the red-haired pirates will suffer even greater losses. Moreover, if they continue to entangle, after the arrival of the Admiral of the Marineford, they may really not be able to escape. This plan to save Ace in advance has failed. In order to allow more people to escape, Shanks still follows the previous method and lets himself, the strongest person in the red-haired pirates, personally cover the rear. This is the responsibility of a captain. HMPH, you want to cover your subordinates and leave." Uchiha Madara saw through the red-haired Shanks' plan at a glance. He slowly raised his fingers and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then let's start a game and see how many people can escape from my pursuit. Wood style, multiple wood clone technique." The next second wooden blocks grew out of Uchiha Madara's back. The moment these wooden blocks left Uchiha Madara's body, they slowly turned into his appearance. Dozens of identical Uchiha Madara appeared on the battlefield. A group of Uchiha Madaras ran towards the entire red-haired pirate group. Shanks' eyes changed, as if he thought of something, and slowly clenched his teeth. "Can you actually use the same clone technique as that little guy Naruto? All the people of the Uchiha clan. It is said that no matter whether it is domineering, swordsmanship, physical skills, or weird ninjutsu, they are very good at each one, and even have special abilities that belong to their clan. They are known as the most versatile clan, and are also known as the most perfect descendants of gods." As expected, Uchiha Madara is no exception. The clone technique used by Uchiha Madara is indeed not very impressive, but Shanks has seen with his own eyes the crowd attack created by Uzumaki Naruto using the shadow clone technique. No wonder this Uchiha Madara wants to fight the red hair pirates alone. "You go first." Red hair Shanks left a message to Ben Beckman, waving his rapier, and facing dozens of Uchiha Madara head on. "It's just the clone technique." Unfortunately, Shanks happened to have seen the clone technique before, and knew the weakness of the clone technique. Once the clone is injured, it will dissipate immediately. Second update. Chapter 555 Red-haired Shanks, arrested. On Judicial Island, the shattered port area. Uchiha Madara led his wooden clones to charge at the entire red hair pirates, brazenly challenging the four emperor's pirates on his own. Just in time, Shanks held up his rapier and walked forward, ignoring the number of dozens of wooden clones and the powerful aura emanating from each wooden clone. Just a group of clones that were actually vulnerable. The red hair pirates had once encountered a human wave attack created by Uzumaki Naruto alone. In that battle, the entire red hair pirates were beaten back by Uzumaki Naruto's army of shadow clones. It was just because of that battle that the members of the red hair pirates learned about the weaknesses of the shadow clones from that war. But the next moment, dozens of wooden clones simultaneously transformed into Susanoo Titans. This scene made all the pirates' faces suddenly change. The ground collapsed in an instant, and a group of blue Susanoo giants flew up, waving their giant swords in the air and slashing at Shanks and the red hair pirates. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a ruin, and everyone looked at a group of blue Susanoo brazenly killing into the red hair pirates with surprise. Red hair Shanks waved his western sword with an ugly look to fight against Uchiha Madara's body, and a heavy look flashed in his eyes. A monster who can form an army of one person? One person can only directly transform into a powerful army. The entire red hair pirates fell into a bitter battle in an instant. Often, one Susanoo needs these pirates to deal with it at the same time. These Susanoo are extremely sensitive. They are obviously a group of giants, but they have the same sensitivity as humans. Don't panic. Ben Beckman frowned, dodged the giant sword, raised his pistol, and a black bullet suddenly shot out. The bullet instantly penetrated the body of Susanoo. The bullet directly hit the wooden clone in Susanoo's body between the eyebrows. The huge Susanoo collapsed instantly, and the wooden clone also turned into a piece of wood. Cover me. Jesus Boo flew to avoid Susanoo's slash, and when a group of pirates nearby helped to lead Susanoo away, he pulled out his sniper rifle, aimed at the wooden clone in Susanoo and shot. A bullet with domineering attached pierced through Susanoo, and also pierced through the wooden clone under the protection of Susanoo. However, their victory was limited to this. A group of Susanoos gathered together quickly, wielding the Susanoo sword, and slashing at the red hair pirates, and the overwhelming airwave overturned the battlefield in an instant. The formation of the entire red hair pirates was instantly disintegrated. Ben Beckman led the officers to fight back, and commanded the pirates to retreat to the lifeboats on the sea. Don't fight too long, officers cover, and the others retreat. The first pirate finally returned to the sea, and boarded the last lifeboat lowered by the Redfers, but a Susanoo slash suddenly smashed the pirates and the lifeboat directly. The blood instantly dyed the sea red. Uchiha Madara wanted to cut off their retreat. The wooden clones alone made the red hair pirates somewhat unbearable. Even though Ben Beckman and the officers of the red hair pirates were strong, they could not defeat all the wooden clones of Susanoo in a short time. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. One of the wooden clones stood in the Susanoo, opened his mouth, and sprayed a stream of flames towards the sea. The overwhelming flames evaporated the seawater, and clouds of mist began to spread. All the lifeboats were hit by the flames without exception. Even the warships that were originally anchored were all destroyed by this flame. Even the pirates who were originally on the lifeboat could only take the members of the Straw Hat Pirates and flee into the sea in a panic until the flames dissipated and they slowly emerged from the sea with their people. Is this an attempt to kill everyone? Nico Robin was soaking in the sea powerlessly, and she found a plank to support her afloat, and she couldn't help but frowning. You have no way out now. Uchiha Madara showed a slightly ferocious smile on his face, and his domineering aura burst out with all his strength. Then all of you stay on this island. Let me enjoy the long lost pleasure. As long as there is still a piece of wood. Red-haired Shanks frowned, as if risking his life, and ran into Uchiha Madara's side, stabbing Uchiha Madara's chest with his sword, his eyes still firm. No one can stop a man from stepping into the sea. Really? Uchiha Madara was fearless, dodged the red-haired rapier, and kicked the red-haired chest with a side kick, kicking the four emperors out. Shanks fell down a step, but he climbed up again in an instant, and slashed at Uchiha Madara. The two were in a fierce battle again. On the other side, the red-haired pirates had no way to retreat. This group of four emperors pirates who were forced to return to the battlefield burst out with powerful strength. Under the leadership of Ben Beckman, after several hours of fierce fighting, They completely eliminated the Susanoo of other wooden clones. Ben Beckman stood in front of the body of a wooden clone and ordered in a muffled voice, "Hey, go and take Luffy and the others to the shore. The others rush up with me, and together with our captain, we will capture this island." Ben Beckman took a cigarette and put it in his mouth and continued in a cold voice, "Since you don't want us to leave, then plant our red-haired flag on the judicial island." Yes. A group of pirates who licked blood on the knife agreed in unison. They licked the blood from the corners of their mouths and gathered around Ben Beckman. That's what they said. But it's really difficult to do so. This war is even more troublesome than when they were fighting for the position of the last 4 emperors among a group of big pirates. Now they have to face thousands of CP agents on this judicial island who are eyeing them covetously. "Beckman, there's a ship coming." Just at this moment, the pirates on the shore suddenly pointed at the sea and shouted, "There's a pirate ship coming towards the judicial island." At some point, a sheep's head boat suddenly appeared on the sea. The boat slowly swam towards the judicial island. A straw hat pirate flag was painted on the sail of the boat, swaying with the sea breeze. Golden Mary, the straw hat pirate's vehicle. Although this ship is very small, it has become the only ship overseas of the judicial island. As long as they can get on this ship and stop the enemy's pursuit, even the CP agents will not be able to chase them. The crux of the problem is, the Golden Mary is too small and can't support too many people. Even the remaining 200 or 300 pirates of the Red Hair Pirates can't all get on board. Ben Beckman made a decision immediately and said loudly, "Jesus, Lucky Lou, you two take your team and Luffy and the others on board. The others come with me and stay to prepare to pick up Shanks." "Let's not do that." Jesus grinned with a hearty smile. He played with his sniper rifle, chuckled and said, "Hey, Beckman, I already have a son. Let me do the job of picking up Shanks." And before Ben Beckman could object, Jesus stretched out his hand to stop him from saying what he wanted to say and explained softly, "Don't talk nonsense, and I'm not doing this for you, but for Usopp and Luffy, those young guys." Jesus looked up at the sea with a smile on his face that was a little nostalgic. "Since Usopp was born, I haven't done anything for my son." Over the years, the time that Jesus and Usopp have spent together as father and son is actually not as much as the time that they have spent with Luffy separately. In Jesus' sight, the Golden Mary stopped on the sea, and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates boarded the small boat, including Usopp, who was still in a coma. Maybe this is the last time they meet, right? "Hey, Beckman." Lucky Lou glanced at Ben Beckman, grinned and said, "I'll stay to support the boss too. If I'm locked up in a big prison or a hellhole like Judicial Island, don't forget to find a chance to rescue me." Bah. Jesus took his sniper rifle, knocked on Lucky Lou's head, and laughed. "Have a little faith in our boss. We are just staying to support Shanks." Ben Beckman fell silent. After a moment, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates slowly lit up the cigarette in his hand and whispered, "Those who should stay, and those who shouldn't stay should follow me." There are really no pretentious pirates in the Red Hair Pirates. Perhaps they had long guessed that one day the entire pirate group would fall into trouble. The pirates were divided into 2 camps in an orderly manner. One of the camps had fewer people, and these pirates were obviously younger, and even the injuries on their bodies were very light, and their physical strength was well preserved. The pirates in the other camp were a little older, and most of them were injured. The older pirates patted the shoulders of the young men and giggled and told them to leave with Ben Beckman. The young pirates also responded with a smile. Until the moment of separation, they were still smiling. Except for Ben Beckman, almost all the pirates in the Red Hair Pirates had a smile on their faces, whether they were going to leave together or to stay. Obviously they all knew. If they stayed, it would definitely be more dangerous. Ben Beckman led his men aboard the Golden Mary, turned his head to look at Shanks, who was still fighting Uchiha Madara, pulled Jesus' shoulder, and whispered, "Wait for me to pick you up. I will be back soon." "Beckman." Jesus' face flashed with doubt. "How can a pirate abandon his captain?" Beckman shook his head, slowly loosened Jesus' shoulder, and took the Golden Mary, the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates away from the Judicial Island. The CP agents who originally wanted to chase the Golden Mary were unable to launch a pursuit due to the desperate obstruction of Jesus and others, and could only watch the Golden Mary gradually disappear. An hour later, Not long after the Golden Mary left, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters arrived at the Judicial Island. After 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, they finally completely captured all the remaining pirates on the Judicial Island. Among them was Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Maybe I'm sick. This is a chapter 1 forgot to update yesterday. Chapter 556 The Shichibukai must be replaced. The situation on the sea suddenly changed. Just when everyone was waiting for the war between Whitebeard and the Navy, waiting for this world war that was about to break out, suddenly, another shocking news came out. The Red Hair Pirates were completely defeated by the Navy. Even Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was arrested and imprisoned. The other 2 news are not worth mentioning. Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, went around in a big circle. When the Red Hair Pirates were arrested, he led the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates to sneak attack Marineford, which was not guarded by the admiral, but was repelled by the Navy Marshal Sengoku. In order to capture the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters immediately returned to support Marineford. As a result, Ben Beckman did not leave after the withdrawal. Instead, he took a small pirate ship and attacked the Navy warships escorting prisoners again. It happened that the person in charge of escorting the Red Hair Pirates was the Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku, who they had captured before. Isn't this a coincidence? Therefore, Ben Beckman captured Naraku Uehara, his old friend, the Vice Admiral, again. It was a pity that Red-Haired Shanks was not on the escorted warship. He was imprisoned on Judicial Island as a serious criminal. All the other pirates who were originally sent to Impelton prison were rescued by Ben Beckman. This vice captain, who was known to be the most scheming, was really elusive. However, compared to the arrest and imprisonment of Red-Haired Shanks, this little thing was simply not worth mentioning for the Navy, but it made the Navy Admiral Sengoku embarrassed in front of the 5 elders. Then, the first half of the Grand Line was no longer too peaceful. According to the character of the Red-Haired Pirates, they would never miss the opportunity to rescue their captain. It was just because of the performance of the CP department in the Judicial Island incident that the world government was not really worried about the threat of the Red-Haired Pirates. Even, the world government also had a new interest. Who would have thought that in just a few years, the CP department of Judicial Island could be compared with the 4 Emperors pirate group? Especially that Kabuto Yakushi could recruit a strong man comparable to Red-Haired Shanks. The only trouble is, according to Kabuto Yakushi, the loyalty of these strong men is not very good, because the CP department can bring benefits to them, so they can work for the CP department. It doesn't matter. If someone can be bound by benefits, it means that he can be used. After all, the world government and the Navy pay Kakuzu a lot of money every year. 7 Water City. Due to the turmoil of Judicial Island, the first half of the Grand Line was a bit lively. As one of the islands closest to Judicial Island, 7 Water City was naturally not so peaceful. It even became a place for pirates to occupy. However, 7 Water City has 2 more big businesses. The Red Hair Pirates paid a sum of money and asked 7 Water City to help build 2 pirate ships. One of the ships is for their own use. The other ship was given to the Straw Hat Pirates. During the Judicial Island incident, the ship Spirit born from the Golden Mary rushed to the Judicial Island at the most dangerous time and rescued the Straw Hat Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates. However, this small ship could no longer experience the twists and turns of the Grand Line. Therefore, the Straw Hat Pirates got 1,000 sunny in the 7 waters, and the Red Hair Pirates simply built a new Red Force in the 7 waters. The new Red Force will continue to be active in the first half of the Grand Line, looking for opportunities to rescue their captain Red Hair Shanks. The Straw Hat Pirates decided to go to the Sabaody Archipelago to find a man named Pluto Rayleigh. This news was told to the Straw Hat Pirates by Uehara Naraku when they were on Gare Island. Once the plan to rescue Ace failed, they would go to find the Pirate King's vice captain Pluto Rayleigh. Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, heard about this and was a little confused. It seemed that their kidnapping of the Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku was a mistake. Really? That guy should be a good person. It's just that guy's luck is not very good. He was caught by the Red Hair Pirates twice in a row. I don't know how the Vice Admiral is doing. Uehara Naraku's life is certainly not good. Because he was once captured by the Red Hair Pirates, Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku followed the admirals back to Marineford and was scolded by the Navy Marshal Sengoku for an afternoon. This is really unfair. What can an ordinary Vice Admiral do when he encounters the four emperors? No matter which Vice Admiral of Marineford, if he encounters the four emperors pirates, there is nothing he can do, just surrender, right? And he encountered the Red Hair Pirates twice in a row. Uehara Naraku can only say that he is unlucky. It was indeed his bad luck. Even if it were other Vice Admirals of the Navy, they would not be able to escape if they met the Red Hair Pirates. Unfortunately, this incident ultimately made Sengoku lose face, especially in front of Kabuto Yakushi, and Kabuto Yakushi was sarcastic to Sengoku and directly suggested to Sengoku that Naraku Uehara leave the Navy to avoid delaying Vice Admiral Naraku Uehara's life. This kind of words is definitely a mockery. Well, no matter what, Vice Admiral Uehara has made great contributions before. After Admiral Sengoku scolded Uehara Naraku, he knocked on his desk and said coldly, at least let him make up for his crime in the next war. But after saying this, Sengoku suddenly glanced at Uehara Naraku coldly and said in a deep voice, forget it, let Vice Admiral Uehara go to Shabaodi. When he said this, Sengoku turned his head and glanced at Kabuto Yakushi and snorted disdainfully. Staff Officer Kabuto, when we were discussing just now, didn't you say that Shabaodi cannot do without the Navy to protect those world nobles who often make trouble? Kabuto Yakushi, this running dog of the Celestial Dragons. It really makes people feel ashamed to be associated with him. Originally, the Navy had to protect the scum of the Celestial Dragons according to the order of the world government, which made the Navy's attitude towards the Celestial Dragons very unfriendly. But Kabuto Yakushi, who was born in the Navy, relied on the CP department to please the Celestial Dragons and the Five Elders in the past few years, which led to his rapid rise to power today. Those Celestial Dragons like to hang out in Sabaody the most, and there is no Vice Admiral in charge of garrisoning in Sabaody now. Simply let Uehara Naraku go to guard the Sabaody archipelago, protect the Celestial Dragons who often appear in Sabaody, and intercept the supernovas that are about to enter the Sabaody archipelago. Garrisoning the Sabaody archipelago. This matter is a troublesome matter that other Navy do not want to get involved in. Those Celestial Dragons are arrogant to everyone and have a very bad attitude towards the Navy. Whenever the Celestial Dragons appear, it means a big trouble for the Navy. However, even so, the Sabaody archipelago has to be strictly protected. Because the Sabaody archipelago is one of the transit stations for the first half of the Grand Line. To enter the second half, many new pirate ships do not know how to enter the world and need to be coated in the Sabaody archipelago before they can dive to Fishman Island and enter the new world. The Navy is stationed here all year round. In addition to arresting some ignorant new pirate groups, they also protect the Celestial Dragons who may appear in the Sabaody archipelago at any time. However, due to the upcoming war against the Whitebeard pirates, most of the elite troops stationed in the Sabaody archipelago were transferred back to Marineford. Admiral Sengoku, in line with the principle of waste utilization, asked Uehara Naraku to rush to the Sabaody archipelago to take office and directly let him be the nanny of the Celestial Dragons. Similarly, it is also to make himself out of sight and out of mind. After all, since becoming a Vice Admiral of the Navy, this guy Uehara Naraku has made many mistakes. Every time he makes a mistake, it gives Buddha Sengoku a headache. Is this Uehara Naraku here to collect debts? Why did they promote this guy to Vice Admiral in the first place? Every time Sengoku thought of Uehara Naraku, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This old man really regretted it. This Uehara Naraku was exactly the same as what Kabuto Yakushi said. He had no ability to become a Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. Whenever there was a major event, he would always be the one who held the Marines back. How embarrassing. Marineford office. Marshal Sengoku waved his hand to signal Uehara Naraku to leave. Okay, Vice Admiral Uehara, when you leave this office, you will report to the Sabaody archipelago. Yes. Uehara Naraku slowly clenched his fists, as if a little humiliated, and stepped out of the office of the Navy Marshal. I understand, Marshal. After watching Uehara Naraku leave, Kabuto Yakushi shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but reveal a chuckle at the corner of his mouth. Marshal, you did not listen to my advice today and let Vice Admiral Naraku leave the Navy. You will definitely regret it in the future. Kabuto Yakushi, I'm the Navy Marshal. Buddha Sengoku glanced at Kabuto Yakushi coldly, his eyes full of warnings. As long as I'm still sitting in the position of Navy Marshal, you will never rely on the relationship between your CP department and the world government to threaten the Navy to become your tool. Don't worry. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, chuckled and continued. Then, let's continue to discuss the matter of recruiting the 7 warlords of the sea. Well, Sengoku nodded slowly and made his own list. 7 Shichibuke, except for the Queen Boa Hancock of the 9 Snakes Pirates. 6 of them have chosen to accept the call up. To be honest, this number is already quite good. After all, 6 of them really agreed to accept the call up without any requirements, and even some of the Shichibuke are on their way to Marineford. Ha, 9 snakes. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled. A cold light flashed across his face, and he continued casually, then just abolish her title of Shichibuke. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Vice Admiral Chiru frowned and whispered beside him, if we abolish her title of Shichibuke at this time, won't we have to face another enemy? Anyway, besides her, there will be other people who will be abolished. Kabuto Yakushi clasped his palms and said softly, no matter what, at least Bartholomew Kuma's title of Shichibuke must be abolished, because according to CP's intelligence, we have sufficient evidence to prove that this Shichibuke is an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. What? Sengoku could not hide the surprise in his eyes. The next moment, Sengoku suddenly thought of something. His face turned a little ugly. During this period, Bartholomew Kuma has been in contact with Vegapunk, and even the Navy's latest technological weapon PX Pacifist. Don't worry about this. Kabuto Yakushi continued slowly. Vegapunk has always been under our control, and there will be no accidents with the pacifist. But in addition to the Whitebeard pirates, we have to face the Revolutionary Army. There is no need for Bartholomew Kuma to appear on the battlefield. Kabuto. Vice Admiral Chiru's brows were still furrowed, and he said softly, it's not easy to find a replacement in such a short time. Although there are many supernovas this year, their temperaments are extremely unruly. It is hard to say whether they will accept the position of Shichibuke. They are also much weaker in strength, right? Then select some fallen pirates who once wanted to become Shichibuke. Kabuto Yakushi tapped his fingers and said calmly, Captain Deidara of the Art Pirates, the bounty is 190 million baileys. This number should be enough, right? When Kabuto Yakushi said this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have dealt with him before. This guy named Deidara wanted to get Crocodile's position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Update. Chapter 557 The Wrath of the Navy Marshal. In order to avoid accidents in the upcoming war, it is understandable that Kabuto Yakushi wants to abolish Bartholomew Kuma's position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Vice Admirals Sengoku and Chiru also agree with his proposal. However, the candidate nominated by Kabuto Yakushi is Deidara from the Art Pirates. Deidara's bounty is actually not too high among the 7 warlords of the sea. This is because this guy doesn't plunder much, but often blows up things he doesn't like. To be honest, Deidara is more like a child with a bad temper. Moreover, there are not many crew members in the Art Pirates. In addition to Deidara, there is only one vice captain, the puppet artist Scorpion of the Red Sand. It is said that the remaining crew members are all puppets controlled by Scorpion of the Red Sand. In the past few years, the Art Pirates and the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria have often clashed. Moria has launched private bounties on the Art Pirates many times. It seems that it's because Scorpion of the Art Pirates took away the corpses that Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had collected with great effort and made them into puppets. Therefore, if the captain of the Art Pirates, Deidara, becomes one of the 7 warlords of the sea, will it cause dissatisfaction from Gecko Moria? What if Moria refuses the call up or even resigns from the position of 7 warlords of the sea? It would be a loss. Zanji Yuo frowned and thought for a while, then proposed a solution. No matter what, Bartholomew Kuma must be arrested in advance. His devil fruit ability is too troublesome. We will first abolish Bartholomew Kuma's position as Shichibuke in the name of refusing to accept the call-up, and immediately imprison him to prevent leaks. And this can also be used to warn Boa Hancock, the Queen of the Nine Snakes pirates, that at least stability should be maintained before the war. Then ask the other Shichibuke to see if they are satisfied with Deidara. Although this is our decision, it is now a time of war, and we have to take a closer look at whether introducing Deidara as a Shichibuke will cause too much damage to the combat power of the Shichibuke. For the Navy, if you lose another Shichibuke in order to introduce a new Shichibuke, it seems that this account is really not worth it, especially when the Shichibuke are needed. What if these Shichibuke take this opportunity to collectively give up? It would be a real loss, which is also the drawback of the Shichibuke system. When the Navy habitually relies on the convenience of the Shichibuke system, it will gradually be constrained by the Shichibuke. Any problems facing the Shichibuke need to be treated with caution, so as to avoid suddenly having an extra enemy. Okay. Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly, pushed his glasses and said, then let's prepare to send someone to invite Deidara to take over the position of Shichibuke. Buddha's warring states frowned in surprise, then nodded and said, shouldn't we do it in order? First send someone to arrest Bartholomew Kuma and spread the news of abolishing his position as Shichibuke. It's been done. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head indifferently and said slowly, before our meeting, I had already applied for an arrest warrant from the world government. Admiral Kizaru has already executed the order and secretly imprisoned Bartholomew Kuma. After saying this, Kabuto Yakushi continued, and I've also received news that, because of the Judicial Island incident, the Shichibuke are expected to arrive early. At least 4 will come today, which is already half. We just need to negotiate with them. These 4 Shichibuke. How could Kakuzu, Hashigaki Kisame, Hawky Mihawk, and Doflamingo not agree to have one more of their own in the Shichibuke camp? Sengoku's expression was a little ugly. Did this Kabuto Yakushi do it on purpose? This guy even has an arrest warrant, and he even secretly sent Kizaru out to catch Kuma, and he was wasting time in the office talking about why Barisomi Kuma should be abolished. As a Navy admiral, he didn't even know that the Shichibuke was going to be abolished. The transfer of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters to the Judicial Island was also made without authorization. This Kabuto Yakushi directly bypassed him. Did he want to make him, the Navy admiral, a figurehead? Hasn't he, the Navy admiral, become a puppet long ago? I hope the marshal doesn't mind too much. Kabuto Yakushi curled his lips, chuckled and said, after all, anything related to the Revolutionary Army is not a trivial matter, and I have reported it to you, haven't I? Sengoku was silent for a while, took out a document from his desk, and fed his goat, and said indifferently, forget it. Before you issue any orders in the Navy in the future, it is better to discuss with me and Vice Admiral Kazutsuru in advance. It doesn't matter. Kabuto Yakushi still had a smile on his face, and continued with a smile. Anyway, even if I discuss with you, it will not change the decision I have made in the end. No matter what objections Sengoku of Buddha has, the world government will eventually issue the same order to the Navy, not to mention that Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government, has already been sidelined by Kabuto Yakushi in a practical sense, because the 5 elders trust Kabuto Yakushi more, and Kabuto Yakushi did a good job. Kabuto Yakushi curled the corners of his mouth, looked at the anger in Zenji Yuo's eyes, chuckled and continued, many of these are things I can easily solve by myself. Why should I waste time with Lord Marshal? Kabuto Yakushi seemed not to notice the blue veins gradually popping up on Zenji Yuo's forehead, and his smile remained unchanged. If Lord Marshal, as a former wise general, can have a better way, it's okay, but Lord Marshal can't provide me with better advice, right? Don't be too presumptuous. The Navy Admiral Zenji Yuo gritted his teeth, slowly spread out his palm, and wanted to slap Kabuto Yakushi's smiling face flat. Now Zenji Yuo feels angry when he sees Kabuto Yakushi's smile. This bastard. It's really infuriating. Originally, after Zenji Yuo scolded Uhura Naraku, he barely eliminated some of his anger, but it was reignited by Kabuto Yakushi. In fact, the anger in his heart is even stronger. Really? Kabuto Yakushi stood up slowly, not caring about Sengoku's anger at all. The smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Whenever I see the marshal, I can't help but think of a sentence, and the marshal said this sentence this afternoon when he scolded Vice Admiral Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi stood calmly in front of Sengoku's desk, looked directly at the Navy Admiral and whispered, "I'll say that to Marshal Sengoku too. An incompetent person had better not occupy a position he shouldn't occupy, otherwise he will live a very tiring life, arsehole." The aura of Buddha Sengoku gradually surged, and the documents on the desk were slowly blown away by his aura. The Navy Admiral finally couldn't suppress his anger. Is this how Kabuto Yakushi sees him? The Navy Admiral? Buddha's warring states looked at Kabuto Yakushi coldly. His voice was a little chilly. "Inspector Kabuto Yakushi, I can understand that you are provoking your superior. I won't attack you today. I just hope you can remember that it is not wise to provoke someone who can take your life at any time. You should understand it with your wisdom." "Really?" Kabuto Yakushi rubbed his brows and laughed. "Interesting. Let's wait and see. I hope our marshal can keep his position, even if the marshal already knows that the entire navy thinks you are no longer qualified." "You." Buddha's warring states clenched his fists. Because everything Kabuto Yakushi said was true. As a naval marshal, Buddha Sengoku had already vaguely sensed this trend of wind. Although many people still respected him as the marshal, many lieutenant generals and even admirals had already joined Kabuto Yakushi's camp. Kabuto Yakushi's intelligence could add weight to victory, reduce the losses of the navy in its expedition against pirates, and enable these navies to better uphold justice. Even Kabuto Yakushi can protect the safety of their families, although it is not known whether it is for protection or for surveillance and threat. Last year, an accident that had happened before occurred in Marineford. The family of a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters was secretly kidnapped by a pirate. Marineford was helpless and even thought that the family tragedy of Admiral Zephyr was repeating itself, but the CP organization rescued the people. If it were not for decades of prestige, if Kabuto Yakushi's position in the world government was not high enough, if Kabuto Yakushi's strength was not enough, if Kabuto Yakushi could not become an admiral, it would be difficult for Sengoku to sit firmly in the position of the Navy Marshal. Sengoku. Just when Buddha Sengoku wanted to get angry, Vice Admiral Churu stopped him and shook his head at him and said, "Now is not the time to argue with a child." After that, Vice Admiral Churu looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and a hint of complexity flashed in the old man's eyes. "Little Kabuto, remember what I once warned you? A person cannot always be right. Is that so?" Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and nodded. However, in his heart, there was a word that he didn't say. If you follow the destiny set by God step by step, how can there be any mistakes in life? Just at this moment, at the port of Marineford, a series of broadcasts echoed. The 7 warlords of the sea, Mr. Joracle Mihawk, Mr. Donquixote Doflamingo, Mr. Kakuzu, Mr. Hashigaki Kisame, will arrive at the port in batches. Please quickly clear the dock area to make way. In the office of the Navy Admiral, Vice Admiral Churu couldn't help but sigh. The 7 warlords of the sea were about to arrive in Marineford, and the Admiral's office only received this news after hearing the broadcast. Drink some hot water, and go to sleep, and make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 558. Another war is about to begin. In the meeting room of Marineford, a group of Shichibuke sat here. Doflamingo was twiddling his fingers boredly, manipulating 2 Navy men to fight with swords, and turned around and asked with a smile, "Everyone, how about a bet to see who of them will survive? I advise you not to do this in the end." Hashigaki Kisame grinned, revealing a mouthful of hideous sharp teeth, and chuckled. "Mr. Doflamingo, there is less than a month left, and a war that will change the world will begin. Before that, you'd better quit your gambling addiction." "Is this an advice or a warning?" Doflamingo glanced at Hashigaki Kisame with a smile, and continued with a laugh. "I thought Mr. Kisame wanted them to survive. It's better to let them survive." A voice fell into the ears of everyone present, and Kabuto Yakushi walked over slowly, pushed his glasses, smiled and said, "I sent them here specifically to welcome you. These 2 Navy colonels are my right-hand men." "I see." Doflamingo nodded, put away his puppet strings, hugged his arms with interest, and looked at Kabuto Yakushi. By the way, we saw the orange warship on the road, and the vice admiral on the warship didn't seem very happy. Raising orange on a warship. Only Naraku Uehara would be so weird. On the way here, this group of Shichibuke met Uehara Naraku. It can be seen that their boss is in a bad mood, and who knows who will become his punching bag. Yeah. Kabuto Yakushi sat opposite the Shichibuke and said softly, maybe it's because Vice Admiral Naraku was transferred to the Sabaody Archipelago. I hope he can live a happier life after arriving at the Sabaody Archipelago. Doflamingo held his cheek, tilted his head and grinned. I just happen to have some industries in Sabaody, and I will definitely make that Vice Admiral happy. I hope so. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Doflamingo obscurely. Just as they finished their conversation, Buddha Sengoku walked in with a document, and there was still some anger on his face. Sengoku glanced around the conference room, slowly sat down, and said in a cold voice, it's really surprising that 4 of the 7 warlords of the sea arrived in Marineford in advance. Hawky Mihawk slowly closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, I just want to go to the Judicial Island to visit Shanks and come to Marineford by the way. Anytime. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and agreed. I just came to Marineford for a trip. Doflamingo said with a grin. Red-haired Shanks has been captured, and the other 4 emperors are still at war in the New World. There are no troubles for me to worry about now, so I've fallen in love with traveling recently. Marineford is not a tourist destination. Sengoku looked at Doflamingo coldly. If you want to travel, I can recommend you to Impel Down. Sengoku looked at the smile on Doflamingo's face. His expression became uglier. He slowly picked up his documents and said in a deep voice, forget it. I won't talk about this with you scum on the sea. Let's talk about business. The purpose of convening you to a meeting today is to announce the abolition of Bartholomew Kuma, who refuses to continue to cooperate with the world government, and to recruit Deidara of the Art Pirate Group to become the new 7 warlords of the sea. I don't have any objection. Hawky Mihawk continued to doze off carelessly. This candidate is not bad. Hashiga Kikasane grinned and nodded, saying, isn't this my colleague at Baroque Works? It seems that we are really destined to meet. I don't have any objection to this matter. Kakuzu nodded and suddenly said, but I have been keeping an eye on Deidara's bounty. The Navy's actions have caused me to lose a lot of money. Doflamingo did not look at the crowd, but continued with a smile. Forget it, since no one has any objections, it seems a bit unsociable for me to raise opinions. The 4 Shichibuke had no objection to Deidara's appointment, which was the most satisfactory result for the world government and the Navy. Buddha Sengoku was finally a little satisfied. At least before the war, the Navy did not have to worry about the troubles from the Shichibuke, as the world government announced the abolition of Bartholomew Kuma's position as Shichibuke, and arrested him in prison on the grounds that he refused to cooperate. This incident did indeed shock another Shichibuke, Boa Hancock, the king of Amazon Lily. At least it shocked the former emperor of Amazon Lily, Greliosa, who frightened the former emperor to resort to various means, and forced Boa Hancock to accept the Navy's call. Perhaps she was forced to do nothing. The world's most beautiful woman chose to accept the call. It is a bit strange that the Whitebird pirates still did not move, and even seemed to not care about what happened on the sea at all. They even rejected other visitors. For example, Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. People can't help but feel that the Whitebird pirates seem to want to give up the captain of the Whitebird 2nd Division and give up the upcoming war. What makes people feel even more weird is the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates seem to be in a sit-in war. The two sides have not had any contact so far, and even the members of the Beast's pirates have not appeared in this sea for a long time. Even the people of the Big Mom pirates find it a bit strange. According to Kado's temperament, it shouldn't be. 1GUO. Totland Island. The weather is sunny and cloudless. Mom. Smoothie, one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates, looked a little strange. It has been a week since the Kado pirates and the Akatsuki organization declared war on us, but the sea slugs have not found any traces of invasion. This war has not officially broken out yet. This is not in line with Kado's usual reckless style. To be honest, the Big Mom pirates thought that Kado and the Akatsuki organization had given up the war and were deliberately creating momentum to start a war. Hehehe. Just keep vigilant. Big Mom bit a piece of cake slowly and said with a smile, Kado is a very smart guy. He didn't come to us rashly, which just shows how dangerous he is. Because Big Mom and Kado were once partners on the same ship, the only female 4 emperors knew her former companion very well. Big Mom never thought that Kado was a brainless guy. That guy was so cautious for the first time. Obviously he really wanted to have a big fight with her. If Kado just wanted to vent his anger, he would have rushed to Wonji with a mace and made a scene. But there was no movement, and it seemed more like a conspiracy. That guy. I guess he really wanted to start a life and death battle. It's really unexpected. Big Mom took a few bites of the cake and swallowed it, picked up the hot chocolate on the table, and stuffed it into her mouth together with the cup. The sound of the cup being chewed by teeth made people feel a little bit of toothache. This scene is really scary. However, what is even more scary is Big Mom's face. Gloom floats on the face of this 4 emperors. She chews the cup bit by bit with her teeth and says grimly, Kado, maybe you really want to fight us to the death. Mom. Smoothie couldn't help but take a half step back and whispered, I'll go see brother Katakuri first. He has been waiting for news about the sea slug. Go. Big Mom nodded with a grim face, showing her huge teeth, and said with a smile, Katakuri has been very hard during this period. You must comfort him on behalf of your mother. Do you understand? Yes. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Smoothie's forehead. The 4 generals slowly withdrew from Big Mom's castle. Although all of Big Mom's children rely on Big Mom, the 4 emperors, to survive on the sea, Big Mom is also a source of danger. More than one child has had his life taken away by Big Mom. Moreover, once Big Mom dislikes some of her children, she will directly drive them out of the Bankoku. Rather than saying that they are mother and son or mother and daughter, it is better to say that they are just tools that Big Mom can abandon at any time. To be honest, the relationship between the Big Mom pirates is not as harmonious as that of the Whitebird pirates. There is no so-called maternal love here, only use and awe. Just as Smoothie's heart trembled as he left the Bankoku and hurried to the outer island where Katakuri was. Only Katakuri's brother could help them dispel the fear in their hearts. The outer area of the Bankoku Sea. This is the first line of defense of the Big Mom pirates, and it is also the most important line of defense. Katakuri has been staying on this island recently. In addition to Katakuri, there is also his good friend Uchiha Itachi. Katakuri stood on a reef, staring at the calm sea, with a somewhat alert look on his face. Itachi, when will the Akatsuki people arrive here? Are you really sure that someone can defeat Mom? Don't worry about this problem. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and whispered, what we need to do now is to wait for the defeat of Big Mom, and then select suitable people to become official members of Akatsuki according to the quota provided by the Akatsuki organization. When Uchiha Itachi said this, he glanced at Katakuri and continued calmly, Akatsuki members mean the right to dominate the world in the future, so there is no need for this. Katakuri's eyes flashed slightly, and he whispered, I just want to dispel the fear that has been weighing on our heads. As long as Broly and the others will no longer face the nightmare of having their lives taken away by Mom at any time. What you want, I have heard. At this moment, a woman's faint sigh appeared in the ears of Katakuri and Uchiha Itachi. It sounds like a really poor child. The first update. Chapter 559 The World's Malice Towards Blackbird Teach. Katakuri was a little stunned. How could someone hide in front of him without being discovered? Katakuri slowly turned around and saw a strange woman with white hair like a waterfall. This woman was floating in the air calmly, which looked extremely strange. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Katakuri's observation haki was fully opened, and the next moment his face turned pale. This woman didn't even use her haki at all. Just her body floating there gave Katakuri a feeling of being unable to resist. At this moment, Katakuri finally realized that Uchiha Itachi often liked to use the word God to describe the power of Kaguya Otsutsuki and the leader of Akatsuki when he occasionally mentioned them. Indeed, although Katakuri has not seen the leader of Akatsuki, the power and terror of Kaguya Otsutsuki can only be called a god. Big Mom. It is completely incomparable to Kaguya in front of him. Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes fell on Uchiha Itachi. She frowned slightly and slowly floated in front of Uchiha Itachi. Kaguya looked at Uchiha Itachi, and her face rarely showed a touch of softness, and her voice was unexpectedly more gentle than hers. Uchiha Itachi, is Hagoromo's eyes also looking at this place? Kaguya knew it very well. Uehara Naraku, who was using the impure world reincarnation to control Uchiha Itachi, could use Uchiha Itachi to monitor everything that happened here at any time. Hearing Kaguya's question, Uchiha Itachi's body stiffened for a second, and then he slowly shook his head. Really? Otsutsuki Kaguya shook her head slowly, with a doting and helpless look on her lips. Are you lying again? I really can't do anything about you. Don't waste time. Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly turned into Uehara Naraku's voice, and he sounded like he was in a bad mood. I'm in a bad mood today. I'm going to sleep for a while. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's will withdrew from Uchiha Itachi's body. Kaguya Otsutsuki's expression returned to calmness and indifference, and her eyes slowly fell on Katakuri. Then let's end this war today. A trace of doubt flashed across Katakuri's face. He frowned and whispered, we are about 3 days away from Totland Island. HMM. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at Katakuri in surprise, and her voice was full of arrogance that made people dare not question. Didn't you hear what Ui said? Don't waste time. Tell me which direction that place is. Kaguya suddenly raised her palm, and there was a rare ruthlessness in her voice. Let's solve everything here today. Ui is not in a good mood. I want to see what happened to him. The next moment, countless figures appeared on the beach of this small island. Katakuri's face changed drastically. His eyes stared at the countless figures that suddenly appeared, and the sweat on his forehead dripped down bit by bit. What kind of ability does this woman have? No wonder this woman named Kaguya is called a god. In this army, there are some familiar figures to Katakuri, such as Droudjack, Plague Queen, Flamejin, and Kado himself. The elite of the entire Beast's pirates are all here. In addition to tens of thousands of pirates, there are also densely packed ninja coalitions and samurai troops in uniforms. Even Katakuri is a little amazed at the number of this army. Pieces of origami were flying in the air, slowly gathering around them to form the shape of Conan. There was a hint of doubt in her expression. HMM. Have we finally arrived at Bankoku? Yes. Uchiha Itachi nodded and whispered, this is the outer defense line of Bankoku Sea. Long time no see, Senior Conan. Yeah. Conan frowned, nodded slowly, and said softly, Nera, isn't controlling your body? Uchiha Itachi shook his head and responded calmly, maybe something seems to have gone wrong over there, and he's not in a very good mood. Then let's solve the problem here quickly. Conan glanced at the people around him and said loudly, Sir Narashikaku, start according to our plan and quickly incorporate all the troops of the Big Mom pirates. Yes. Narashikaku nodded. Conan's eyes fell on Kado, the beast, and he said in a cold voice, Lord Kado will follow Kaguya to Totland Island. After defeating Big Mom, wait for us to join up. Burp. No problem. Kado, the beast, burped, picked up his wine gourd, and started drinking again. Actually, I can deal with Ling Ling myself. Plague Queen cautiously reminded, Brother Kado, this is not easy to say. That crazy old woman is not easy to deal with at all. Shut up. Kado punched Queen in the face. As an old friend of Big Mom, he still knew that Big Mom was not easy to deal with. Why did this idiot Queen destroy him at this time? The entire coalition quickly began to separate. Each unit encircled from the outside to the inside, gradually recruiting all the pirates captured by the Big Mom pirates, and they would always move towards Totland Island, the center of the Wanji UOC. In the end, they would gather at Totland Island. Kaguya Otsutsuki, Kado the Beast, and Katakuri used their space-time abilities to rush to the center of Totland Island to defeat Big Mom and the core members of the Big Mom pirates. This kind of thing is actually not difficult at all. Katakuri, who is second only to Charlotte Linlin in the Big Mom pirates, has already defected to the Akatsuki organization. On the other hand, Uehara Naraku is in a bad mood, because there haven't been many celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago recently. Who should he go to for trouble? This is really worrying. The most terrible thing is, when Uehara Naraku suggested to Kabuto Yakushi that he find a way to send a few celestial dragons over and expressed his desire to take this opportunity to go to the great prison in Pelton. Kabuto Yakushi, this crazy subordinate, agreed very considerately and told Uehara Naraku that except for the warden Magellan, everyone else in the undersea prison in Pelton has defected to him. Among them, naturally, it also includes the warden of the prison, Shiryu of Rain. This big prison. Is it really necessary to go? Uehara Naraku thought it was unnecessary, but another person was trying his best to enter in Pelton. Blackbird. Marshal D. Teach. Marshal D. Teach followed the plan he and Black Zetsu had made, slowly leading the Blackbird pirates to hunt down devil fruit users and quietly planning to build a superhuman devil fruit army composed of white Zetsu. But Teach also knew very well this unformed white Zetsu army could not exert any combat power. Marshal D. Teach had been forbearing for more than 20 years, and he did not want to miss the world war between Whitebird and the Navy that he had started, so Marshal D. Teach also wanted to enter the big prison in Pelton to recruit some powerful pirates. This kind of thing is a bit difficult. Only the Navy and the 7 warlords of the sea are qualified to enter the Pelton prison. Even though Teach had a cooperative relationship with Kabuto Yakushi, Teach did not think that Kabuto Yakushi would give him the opportunity to enter in Pelton. Originally, after the world government abolished Bartholomew Kuma's position as the 7 warlords of the sea, Marshal D. Teach thought that his chance had come and wanted to secretly ask Kabuto Yakushi to help him become a 7 warlords of the sea. Only with this identity can you enter the Pelton prison. But if you want to become a 7 warlords of the sea, you must have a letter of surrender that can prove your strength to the world government, at least a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Unfortunately, in the past few years, the pirates with a bounty of over 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line basically could not afford Kakuzu's protection fee, and finally they were all exchanged for bounties by Kakuzu. In addition to a group of supernovas that have just become active, these supernovas are not on the same route, which makes Marshal D. Teach feel helpless. Therefore, Marshal D. Teach has set his sights on a pirate group on his route, or rather, that pirate group has been active in a certain area. The Art Pirates. It is said that this pirate group often appears near the terrifying 3-masted ship and has long been against the 7 warlords of the sea Gekko Moria, who hates the Art Pirates to the bone. According to Teach's plan, if he can offer the Art Pirates Captain Deidara, who has a bounty of nearly 200 million, to the world government, he can prove that he is capable of replacing Bartholomew Kuma as the new 7 warlords of the sea. And, by the way, he can also make Gekko Moria owe him a favor. Although Gekko Moria is not a good person, as one of the Shichibuke, he also has some say in the selection of the new Shichibuke. Just when Marshal D. Teach was sinisterly trying to get rid of the Art Pirates and started his own Shichibuke plan. As a result, the world government announced the new Shichibuke candidates. Art Pirates, Deidara. Marshal D. Teach held the newspaper and looked at the blonde young man with a very happy smile on his face on the headline of the newspaper. His whole mentality collapsed. At this moment, Marshal D. Teach deeply felt the malice of the world. Second update. I'm still not well. No, I have to write something climax to excite myself. I'm really wise. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560. Fire Fist Ace was as powerful as Straw Hat Luffy back then. Now he is in prison. Ha 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 ha. Blackbird Marshal D. Teach looked at the newspaper in his hand with a sinister smile. The headline on it was the news that the new Shichibuke Deidara took office. Because the changes in the Shichibuke also involved the upcoming World War, and any news related to the World War would undoubtedly be very popular. In addition to this page of news headlines about the changes in the Shichibuke, there was also a page of news about the war between the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. It is said that the coalition forces of the Beasts Pirates and the Akatsuki organization suddenly appeared and attacked the island under the Big Mom Sea like a broken bamboo. As for the news of the Four Emperors War, it has not been reported yet, but the president of the news agency, Morgans, is still collecting materials on Totland Island. Marshal D. Teach does not care about the Four Emperors War, he only cares about the title of the Shichibukai, which is very useful to him. Blackbeard's eyes were a little gloomy, and he was very dissatisfied with Deidara's succession to the Shichibukai. This is such a waste of the position of Shichibukai. A hairy boy actually got there first. Ha 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 ha. The figure of Black Zetsu emerged from Blackbeard's body, and he said with a sinister smile, "Teach, are you going to kill this man named Deidara? Doing so may arouse the hostility of the Navy and the world government, especially Kabuto Yakushi, who may send people to arrest us. I won't do such a childish thing." Blackbeard shook his head and grinned. "Before the war comes, we must never arouse the hostility of the Navy, especially that guy Kabuto Yakushi, who even fell into his hands." Blackbeard touched his chin and glanced at a group of companions not far away. Those were pirates recruited by the Blackbeard pirates. If they want to rely on these guys to participate in the world war, their strength is a little insufficient. After all, these guys are really useless in the face of real monsters. Black Zetsu grinned sinisterly and whispered, "If we really want to become the 7 warlords of the sea and go to Impelton to recruit some monster pirates, there is a white Zetsu who has sent us a piece of news that can be used." "What news?" "Jikiko Moria was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy." Black Zetsu said this information, and it had not been long since this happened. The Straw Hat pirates mistakenly entered the terrible Barracks Sea while rushing to the Sabaody archipelago. Except for some ordinary corpses, the Straw Hat pirates basically didn't see any powerful enemies and went straight to Gekko Moriya's lair. Because the bodies of Demonoz and Dragon Slayer Ayuma were all taken away by Scorpion, Moriya didn't even have any suitable chess pieces on hand. Black Zetsu smiled at Marshal D. Teach's surprised face and continued in a hoarse voice, "But the Navy and the world government suppressed the news about Moriya, perhaps because they didn't want this news to be spread before the war, so as not to cause people to question the combat effectiveness of the 7 warlords of the sea." Haha. Marshal D. Teach did not waste time. On the one hand, he sent Laffy to continue to contact Kabuto Yakushi, hoping that this senior official of the world government would give him a chance. On the other hand, he asked Black Zetsu to send a white Zetsu to sneak into the news agency and deliver this secret message. The news agency was very interested in this kind of news that could arouse the world's nerves. It even found a survivor of the incident of Straw Hat Luffy causing trouble on the Thriller bark and immediately put this matter on the headlines. There is no doubt, the news agency broke this news and angered the world government. The world government and the Navy tried their best to suppress the information about Straw Hat Luffy causing trouble on the Thriller bark, but it was directly exposed by a personal organization like the news agency. The strength of the 7 warlords of the sea immediately aroused doubts. People all over the world questioned whether the 7 warlords of the sea still had a need to exist. These pirates who had no way to protect them, and even enjoyed the right to plunder, were clearly a cancer. However, the world government did not respond at all. The entire world government only announced a new bounty order on the sea, raising the bounty of Straw Hat Luffy to 400 million baileys, which made Straw Hat Luffy the most dazzling supernova of this era. Even Kid, who has always been in the limelight, is not as good as him. This momentum. People can't help but think of the Spade Pirates and Fire Fist Ace more than 3 years ago. That year was the most dazzling time for Fire Fist Ace. Things have really changed. Now, Fire Fist Ace has been imprisoned and is about to be executed by the Navy. Now, within the world government and the Navy, a group of people are still fiercely discussing whether it is necessary to abolish Gekko Moriya's position. It's just that none of them can make the decision. The one who can really make the decision is still in the holy land of Mirajoa. Mirajoa. Kabuto Yakushi hurried over to report to the 5 elders. When the 5 elders asked Kabuto Yakushi for his opinion, Kabuto Yakushi's opinion was naturally to abolish Gekko Moriya, and even his reasons were very strange. There's no need to keep this guy who often breaks his promises. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and continued calmly, "Since I joined the Navy, I have represented the will of the 5 elders and the world government, and have called on the 7 warlords of the sea many times, but Gekko Moriya often agreed verbally. This is also true. Every time Moria accepted the call of the world government, he repeatedly stopped going to the appointment because of the conflict between him and the ARP pirates. Although Moria's every break was due to force majeure, the people present only care about the results. In this regard, Moria is indeed not very authentic. Because every time Kabuto Yakashi's plan was calculated accurately, due to Moria's repeated failure to meet, Kabuto Yakashi's plan was almost aborted many times. Until later, Kabuto Yakashi simply didn't bother to recruit Moria when recruiting the 7 warlords of the sea. If it weren't for the war with the Whitebeard pirates, which required every bit of strength to be concentrated, and this was a mandatory recruitment. When Kabuto Yakashi talked about Moria, he did not hide his disgust in his words at all, and put forward his own suggestions. A 7 warlords of the sea who just wants to enjoy the convenience of the 7 warlords of the sea, and is unwilling to serve the world government, and is not strong enough. There is no need to keep him. This position has many pirates want to climb up. Since Moria was defeated by the Straw Hat pirates, Kabuto Yakashi has been pushing the boat with the tide, and has been advocating the abolition of Moria's position as the 7 warlords of the sea. It was only because the war might be coming that this matter was temporarily shelved. Now this matter suddenly broke out. Kabuto Yakashi will naturally not miss this opportunity. Cow. An old man sitting on the sofa touched his beard and said softly, "This matter will be left to you. This kind of information leakage must not be allowed to happen again. Don't let us down again, understand?" "Yes." After nodding, Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and continued, "The CP department is not completely unrewarded. I have been tracking Morgan's whereabouts recently. According to the information from CP agents, this time the news agency secretly verified the location of the intelligence and the time when the news was released. I have locked on a C area. Now CP0 has infiltrated the news agency of Big News Morgans and grasped their whereabouts. They can monitor them all at any time." Another old man was obviously more curious. "In that case, Big News Bird Morgans has fallen into the control of the world government? It just controls the news agency." Kabuto Yakashi shook his head, sighed and said, "According to the information from our agents planted in the news agency, Morgans is paying attention to the war between the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates. This Big News Bird has been lurking in the Bankoku to collect materials." "That's pretty good." The 5 old men nodded modestly. For so many years, the world government couldn't find the headquarters of the news agency. One of the old men, who was obviously kind, smiled slightly and praised softly, "Well done, Kabuto. No matter how bad the situation is, you can always find a chance to turn it around, which gives us some unexpected surprises." This is why Kabuto Yakashi has always been trusted by them. Other subordinates would only present them with bad news. Only the little guy Kabuto Yakashi was an exception. Even if there were mistakes due to accidental reasons, he could always find a way to make up for it. As long as the news agency, which is the front of public opinion, can be controlled, then from now on, news around the world will be controlled by the world government, and there will be no more things that expose the scandals of the world government. Although in the past, in order to avoid conflicts with the world government, the Big News Bird Morgans has always been on the edge of the world government's anger, occasionally reporting the achievements of the world government, and occasionally reporting the scandals of the world government, which has led to the world government's love and hate for the ambiguous bad thing of the news agency. Cow. A dignified looking 5 elder stared at Kabuto Yakashi and said calmly, "After the war between the Navy and Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army is over, we will talk to Sora." Another old man also stared at Kabuto Yakashi and took over his words. "Cow, if the direction of this war is as you expected, then prepare." "What?" A flash of surprise flashed across Kabuto Yakashi's face. The 5 elders couldn't help but look at each other, and everyone nodded at each other, and they all looked at Kabuto Yakashi. "If the result of this war is in line with our expectations of you, then you will take over Sora's position." First update. Chapter 561. The incompetent lieutenant general in the eyes of Pluto Rayleigh. Mirajoa. Kabuto Yakashi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even though Kabuto Yakashi knew that, as long as time went on, the position of the world government's army commander would definitely be his, and no one could be his competitor. However, Kabuto Yakushi didn't expect that the 5 elders actually promised to appoint him to replace Kang as the army commander after the war. There was some surprise in Kabuto Yakushi's eyes. His face slowly showed some hesitation and fear, and some timidity and joy. Is General Kang in good health? And I have always followed the teachings and orders of the 5 elders to get to where I am today. If I rashly occupy a high position. Kabuto Yakushi, don't say these nonsense in front of us. Among the 5 elders, an old man who had been sitting on the sofa and watching coldly glanced at Kabuto Yakushi with a touch of disdain and sarcasm on his face. We all see your desire for power. Kang, the current commander-in-chief of the entire army, can't do anything except drinking tea in his own office. This sentence is a bit too much. It's as if Kabuto Yakushi has really sidelined the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Didn't the application of the Navy Marshal Sengoku have to be reviewed by Kang? And the 5 elders still can't hide their arrogance. This is also very reasonable. The 5 elders knew very well that the reason why Kabuto Yakushi was able to have the status he had today was because of the power they had given him, and naturally, these powers and status could be taken back. Kabuto Yakushi could act high and mighty in front of the admiral, but in front of them, it was better for him to behave well. Okay. Another old man waved his hand. He looked at Kabuto Yakushi's expression and showed an intriguing smile on his face. Kabuto, don't worry, we have considered it carefully before deciding to appoint you as the next commander-in-chief of the entire army. The old man slowly closed his palms and continued calmly. This is also a reward for the new CP department you created, which can solve the red hair pirates. I believe that the upcoming war will not disappoint our expectations. Yeah. Among the 5 elders, the last old man holding a sword looked at Kabuto Yakushi and said in a muffled voice, we have officially notified Sengoku that the war between the Navy and Whitebird that is about to begin will be fully commanded by you. Kabuto Yakushi, whether you can use this war to convince everyone that you can take the position of commander-in-chief of the entire army depends on your own ability. When he said this, the old man suddenly grinned and continued, according to our thinking, of course we hope that you can take that position as soon as possible. I understand. Kabuto Yakushi nodded, pushed his glasses and said, in a week, the news agency will announce the real execution time. According to our current bargaining chips, the Whitebird pirates and the Revolutionary Army should not miss this feast. That's good. The 5 elders nodded in satisfaction, and one of them waved his hand. That's good. You can go. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi stood up and said goodbye. The 5 old men who held the world's highest power watched Kabuto Yakushi leave in silence until the door was closed. They started discussing Kabuto Yakushi again. What a perfect chess piece. Even if a new admiral appears in the Navy, it is far less useful to us than the wisdom of Kabuto Yakushi. It's a pity that his power is too weak. Just from the performance of Kabuto Yakushi, it is perfect for us to have such a little guy with little power, but extraordinary wisdom sitting in a high position. It is precisely because his power is too weak that he is easily controlled by us. A person who enjoys a position that he cannot hold on to can only work for us wholeheartedly and win our trust to continue to maintain his power. Because of the existence of Kabuto Yakushi, the 5 elders really saved a lot of trouble. No matter how difficult the world government encounters, Kabuto Yakushi can help them solve it. For some major matters, all they have to do is to choose the one they like best from the many options provided by Kabuto Yakushi. For those in high positions, the most important thing is to use people. In this regard, Buddha's warring states is a bit too bad. In order to take a Navy colonel from Kabuto Yakushi, Buddha Sengoku forced him to be promoted to a vice admiral, and many things were ruined by this vice admiral. At this moment, in the Sabaody archipelago, a vice admiral who was not worthy of his position was participating in a slave auction. Originally, this slave auction was an industry under Doflamingo, but after Doflamingo joined the Akatsuki organization, he immediately disposed of this auction. As a result, this slave auction was rebuilt by others. Now the slave auction house is holding a large auction. Now it is time to exit. The last big pirate has been auctioned off, leaving only a sturdy old man. This old man seems to be unsalable. In order to avoid losing money, the person in charge of the slave auction house finally started to shout down the cost price step by step. 500,000 baileys. 500,000 baileys. A sturdy man, although old, but very healthy, can still work for you for at least 20 years. Then you can dispose of him at will. When he said this, the person in charge of the auction house pushed the old slave up and showed the slave's body and spirit. It looks, indeed, very healthy. Naraku yawned, glanced at the old man with shining eyes, and shouted out his price. "I want this man." Bang! The auction hammer fell. The person in charge seemed to be afraid that Naraku would go back on his word. Naraku spent 500,000 baileys to buy an old slave, and by the way, a remote control to control the slave's collar. It's a bit of a loss. If you think about it carefully, if you use 500,000 berries to buy the Pirate King's deputy Pluto Silver Baz Rayleigh as a slave, it would be a great deal. If there is the power to subdue him. That's right. This old man is Pluto Rayleigh. Whenever Pluto Rayleigh has no money to drink, he will sell himself to the slave farm and let the people in the slave farm sell him. When he is sold, Pluto Rayleigh will tear off the collar on his own and let the person who bought him lose a sum of money. This is also life. Since Pluto Rayleigh retired, he has been living this kind of life. Countless people have been cheated by him, but there is no way to make it public. After all, people who only buy an ordinary old man as a slave don't look like powerful nobles, because the real rich and powerful people all buy mermaids directly. Outside the slave auction, Naraku finally saw Pluto Rayleigh, this slave that he spent 500,000 berries to buy. Rayleigh is still in good health now, wearing a pair of gentle glasses, with a gentle smile on his face, as if he is just an ordinary old man. Pluto Rayleigh looked at Naraku, and his smile became deeper and deeper. Naraku is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters stationed in the Sabaody Archipelago recently. In name, he is also the highest commander of the Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh must know Naraku. Rayleigh not only knows Naraku, Rayleigh also learned from Shaki some recent things about Naraku, such as how this admiral was cleverly captured by the Red Hair Pirates, and he was captured twice, with an interval of no more than 5 days. The first time was when the Red Hair Pirates rushed to Judicial Island and captured Naraku as a hostage to exchange for Fire Fist Ace, but the Red Hair Pirates were defeated and Naraku survived safely. The second time was after the Judicial Island incident broke out. Naraku escorted the prisoners of the Red Hair Pirates to Impelton Prison and met the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates led by Ben Beckman, and he also survived safely. No, if you put it this way, it should be said that Naraku is lucky. After all, this admiral is really lucky to survive after being trapped in the Four Emperors Pirates twice. In Rayleigh's opinion, the fact that Vice Admiral Naraku was spared by red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman one after another either means that Uehara has some good qualities, or that this Vice Admiral is a complete idiot, and killing him is also a dirty trick. Anyway, this Vice Admiral really made the Navy lose face. It is probably because of this that Naraku was exiled to the Sabaody Archipelago to serve as a nanny for the celestial dragons who might wander here from time to time. Since Shanks has spared Naraku, Pluto Rayleigh feels that there is no need for him to meddle in other matters. Judging from the way this Vice Admiral of the Navy visited the slave auction house, it is estimated that it is more likely that he is a idiot Vice Admiral. In this case, it doesn't matter. Moreover, such an idiot Vice Admiral stationed in the Sabaody Archipelago cannot endanger the supernovas that arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago this year. Those are the new generation that have emerged since the great pirate era created by Goldie Roger. Rayleigh reached out and took off the collar on his neck and looked at Naraku in front of him with a smile. 500,000 baileys is a lot of money. Losing this money, little guy, your luck is really not good. This. Naraku showed a look of astonishment on his face, as if he was a little bit unbelievable to see Pluto Rayleigh taking off the slave collar easily. How can you take off the collar? The next moment, Naraku's face suddenly became ferocious. You are the slave I bought for 500,000 baileys. Pluto Rayleigh's eyes were a little subtle. Does this Naraku not recognize the situation? A person who can easily remove a slave collar is not a good person to deal with, right? Now it can be confirmed that Naraku is definitely a fool. Chapter 562. Malin Fando's execution list. One person is expedited. killing Uehara Naraku. It's really a bit dirty. Pluto really sighed in his heart, feeling the corruption and darkness within the navy. However, the more useless the vice admirals stationed in the Sabaody archipelago are, the more pirates will enter the second half of the Grand Line. Forget it. Pluto really glanced at Uehara Naraku and was about to turn around and leave. Little guy, your 500,000 balers should be regarded as a lesson. Stop. Uehara Naraku hurried forward to stop Pluto Rayleigh, his face full of anger of being teased. Hey, you dare to tease me? Do you know who I am? I know. Pluto Rayleigh nodded with a smile, as if he was comforting an ignorant child, and continued with a smile. Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku, the commander of the Sabaody Naval Base, who on the entire island doesn't know you. Since you know I'm a vice admiral. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists, just looked at Pluto Rayleigh, smiled grimly and threatened. Then do you know the consequences of offending me in Sabaody? I'm different from those guys like Demon Spider. If you dare to offend me, I can throw you into Impelton right now. When saying these words, Uehara actually felt a little weird in his heart. This long lost desire to perform really makes people miss it. However, the world has never needed him to perform, and Uehara Naraku's script has long been taken away by his subordinates. Unfortunately, Pluto Rayleigh is not very tactful. Is your vision so narrow? Pluto Rayleigh reached out and patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and continued with a smile. Little guy, do you know who I am? This vice admiral is really brainless. And as a vice admiral of the navy, he doesn't even know him, the vice captain of the pirate king. This is too unqualified. These young navy, sometimes, really should be taught a lesson. It is really hard to understand how such a young and stupid guy could become a vice admiral of the navy and have the same rank as Garp. Garp was the one who could force their Roger pirates into a desperate situation, but Uehara Naraku, a vice admiral, was captured twice and still had the nerve to show off his status as a vice admiral. No matter who you are. Uehara Naraku pushed Rayleigh's hand away and said in a deep voice, there are not many people in this world that I can't afford to offend, but I know that you are definitely not one of them. When he said this, Uehara Naraku waved his fist with anger on his face and was about to punch him. Too impulsive? Pluto Rayleigh smiled and shook his head, stretched out his hand, and held Uehara Naraku's fist. The old man's eyes flashed with a light, and he chuckled and said, I earned 500,000 balers today, and I'm in a very good mood. In addition to earning 500,000 balers, there is also the fun of playing tricks on a vice admiral of the navy. It is so interesting to bully a little navy like this. Rayleigh slowly twisted Uehara Naraku's arm, looked at Uehara Naraku with a shocked face, and continued with a smile. Today is not suitable for fighting. You should go have a drink to avoid wasting your good mood. The next moment, Pluto Rayleigh's smile became deeper and deeper, and he suddenly loosened Uehara Naraku's fist. A domineering aura was instantly released from Rayleigh's body. Under his control, the impact of the domineering aura hit Uehara Naraku directly. This legendary vice captain was able to control his domineering aura freely. Under the frontal impact of this domineering aura, it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could resist. Pluto Rayleigh looked at the incompetent vice admiral in front of him who fainted under the impact of his domineering power. He couldn't help but chuckle, shook his head and sighed. Really? How can such a vice admiral protect us civilians living in shampoo? After saying that, Pluto Rayleigh squatted down, rummaged through Uehara Naraku's wallet, nodded slowly and said, well, are you still a pauper? You only have tens of thousands of balers on you. Could the little guy have used all his money to buy a slave like me? Although he looked down on these few balers, Rayleigh's hand still honestly put the money into his pocket. Rayleigh nodded contentedly, touched his chin, and left here on his own. Before leaving, Rayleigh was still muttering, I made such a large sum of money today. 500,000 balers should be able to buy a bottle of rum from Zayaki. A bottle of rum for 500,000 balers. She really likes to rip people off. Since Pluto Rayleigh retired, he has been staying in the Sabaody archipelago, and his old friend Zayaki has been accompanying him, and Rayleigh didn't want to go to Zayaki's tavern to drink. It was just to share this interesting story today. When Pluto Rayleigh left, Uehara Naraku slowly opened his eyes, and a Dendenmushi appeared out of thin air from his palm, and dialed the number of Yakashika Buto. Kabuto Yakushi seemed to be very convenient, and he did not hide the address of Uehara Naraku. Lord Naraku, is there anything I can do? Well, there is one thing. Uehara Naraku stood up, rubbed his eyebrows, and asked, I want to add one person to the execution list. Do you think it's appropriate? Lord Naraku is really joking. In the Denden Mushi, Kabuto Yakushi smiled, and his voice suddenly became serious. Whose name needs to be added? I will take care of it immediately. It should be the vice captain of Roger Pirates, Pluto Rayleigh. I will send someone to arrest him immediately. Not him. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth and said with a happy face, TSK, just a minute ago, Pluto Rayleigh robbed me of a lot of money and also played tricks on me, a vice admiral of the navy. But for such a small matter, you have to send this old man to the execution platform. Isn't it too harsh? Kabuto, you should change your temper. Yes. The Yakushi Kabuto in the Denden Mushi agreed respectfully. Okay. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head to look at Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, where Shaki's extortion bar was located. The smile on his lips became more and more subtle. The person who will be on the execution platform is a bar owner who likes to blackmail. I will catch him myself. You just need to send someone to take her away. Bar owner? The Yakushi Kabuto in the Denden Mushi hesitated for a second and immediately thought of someone. He couldn't help but say, I will arrange this matter immediately. Borsalino happens to be free, so let him rush over to escort her back. If it was an ordinary person escorting Shaki, maybe Pluto Rayleigh might kidnap her. However, if it was an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Pluto Rayleigh would have no way to do anything for at least a while and could only watch Shaki being taken away. This is also a foolproof approach. Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago. Shaki's extortion bar. Pluto Rayleigh sat opposite Zayaki, paid for a bottle of rum, smiled and talked about what happened today, emphasizing the stupid Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku. I really didn't expect it. After talking about what happened today, Rayleigh reached out to take the wine glass in front of Zayaki, slowly drank the wine in the glass, and chuckled and continued, with such a vice admiral here, it seems that the future will be very interesting. Don't go too far. Zayaki lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring, frowned and said, you are not young anymore. If you are noticed by the Navy again, the next days will not be easy. Ha. Rayleigh poured himself a glass of wine, smiled and shook his head and said, the Navy will notice it sooner or later, and I will not miss that war soon. Originally, Rayleigh just wanted to rescue Crocus and help rescue Fire Fist Ace, but now he has to help the Red Hair Pirates rescue Shanks. This war is destined to be inevitable. Once Pluto Rayleigh joins the war, the world government and the Navy will definitely not continue to ignore him, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Forget it, whatever you want. Zayaki shook her head and stretched out her palm to Pluto Rayleigh, but before you go, give me your life paper. Okay. Rayleigh nodded slowly. Life paper is a special item on the Grand Line. It represents the vitality of the owner of the life paper and can instantly let people far away know their status. Generally, it will only be given to relatives. If the life paper is intact, it means that the owner of the life paper is still alive and well, which can make the family feel more at ease. If the life paper is damaged or shrunk, it means that the owner is injured. If the life paper turns to ashes, it means that the owner's life is also exhausted. This war is too dangerous. The strength of the world government and the Navy is no longer what it used to be. Even Pluto Rayleigh occasionally observed the admirals who came to Shampoo Land for inspection. The strength of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters is definitely getting stronger and stronger. In the past few years, many pirates who had been hiding in the old times were all sent to prison by the three admirals of the Navy headquarters after they just emerged. In addition to the three admirals of the Navy headquarters who have become stronger, the powerful guys of the seven warlords of the sea, and the behemoth CP organization under the command of Kabuto Yakushi. This spy organization has almost become the nightmare of the entire sea. Especially the CP department defeated the Red Hair Pirates, which also means that this spy organization has the combat power of the four Emperor's pirates. Even if a strong man of the level of Pluto Rayleigh wants to participate in this war, it is hard to say that there will be no accidents. This point, both Pluto Rayleigh and Zayaki are very clear. The atmosphere of the whole tavern suddenly became a little depressed. Pluto Rayleigh finished a bottle of wine, took out his life paper, and handed it to Zayaki, and was about to leave Zayaki's tavern. Rayleigh held his glasses, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. Forget it, I'd better go, and tease that Vice Admiral, and make myself happy. Zayaki shook her head speechlessly. Just as Pluto Rayleigh left Zayaki's tavern, a figure in a navy uniform walked in and said arrogantly, I received a report that this store is suspected of extortion. If you don't want to go with us, then give me 10 million baileys. It was Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku of the Sabaody Archipelago. Zayaki frowned, extinguished the cigarette in her hand, and looked at Uehara Naraku, who walked into the tavern to ask her for money. Her face became slightly strange. This Vice Admiral who was just fooled by Rayleigh. Is this extortion hitting her head? First update. Chapter 563. Straw Hat Luffy, the second member on the expedited execution list. This Vice Admiral's luck is really bad. No, perhaps it should be said that this Vice Admiral's vision is too narrow. He has to offend anyone in the entire ocean who he can't afford to offend. Zayaki feels that she is not a big shot, but it is not a problem to deal with a naval Vice Admiral who is a fool. Zayaki looked at Uehara Naraku and shook his head and lit another cigarette for herself. I know your identity, but I can't take out 10 million baileys, but we can find another solution. Zayaki slowly blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, I heard that the Vice Admiral of the Shampoo Branch base was fooled by an old man. How about this? I will find that old man and forget about the 10 million baileys. This Vice Admiral. Let Pluto Rayleigh solve it. Zayaki took a look at Uehara Naraku's expression and continued calmly. If Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku still needs to capture that old man and hand him over to you for revenge, you only need to pay me 1 million baileys. Isn't this too much? Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, then walked to the bar counter and stared at Zayaki at the bar counter. Hey, in the eyes of you big guys, do I, a small character, look so stupid? This is fucking. This is too much. Rayleigh robbed his money. Zayaki actually wanted to cheat him of his money. Hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Zayaki raised his eyebrows, looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise, and finally became a little more interested. You little guy actually know our identity, and you are pretending to be stupid in front of that guy. Interesting. This little guy doesn't seem so unbearable. Uehara Naraku sat on a chair at the bar, sighed and said, that's the legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh. Uehara Naraku looked up at Zayaki, squinted his eyes and smiled. Sir Zayaki, I'm just a Vice Admiral of the Navy. How can I be his opponent? Is that so? Zayaki nodded slowly, and suddenly changed the subject and said, since you know our identity, I won't keep you in suspense. Little guy, do you know the name of this bar? This is a blackmail bar, and you wanted to blackmail me just now. You can also blackmail me. Uehara Naraku's face gradually became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Sir Zayaki, I know you will sell any information on the sea, and that's why I came here. If our navy publicly executes Fire Fist Ace, Crocus, and Red Hair Shanks, will Pluto Rayleigh participate in this war? 5 billion berries. Zayaki calmly said a number, took a puff of cigarette, and continued softly, as long as you can pay, I can tell you any information. This price is really not low. Uehara Naraku slowly shook his head, with a bitter smile on his face. Zayaki took a deep look at Uehara Naraku, and continued with some curiosity. I didn't expect that you, a little guy, are not so bad, and you would even think of asking such a question. Sengoku sent you to Shampoo Land. Didn't he just want to find out about this matter? This kind of thing is indeed possible. Uehara Naraku ignored Zayaki's question, took out a coin from his pocket, and put it on the table, and asked softly, let's talk about the price of intelligence. The price you gave is too high. How about a cheaper price of 50 berries? My intelligence is never cheap. Zayaki smoked slowly, and continued softly, 5 billion berries can let your navy know whether Pluto Rayleigh will participate in the war. If that guy enters, he will have the power to influence the war. This price is actually very cheap. To be honest, this price is really not expensive. After all, if someone like Pluto Rayleigh, who has the fighting power of an admiral even at his age, participates in the war, the navy needs to make arrangements to deal with him in advance. If Pluto really does not participate in the war, the Navy can better deal with the whitebird pirates. After explaining her price, Sayaki looked directly at Uehara Naraku and whispered, "As long as you spend this money, you can buy peace of mind. This is too expensive." Uehara Naraku stared at Sayaki and continued softly, "Boss Sayaki, it sounds like you mean that Pluto really will not participate in this war. Who knows?" Sayaki blew out smoke rings and refused to answer this question. In fact, Sayaki meant this in his words. According to Sayaki, if this false information can be used to fool Uehara Naraku, an unusual Navy Vice Admiral, so that the Navy can relax its vigilance against Pluto Rayleigh, then Pluto Rayleigh will have a greater chance of coming back alive in the war. This is Sayaki's little trick. Because Sayaki hopes Rayleigh can come back alive. If it was any other Vice Admiral, there would be no problem with what Sayaki said. However, she didn't know that this was the last chance that Uehara Naraku gave her. Uehara Naraku looked at Sayaki with a playful look on his face and slowly spoke to expose Sayaki's thoughts. "Boss Sayaki, Pluto Rayleigh will definitely go to the war, right? But you want him to come back safely, is that so?" A strange color flashed in Sayaki's eyes. Just when Sayaki wanted to say something, Uehara Naraku looked at Sayaki and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Forget it, I'm not interested in listening to your quibbling, not to mention." Uehara Naraku, the mastermind who has been secretly planning and promoting the war at the top, how could he let Pluto Rayleigh be absent? In this world, any person at the top of the power will not be absent. Even Blackbeard Marshal Dietrich, Uehara Naraku arranged a position for him, not to mention Pluto Rayleigh. The Pluto Silvers Rayleigh will definitely appear in this war. Uehara Naraku put his arm against the bar, dragged his cheek, and tilted his head, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Even if Mr. Rayleigh really doesn't want to go, as long as he sends you to the execution platform, Rayleigh will definitely not be absent." "Really?" A strange color flashed in Sayaki's eyes. If she was publicly executed by the Navy, would Rayleigh go to save her? But now Sayaki is not concerned about this issue, but why the Navy forced the Pluto Rayleigh to participate in the earth-shaking world war. The Navy still wants to do something to them? Sayaki puffed out smoke rings, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. "It's just that your Navy's hands are too long, aren't they? Do you want to catch Whitebird and us old guys in one fell swoop?" "No." Uehara Naraku shook his head, holding the table, and slowly stood up. "This is not a war. I just invite you to witness the end of a new era. The great pirate era will definitely come to an end. One Piece will never be a reason for people to become pirates again." "Little guy." Sayaki suddenly interrupted Uehara Naraku with a word. Her eyes slowly stopped on Uehara Naraku, and whispered, "These words don't seem to be spoken by you. You are too young, but your tone is not small. It's not good. This kind of topic. I always feel that it should be raised by Buddha's warring states. How could it be the turn of such a Navy general to talk to her? It really makes people feel weird. Are young people nowadays so rude? Is that so?" Uehara Naraku curled the corners of his mouth. His eyes gradually turned into Samsara eyes, and whispered, "It seems that I'm still underestimated. But this is understandable. When I talk to you nicely, no one seems to take me seriously." Uehara Naraku fixed his eyes on Sayaki, chuckled and said, "But no one has ever thought about it. When I don't want to talk to you, you actually have no chance to talk anymore." The next moment, a surge of domineering color swept out. However, under the control of Uehara Naraku, this domineering aura instantly invaded the entire tavern, destroying everything in the tavern like a hurricane passing through. The strange thing is that this domineering aura stopped instantly after it touched the wall. This tyrannical domineering aura was only vented in this tavern, not a trace. The domineering aura never rushed out of Sayaki's extortion bar. This control alone is no less than that of Pluto Rayleigh, and in terms of the strength of the Conqueror's Haki, Uehara Naraku is even better. No, or more than one level. How could a Vice Admiral of the Navy have such a strong Conqueror's Haki? The Conqueror's Haki on Uehara Naraku kept blowing past Sayaki, but did not hurt her at all. However, the strength of this Haki was like a sharp thorn on the tip of a knife, which made Sayaki's nerves feel a tingling sensation, and even a slight contact might hurt her. Sayaki's eyes were faintly horrified, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Now she didn't dare to look at her bar at all, but just stared at Uehara Naraku. Her body began to retreat involuntarily, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. This man. This Vice Admiral of the Navy. This guy called Uehara Naraku. This guy's not a strawback Vice Admiral. He is clearly a real monster. This time, that bastard really caused a big trouble. When the old guy really was drinking, he was still happy about playing a trick on Uehara Naraku. The old guy didn't know at all that he was the one being played. This guy. Under the gaze of Uehara Naraku, Sayaka retreated step by step, and cold sweat flowed down her cheeks little by little. Just from the feeling, Uehara Naraku's momentum made people feel terrified. Perhaps he was a monster even more terrifying than that guy Garp. As an intelligence dealer, Sayaka's senses were particularly sharp. Uehara Naraku must be someone she couldn't defeat. Even the older Rayleigh was a little reluctant. After all, in order to maintain his vitality and health, Rayleigh has been working hard to practice, but he still can't avoid the aging of his body. Of course, even when Rayleigh was in his prime, he might not be able to defeat the person in front of him. Sayaka had only one plan, which was to escape first. As long as she escaped into the complex Sabaody archipelago and caused chaos, she could fish in troubled waters. Moreover, Sayaka, relying on her fear of Uehara Naraku, approached the wall little by little. She stretched out her arm suddenly, and was about to punch the wall to escape. Sharingan. A gravitational force suddenly appeared. Sayaka's body was involuntarily attracted by this gravitational force and flew back. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm and pressed Sayaka's forehead. A ball of white light shone on his palm and fell on Sayaka's forehead. This white light instantly extracted all the strength from Sayaka's body, causing her body to collapse to the ground involuntarily. A sense of panic rose in Sayaka's heart. What kind of ability does this guy have? Even the domineering spirit in her body no longer exists. Just when Uehara Naraku captured Sayaka, a shell suddenly fell on the roof of the tavern and blew through the tavern directly. Bang! A big hole was blown through the roof of the tavern by the shell. Just as Sayaka's eyes suddenly flashed with hope, as long as she could cause chaos, she would have a chance to escape. However, what made Sayaka despair was that countless dazzling photons flew out from the smoke and gradually gathered into the shape of a person, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru. Well, is it really over? Kizaru pursed his lips with a smile, slowly walked to the side of Uehara Naraku, lowered his head to look at Sayaka who collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion, and said with a smile, "Oh, is this the expedited person on the public execution list this time?" "Yes." After Uehara Naraku nodded, he looked at Kizaru in surprise. Borsalino, where are your subordinates? Zanteomaru is besieging Straw Hat Luffy. Kizaru looked at Uehara Naraku and said with a smile, "When Straw Hat Luffy landed on the Sabaody archipelago, he beat up 3 world nobles, celestial dragons, and after he beat these world nobles, they died on the spot. They should have been beaten to death, right?" Kizaru touched his chin, chuckled and continued, "Straw Hat Luffy is really in big trouble this time. No matter what, we can't let him go today. It just so happens that Straw Hat Luffy and this person can be added to the public execution list at the same time." Second update. Chapter 564 Final version of the execution list. Grand Line. The biggest event in the past few days should be the Sabaody incident. It is said that Straw Hat Luffy killed 3 celestial dragons and was later captured by Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. There is no doubt that the news of the killing of the world's nobles will undoubtedly cause a sensation. In addition, the second big news is that Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was abolished and replaced by a pirate named Marshal D. Teach. These 2 things will undoubtedly make the headlines. However, the headlines of the news agency today are not normal at all, because the entire page of the newspaper is used to list a list and photos. This is the list of public executions by the world government and the Navy. Whitebird Pirates 2nd Division Captain Ace, Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, Straw Hat Pirates Captain Luffy, Red Hair Pirates Captain Shanks, Former Roger Pirates, Crocus, Former Roger Pirates, Douglas Barrett, Former Roger Pirates, Buggy the Clown, Former Roger Pirates, the above. These lists cover most of the Roger Pirates members that the world government and the Navy can find, and the highlight is undoubtedly the son of Pirate King Goldie Roger. As for the location of the public execution, it was finally decided to be in Marineford, the Navy headquarters, and the time of the public execution was set for a week later. The buffer period in between was prepared for the Whitebeard Pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates. This list will undoubtedly be on the headlines, because this list will become the real fuse of the World War and a major event that determines the direction of the world. Almost everyone will be horrified by the people on this list. In the dungeon of Judicial Island, Monkey D. Luffy walked in step by step wearing a sea stone, and the person who was responsible for escorting him was his grandfather, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. This was a task that Garp took on his own initiative. For an old man, it is a great sorrow for the old to send off the young, and this time Garp even had to personally send off the 3 little guys he had high hopes for. Monkey D. Garp was silent, because before sending Luffy into the dungeon of Judicial Island, Garp already knew that Luffy would be taken to the execution platform together with Ace and Sabo. These little guys who grew up together, are they going to die together in Marineford now? Monkey D. Luffy's face was a little weak. He was not sad about his fate, but because Luffy had not eaten enough recently. The most important thing in life is eating. However, when Luffy was being escorted on the warship, whenever he ate heartlessly, Garp couldn't help but knock him down with a punch. This grandson was eating happily. He didn't care at all that his grandfather next to him couldn't eat at all. Now Luffy's mental state was obviously not very good, but a person's voice suddenly made him immediately energetic. Hey, Luffy, why are you here too? Shanks. Luffy's face immediately became more cheerful, and he looked at the red-haired Shanks in a prison with sparkling eyes, and said with a smile, "Heh, I almost forgot, Shanks, you have been caught by them a long time ago." Shanks showed a smile on his face, and didn't care about his embarrassment at all. He chuckled and asked, "Have you seen Ben Beckman? How are they?" "Well, not bad." Luffy nodded, and continued with a smile, "Your new ship is bigger than ours. I also want to thank Beckman for lending us a large sum of money. I will definitely pay him back after I find the big secret treasure." "Okay." Shanks smiled and nodded. Shanks originally hoped that Luffy would become a world famous pirate before they would officially meet and take back the promised token, the Straw Hat. But unexpectedly, they did not meet at sea, but now they met in the dungeon of Judicial Island. This feeling is really strange. Bang. Garp, who was standing nearby, punched Luffy on the head, looked at Shanks coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Luffy, if you hadn't listened to the red-haired guy's instigation, you wouldn't have ended up like him." "Grandpa, I want to go out to sea as a pirate." Luffy looked up at Garp stubbornly, punched the ground, and said in a deep voice, "As long as I do it, it doesn't matter, even if I die for it." "But you immediately." Just when Garp was about to say a few more words, the person in the cell next to him suddenly rushed to the railing. "Straw Hat Luffy, you bastard." "Ha, Buggy." The serious expression on Luffy's face disappeared immediately, and he couldn't help but grinning. He scratched his head and looked at the person imprisoned in another cell. It was Buggy the Clown. Buggy the Clown was arrested by Smoker. Because Buggy the Clown, like Shanks, was once a trainee on the Pirate King's ship, and was also imprisoned in the dungeon of Judicial Island. His cell was next to Shanks's. To be honest, the arrival of Buggy the Clown made Shanks a lot happier. Anyway, the two of them were playmates in their youth, and it is not easy for them to be together now, but Buggy is a little too noisy. Of course. Fortunately, there are people here who can control Buggy. Just when Buggy wanted to scold Luffy, an old man's dull voice interrupted Buggy's words. "Bucky, don't be too noisy, it gives me a headache." Buggy's voice suddenly stopped. It was Crocus, the former ship doctor of their Roger Pirates. Ha. The smile on Luffy's face suddenly got bigger, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kuro, why are you here too? How is Lebu?" Luffy turned to look at Crocus, and without waiting for Crocus to answer, he continued with a smile. "By the way, I have found Brook, and now Brook is the musician on our ship." When the Straw Hat Pirates were rushing to the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy encountered Gekko Moriya's territory and defeated this Shichibuke, which also caused Kabuto Yakushi to find a reason to abolish this Shichibuke, making room for Marshal D. Teach. On Gekko Moriya's territory, Luffy also saw Brook, the captain of the Rumbar Pirates, whom Labu the Whale once followed, but Brook was only left with a skeleton. Crocus walked to the side of the cell, looked at the smiling Luffy, and couldn't help but smile. Ha, it looks like you've had a wonderful journey, Straw Hat Kid. Hehehe. Luffy smiled and scratched his head. Although their journey came to an abrupt end at the Sabaody archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates had experienced quite a lot. Luffy looked at the people in the cells, and continued with a smile. I didn't expect to meet such familiar people here. I feel that this place is actually not bad. This idiot. Buggy couldn't help but flash a hint of anger on his face. However, after hearing Luffy's words, red-haired Shanks and Crocus couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was obvious that Monkey D. Luffy's arrival had added some vitality to the dungeon. Alright. After watching Luffy reminiscing about the past with a group of people, Garp interrupted them in a deep voice. Luffy, now go meet those two bastards Ace and Sabo. The cells for you three are together, and you are all troublesome guys. Ace and Sabo are here too. Luffy rubbed his cheeks and instantly became more energetic. His eyes were shining. He held his cheeks with his palms, and shouted loudly into the dungeon. Hey, Ace, Sabo, I'm coming to find you. Even though the place, where the three brothers reunited, was the dungeon of Judicial Island, it was still difficult to hide the joy in Luffy's heart. There was nothing happier than the reunion of brothers. Just as Garp was leaving with Luffy, red-haired Shanks suddenly called Garp and asked with a serious face, Mr. Garp, even if Luffy is arrested, he should go to Impelton, not be imprisoned here on Judicial Island, right? Garp frowned, and a trace of anger slowly appeared on his face, because Luffy killed 3 trash celestial dragons? Shanks understood immediately. There are indeed too many trash among the celestial dragons. Luffy picked his ears, and some doubts and regrets appeared on his face. I just scared them, but they were scared to death. In fact, when they were in the Sabaody archipelago, those celestial dragons were all frightened and fainted by the domineering aura that Luffy burst out directly, but someone did something to them. In the end, the celestial dragons died in this conflict. And Kabuto Yakushi, who was responsible for investigating the death of the celestial dragons, personally made this matter an ironclad case. Afterwards, every CP agent responsible for protecting the celestial dragons disappeared. According to Kabuto Yakushi, they were buried with the celestial dragons. Shanks looked at Luffy, then at Garp, leaning against the wall of his cell, and nodded slowly, saying, I see. They did not continue to communicate. After Garp and Luffy left, a voice came from another cell. Hey, Shanks, is that kid the one you chose? Roger's straw hat is on his head. Yeah. Shanks nodded and said with a smile, how about it, Barrett? You think Luffy is good too, right? HMPH, just so. The man in the cell was still not satisfied, but he suddenly said, we were all sent here. Didn't the old guy really come in? I don't know. Shanks frowned. They were isolated from the outside world in the dungeon, and had no idea of the news outside. Shaki, who was supposed to be sent to the Judicial Island with Luffy and others, was not sent to the Judicial Island with Luffy, but was imprisoned alone by Yakushi Kabuto. Because Shaki knew too much, Monkey D. Garp and Monkey D. Luffy continued to walk deeper into the cell. This dungeon was filled with coffins, which made people feel cold in their hearts. Luffy watched all this, and looked at the coffins with some curiosity. Hey, why are these things placed here? Don't ask so many questions. Garp punched Luffy on the head and said angrily, because I don't know either. If you don't know, then you don't know. Luffy scratched his head, and continued to look at the coffins in the dungeon. Hey, Luffy. From the depths of the dungeon, the voices of Ace and Sabo came out. Ace. Sabo. Luffy hurried a few steps with a look of surprise on his face. Even though the place where they met was not right, they still smiled insincerely. The 3 brothers finally reunited again in the dark dungeon. They didn't know. The whole sea has become turbulent. First update. I may need to sleep for a whole day. Chapter 565 Hancock, your art is so ugly. Grand line. New World, Whitebird Sea. The atmosphere on the entire Moby Dick was a bit heavy. Everyone's face was not looking good because they all saw the first name on the public execution list in the news headlines, which was the Navy's official declaration of war. The location of the war is the Marine headquarters, Marineford. Letting a Four Emperors pirate group attack the Marine headquarters base is undoubtedly handing over one's own advantage to others, but now Fire Fist Ace is in the hands of the Navy. Just when everyone was feeling low, Whitebird, who was sitting in a chair, finished reading the newspaper and suddenly grinned and said, "Gibala, Sengoku is going to return his son to me. Boys, let's go take Ace home." Roar. Finally found Ace's place. It's time to bring our brother back. The entire Moby Dick suddenly became lively. Uchiha Sasuke was holding a newspaper in his hand. After reading the execution list, he put down the juice in his hand, turned to look at Marco, and stretched out his hand to Marco. "Hey, Marco, get me a bottle of wine." Huh. Marco couldn't help but tilt his head. Why did Uchiha Sasuke, who always wanted to drink juice, suddenly want to drink wine? Every pirate heard what Sasuke said. Everyone looked at Sasuke involuntarily. The next moment, when they saw Uchiha Sasuke reaching out to take a bottle of wine, holding a large bowl and filling it with wine, he raised it to Whitebird Edward Newgate. "Hey, old man, this bowl of wine is for you. Gibala." Whitebird's smile became even brighter, and he also picked up a bottle of wine and raised it to Uchiha Sasuke from a distance. "Our little brat is finally growing up. Ha 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 ha. Dad is right. Sasuke, this little guy, has grown up. Finally he can drink. Sasuke, drink this bowl of wine and go save Ace together." It should be the solemnity before the war, but the Moby Dick seemed to be unaware of it and instantly became a sea of joy. The three Moby Dicks carried the entire Whitebird pirates to the first half of the Grand Line. As they moved forward, one ship after another continued to join in. These are all affiliated pirates of the Whitebird Pirates. They have only one goal: to rescue their companion, Ace of the Fire Fist. Just as the Whitebird pirates rushed to Marineford, the Navy headquarters base was still under construction because there were a lot of people to be publicly executed. Just the execution platform alone, the amount of work increased by more than 10 times the original plan. After all, in addition to Ace of the Fire Fist, there are also a group of cadres of the Revolutionary Army and former members of the Roger Pirates. These people are all well-known figures, and we can't let them all squeeze in one place, right? Navy meeting room. Buddha's Warring States frowned, looking at the list of names of people being executed, and couldn't help but said, "The enemies we were originally going to face. Don't worry about that problem." Kabuto Yakushi interrupted Sengoku, pushed his glasses and said, "Marineford has gathered an elite force of 100,000 Navy, more than a dozen Vice Admirals of the Navy headquarters, 3 Admirals of the Navy headquarters, 7 Shichibuke, and thousands of CP agents." Kabuto Yakushi looked at everyone present and continued calmly, "This combat power is only used to deal with the Whitebird pirates. It would be a bit too wasteful." Buddha's Warring States shook his head and talked about another question. "What about the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates? Because the remnants of the Whitebird pirates and the Red Hair pirates will definitely participate in this war, coupled with the Revolutionary Army. If there is another troublesome Four Emperors pirate group, perhaps the direction of this war will be out of control. Don't worry about this." Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Sengoku, chuckled and said, "What we have to do now is to concentrate on destroying the Whitebird pirates." Dong dong dong. At this moment, a Navy soldier knocked on the door and reported softly, "Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi, except for Marshal Deteach, the other Shichibuke have now arrived at Marineford. Kakuzu, Mahawk, Doflamingo, Hashiga Kikisame, Deidara, Boa Hancock. All 6 Shichibuke have arrived at the port of Marineford. These pirates will participate in this war as the Navy's fighting force. Maybe, temporarily stand on the side of the Navy." At the port of Marineford, Boa Hancock frowned and looked at the other Shichibuke chatting together with disgust, although she didn't like men getting close to her. "But, what's wrong with these guys? The most beautiful woman in the world is here, but these men are chatting together and ignore her? Something is wrong." Originally, Boa Hancock did not want to be recruited, but Giriliosa and her two sisters hoped that she could participate in this world war. After all, this war determines the direction of the world, and they cannot judge the real winner. The most important thing is that Boa Hancock's sisters hope that their sister can try to save Shaki in this war. If it weren't for Shaki, perhaps the three sisters would have been killed long ago. Doflamingo clenched his fists, and the smile on his face was a little crazy. Finally waited until today. Yeah. Hashiga Kikisame also slowly grinned. The real protagonists of this war have never been the Navy and pirates. The strongest group of people and the most powerful forces in the world have gathered together, and the real enemy they have to deal with is Akatsuki. For this moment, they have worked hard for 3 years. These 3 years seem to be pretty good. Deidara ignored them and just held a miniature doll that looked similar to him, adding and subtracting clay on it. Just when Deidara finished and nodded with satisfaction, he was about to put the clay into his bag, but a voice came to his ear. Ugly. The Queen Boa Hancock shook her head and looked at the doll in Deidara's hand with disdain. What an ugly man. Deidara's expression froze for a moment. The next moment, Deidara grabbed the doll in his hand and wanted to smash it towards Boa Hancock, blowing up the world's most beautiful woman and the entire Marineford. How dare this woman insult his art? Fortunately, Hashiga Kikisame stopped Deidara in advance and grinned. Forget it, Deidara. If the 7 warlords of the sea fight among themselves in Marineford, the impact will not be very good. I'm going to blow that woman away. Deidara was about to throw the doll in his hand to Boa Hancock regardless of the consequences. How dare you insult my art? Boa Hancock flicked her hair, making her look graceful. The disgust in her eyes was almost undisguised. Really, I actually associated with a child like you, taking children's toys as art. Sir Hancock, please say less. Hashiga Kikisame grinned, chuckled, and continued. People who can stand here are not that simple. That's right. Doflamingo grinned and walked up slowly. I don't want Marineford to be blown up by Mr. Deidara before the war even starts. Hawky Mihawk was too lazy to pay attention to them. Kakuzu was even more lazy to pay attention to this group of people who could not bring him wealth. Boa Hancock snorted proudly. It doesn't matter, even if Marineford is blown up. It does matter. Kabuto Yakushi walked over slowly, pushed his glasses, and whispered, before our real guests arrive here, as a Vice Admiral and Inspector of the Navy, I don't want you to do anything out of line. With the arrival of the 7 warlords of the sea, all the combat forces that can be deployed by the entire Navy have finally gathered together. Hawky Mihawk looked at the port and asked coldly, isn't the new 7 warlords of the sea here? That 7 warlords of the sea is also one of the roots of the war. If it weren't for the pirate named Marshal D. Teach who colluded with the Navy to capture Ace, this super-scale world war would not have happened. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and whispered, Marshal D. Teach has been allowed to visit his friends in Pelton. Just when most of the 7 warlords of the sea arrived, Marshal D. Teach was still riding his ship to the prison in Pelton. He wanted to get some strong men in the prison before participating in the war. Fortunately, the last position of the 7 warlords of the sea was taken by him. Of course, in Teach's opinion, this is what he should do. After all, it was Teach and Black Zetsu who released the news that forced the world government to abolish Gekko Moria. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbird Marshal D. Teach stood at the bow of his ship, with several members of the Blackbird pirates standing beside him, and behind them stood a group of devil fruit users. These were all white Zetsu strengthened by Blackbird Teach. Conquer this world. Marshal D. Teach looked at the sea, and the smile on his face gradually became more and more crazy. In a few days, when they all think this is their era, what they don't know is that this era has already been written with my name. Thief ha 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 ha. In addition to recruiting powerful pirates as his subordinates, Blackbird's target is some devil fruit users imprisoned by Impelton. He wants to use these to strengthen his White Zetsu Legion before participating in that world war. At that time, Blackbird will let everyone know that the top of this sea must have the name of Marshal D. Teach. After hearing what Black Zetsu said, a group of White Zetsu standing behind the members of the Blackbird pirates looked at each other, and all of them grinned and revealed a strange smile. Second update. Sleep. It should be these few days. Chapter 566. Encounter with the Pirates. Sabaody Archipelago. There are more and more pirates here recently. Since the Navy's execution list was announced, countless pirates have flocked here. Some want to watch the upcoming World War up close, and some pirates want to take this opportunity to enter the second half of the Grand Line and become the new four emperors. After all, red-haired Shanks is about to be executed. Moreover, the battle between the Whitebird pirates and the Navy has already begun. If Whitebird loses, 2 positions in the four emperors will be vacant immediately. This is a huge temptation for some ambitious pirates. Some people even saw Shiki the Golden Lion of the last era appearing in this area, the great pirate who once conquered Marineford single-handedly. Indeed, Shiki the Golden Lion arrived here. This legendary pirate came here, not only to intervene in this world war, but also to recruit Pluto Rayleigh, who appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. Da-da-da-da. The sound of 2 sharp swords stepping on the stone slabs was somewhat crisp. Because many years ago, when Shiki the Golden Lion escaped from the prison in Pelton, he cut off his legs in order to get rid of the shackles. Later, Shiki used these 2 swords to replace his legs. There is no doubt. This is a ruthless person. Shiki the Golden Lion stepped on the 2 swords and walked into a coating factory. He walked step by step to a busy coating worker, slowly grinned, and said with a big laugh, "We haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. Rayleigh. Let's talk about the past later. I'm still working." Pluto Rayleigh stretched out his hand to pull up the coating to cover the hull. After finishing all this, he slowly clapped his palms and turned to look at Shiki. He couldn't help but smile. It looks like we are all old. More than 20 years have passed. After the Battle of Etwall, they have never seen each other again. Now, those who once dominated the Grand Line are old. Even Shiki the Golden Lion has gradually developed wrinkles. The majestic pirate admiral in the past now appears here alone. To put it bluntly, Shiki the Golden Lion was once the most powerful of the 3 legendary pirates, but unfortunately, Shiki the Golden Lion's fleet was completely destroyed by a sudden storm in the Battle of Etwall. Now all this has passed. Now there are only 2 old men left in this factory. HMPH. Shiki the Golden Lion shook his head, not agreeing with Rayleigh's statement at all. His body gradually floated up, and he slowly spread out his arms, grinning. "What sage? As long as I'm alive, this world will be mine sooner or later." Shiki the Golden Lion clenched his fists suddenly, and said fanatically, "Roger has been dead for 20 years. Come out and work with me again, Rayleigh. I heard about what happened in Sabaody. You are obviously not old yet." Shiki the Golden Lion laughed almost arrogantly on his face. "A world war that can change the world. As long as we join hands, we can take back everything we had before." Originally, Shiki the Golden Lion just wanted to intervene in this unprecedented world war, but after hearing the news about Pluto Rayleigh, Shiki the Golden Lion came to the Sabaody archipelago specially. If he wants to intervene in this world war, any bit of strength is important. "I refuse." Pluto Rayleigh shook his head, held his glasses, and looked at the old Shiki, and whispered, "Didn't expect that this war would also attract you? Ha 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 ha." Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air, looking down at Rayleigh with a wild smile on his face. "Such a grand scene hasn't happened in 20 years, right? This time I want to see carefully what kind of mess that Whitebird guy will make of Marineford. Humph, if I'm not satisfied. Gilalalala. I shouldn't let you down." Just at this moment, a hearty laugh interrupted Shiki's words. Edward Newgate with a white beard walked in, leaning on his big sword, raised his head to look at the Golden Lion in the air, and grinned. "Gilala. No matter where you are, you want to make a big noise. Your temper still hasn't changed. Ski." Newgate. The Golden Lion Ski's eyes flashed, staring at the white beard, and the next moment the smile on his face became even bigger. "I haven't seen you for so many years. Let me see how much strength you have left now." Just as Ski suddenly spread out his palms and was about to take action here, Rayleigh interrupted him loudly. "Ski, this is not the place for you to go wild. Gilala." "That's right." Edward Newgate with a white beard couldn't help laughing a few times and slowly turned his head to look at Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, you can coat here, right?" Rayleigh was silent for a second. The next moment, Rayleigh nodded slowly, pushed his glasses, and smiled. "But my price is not low. You can name your price." Whitebird spread his palms nonchalantly, and his smile became a little subtle. The most precious treasure in the world is One Piece. You have seen it a long time ago. Give Allah. Any other price, you can name it. I want to take your ship. Rayleigh's words made Whitebird's expression immediately serious. However, Rayleigh did not say anything, but explained softly, just take your ship to enter Marineford. Don't think too much, Newgate. I have never thought about it so. Whitebird grinned a few times, slowly shook his head and said, is it for Crocus? Or for that little girl Shaki? Whitebird also looked at the Navy's execution list. It was because of seeing Zayaki's name that Edward Newgate, the Whitebird, came to ask Rayleigh if he wanted to go with him. He could take a ride. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh took the initiative to propose. Rayleigh nodded solemnly, leaned over to get his film sticking tool, and said in a deep voice, that couldn't be better. Hey, don't ignore me. Shiki the Golden Lion's face was a little ugly. Shiki the Golden Lion looked at the two people on the ground, and his palm suddenly flipped to start a sweeping gust of wind, but a gravitational force suddenly sucked him down from the air. At some point, a young man stood beside Whitebird and stretched out his palm towards Shiki the Golden Lion. His eyes had a different weird look. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Sharingan of all things. Uchiha Sasuke manipulated gravity to attract Shiki down, and his other palm suddenly pulled out the supreme sword on his body. The next moment, a blade flashed. This knife seemed extremely ruthless. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to want to cut the body of Golden Lion Shiki in half. It seemed that the legendary pirate would fall here in the next second. However, Whitebird waved his Kusakome Kiri to block the blade. Clang! The sound of the collision of two supreme swords was extremely crisp. Whitebird blocked Uchiha Sasuke's attack, shook his head slowly at him and said, Sasuke, don't worry, this guy's not our enemy now. I know. Uchiha Sasuke slowly retracted his knife. The appearance of Uchiha Sasuke made Golden Lion Shiki and Hades Rayleigh frown at the same time. However, Whitebird Edward Newgate didn't care about Uchiha Sasuke's fierceness when he attacked. He slowly put away his Kusakome Kiri sword and continued with a smile. Okay, wait for me for a while. I will find you after I reminisce with my old friends. I know. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slowly. Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate, but left the coating factory on his own. Originally, he had noticed the strength of Golden Lion Shiki, so Sasuke had to intervene. According to Marco, before the war began, their father must not be injured. Just as Uchiha Sasuke left the coating factory and returned to the Moby Dick, a group of people looked at Sasuke with winks. Hey, Sasuke, let's destroy this naval base in Sabaody? I remember that the vice admiral stationed here once helped to capture Ace. No. Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help shaking his head and said, Buster, Joss, don't bother me before rescuing Ace. Really? Sasuke didn't know what to say. In the past, whenever Sasuke wanted to destroy a base, a group of pirates would try to persuade him to give up the idea. As a result, now, the person stationed in the Sabaody archipelago is Uehara Naraku. These pirates of the Whitebird pirates have become bolder. The more you can't mess with someone, the more you want to mess with him. First update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567. Before the war begins, Mary Geise is besieged. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke did not lose his mind. If he had not stopped the Whitebird pirates, the Whitebird pirates might not have to go to Marineford and might have been directly arrested and put on the execution list together. Create a massive war. And in this war, control the world in your hands, whether it is power or power. It seems that this is Uehara Naraku's purpose. For example, when he was in the ninja world, Uehara Naraku single-handedly led the 4th Ninja World War. The final result was good, but the mentality of the entire ninja world collapsed. But, the mentality of people in this world seems to be stronger, right? In any case, this war has come to this point and is inevitable, unless Uehara Naraku is willing to intervene forcefully to stop this war. After the coating of the 3 Moby Dicks was completed, the entire Whitebird Pirates main group took Pluto Rayleigh and hurriedly dived to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. In addition to them, there are 2 remnants of the previous generation, Pluto Silver's Rayleigh and Golden Lion Shiki. As for all the affiliated pirate groups, they all moved collectively towards Marineford. All the warships that monitored the Whitebird Pirates along the way were swept away by them. Water City 7. When the Whitebird Pirates were rushing to Marineford, the new Red Force, which was staying in Water City 7, also set off towards the Marine headquarters in Marineford. They were the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates. Impelton Prison. A warship stopped here, and the 7 warlords of the Sea Marshal D. Teach entered Impelton Prison at this time, and broke into the bottom of the prison with a laugh. At this time, a large fleet took the opportunity to slowly bypass the Impelton Prison, and entered the Whirlpool Current through the Justice Gate of the prison, led by a dragon head ship. This is the large force of the Revolutionary Army. The Whitebird Pirates, the remnants of the Red Hair Pirates, and the Revolutionary Army are all heading towards Marineford. They will arrive at the Marine headquarters base today. Marine headquarters, Marineford. The island was on unprecedented alert, with 100,000 Navy officers gathering in the square of Marineford. A group of vice admirals of the Navy headquarters stood inside, directing their subordinates to check their weapons and be ready to participate in the battle at any time. Every vice admiral of the Navy headquarters knew it well. Vice Admiral Onigumo, Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Huasheoshin, Vice Admiral Maynard. These vice admirals who made the pirates tremble in fear in the Grand Line, except for a vice admiral of the headquarters who brought shame to them, all gathered here. By the way, where is Vice Admiral Uehara? Maynard bit his cigarette and said slowly, until this big day, that guy is still in the Sabaody archipelago, and has not been transferred here? Probably not. Onigumo frowned and whispered, a person who offended Chief of Staff Kabuto can still be stationed in Sabaody. It's already a good arrangement for him. This is already very generous. Flying Squirrel shook his head and explained softly, his strength is obviously not matched with the rank of Vice Admiral of the headquarters. It always feels that he is not responsible enough for the lives of the soldiers in the branch to be allowed to be the commander of a branch base. Let's not talk about that guy. Are all the 7 warlords of the sea here? There is only one Marshal Teach who has not arrived yet, and the other 7 warlords of the sea are already here. Today. I hope everything goes well. Yeah. I hope fewer soldiers will die. Don't worry about this problem. When will there be too many casualties in the battle? Arranged by Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi. If the loss rate exceeds 50%, there must be something wrong with us commanders. That's Whitebird and the restless guys in the Revolutionary Army. A group of vice admirals gathered here to chat lively, and no one had a smile on their face, because they didn't know if there would be a tomorrow after today. Today is the day of public execution. With the buffer time of the previous week, the Navy continued to deploy troops and build the defense line of Marineford, so as to maximize their geographical advantages. A long row of execution platforms is located in the center of Marineford Square. All the pirates, cadres of the Revolutionary Army, etc. on the public execution list have been escorted to the dungeon of Marineford, and they will be executed by the Navy today. And below the execution platform, that is the defense line of the 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. The top combat power of the Marine headquarters has gathered here. Now the 3 admirals are sitting below the execution platform, receiving the attention of 100,000 Navy officers, but the 3 of them are still chatting with different moods. However, they are not talking about the Whitebird pirates. Akainu sat on the chair in the middle, and turned his head to look at Aokiji with a lingering irritability on his face. HMPH, what does Akatsuki mean? This war was manipulated by them, but they haven't shown up yet? You are also a member of Akatsuki, Sakazuki. Aokiji shook his head, his expression still calm, but don't worry, you should receive news today. Yeah. Kizaru pursed his lips and smiled as he persuaded his fellow countryman, Sakazuki, there is no need to worry. When Akatsuki doesn't give orders, we just need to do what we want. As for when they give orders, why don't we just execute them? Even though the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters all joined the Akatsuki organization, they eventually took different paths, but this time there were obviously some differences. In the Navy, a Kainu is obviously a hawk with a strong hand, who always advocates to eliminate all pirates at all costs. However, in the Akatsuki organization, a Kainu has become a weird dove, advocating that the Akatsuki organization should not interfere with the Navy too much. Compared with a Kainu, Aokiji, as a Kainu's old rival, is obviously a little different. In the Navy, Aokiji is a dove with a slightly gentle hand, who has his two-sided approach to everything. However, in the Akatsuki organization, Aokiji has become a weird hawk, hoping that the Akatsuki organization will replace the world government to take over the Navy and end the era of pirates. Because the strength of the Akatsuki organization is very strong. Perhaps it is because the strength of the Akatsuki organization is too strong, and the Akatsuki organization is not as ruthless as the world government in treating the lower level civilians. They even encourage more civilians to become stronger, and then these strong people join the Akatsuki organization. It's really outrageous. Compared with Akainu and Aokiji, Kizaru's mentality is relatively mild. If Akatsuki takes over the Navy, with his strength and status, he can continue to enforce his ambiguous justice and do whatever he wants. If Akatsuki does not interfere too much with the Navy, with his status as an admiral, he can still do whatever he wants. Kizaru has no advantages, but he has a very good mentality. Even when he learned that Aokiji and Akainu were both members of Akatsuki, Kizaru was able to quickly adjust his mentality and quickly integrate into the dual identities of Navy Admiral and Akatsuki undercover. HMPH. At least let us know their purpose. Hearing Kizaru's words, Akainu hugged his arms and snorted coldly, and said in a deep voice, "Are those guys from Akatsuki going to use the Navy to destroy the Whitebird pirates? Impossible." Aokiji interrupted Akainu with a word, and said slowly, "With their strength, it shouldn't be difficult to do such a thing, right? Who knows?" Kizaru continued with a smile. "Maybe they want to conquer the world." The 7 warlords seemed to be having a good chat. HMPH. Akainu looked at the 7 warlords over there coldly, and said in a muffled voice, "Except for that woman Boa Hancock, the others are their own people. Sakazuki, they are our own people." Aokiji looked up at the sky and corrected Akainu. "The front of the Marineford defense line. That is where the 7 warlords are located. The Navy obviously wants to use the 7 warlords as a role of charging into battle, and these 7 warlords have no objection. Except for Marshal Dietrich, the other 6 Shichibukai were just in front of the Marineford defense line, chatting casually. There seemed to be no shortage of topics for the Shichibukai to talk about, and even Boa Hancock, an outsider, had a vague feeling. In fact, the relationship between the Shichibukai was pretty good. As the center of the entire Marineford battlefield, Kabuto Yakushi was the commander-in-chief of this war, and Sengoku Buddha was the admiral of the Navy. The two of them were now standing on the execution platform. In addition to them, there was Vice Admiral Garp. Because the 3 Luffy brothers were on the list of executions today, Sengoku Buddha didn't want Garp to do anything stupid, so he let Garp stand here. In case Garp did something stupid, he could control this old friend at any time. 3 hours ago, Ben Beckman, a remnant of the Red Hair Pirates, resupped in the 7 waters. 2.5 hours ago, the figure of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, appeared near the Impelton prison. An hour ago, the Whitebird pirates disappeared from our surveillance. Kabuto Yakushi touched the Dendenmushi in his hand, and continued calmly, "According to the time, it looks like they will soon rush to Marineford from Champati. Are all preparations ready?" Buddha's warring states frowned, looking down at the Navy in Marineford Square, and said in a deep voice, "Even with 100,000 elite troops, it may not be easy to get rid of Whitebird, not to mention Uchiha Sasuke and Dragon." As an opponent who once chased Whitebird to the death, Buddha's warring states knew Whitebird's power very well, and knew how much energy that guy could burst out when he was really angry. Destroying Marineford is not a problem for Whitebird. There's nothing to worry about. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and chuckled, saying, "In addition to the Navy, the CP agents will all join the battle, and it's more than enough to deal with them." In the dungeon of Marineford, coffins were placed here one by one. The reincarnated ninjas walked out of the coffins one by one. Standing in front of this group of ninjas was a group of agents in uniforms. They were all Anbu-jonin from various ninja villages. At this moment, they were looking at the figures in the front with awe. Wu, the second generation Tsuchikage. Hazuki Jinjetsu, the second generation Mizukage. AI, the third generation Reikage. Rasa, the fourth generation Kazakage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation Hokage. As for the first generation Hokage, the second generation Hokage and the fourth generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara, they are not here now. In addition to these CP agents, there is also a group of pacifist machines from the Navy Science Corps, which will become a weapon for harvesting pirates. Now, everything is ready. All the forces of the entire Navy headquarters have been assembled, and the live broadcast of the Dendenmashi has been turned on. It's almost time. Buddha Warring States took a look at Zalhagen's formation, took a piece of paper in his hand, and walked to the microphone in the center of the execution platform, and said softly, "Take all the people first. Bulu Gilu. Bulu Gilu Bulu." The sound of the Dendenmashi rang rapidly. Buddha Warring States couldn't help but frowned. At this critical moment, when the whole world was watching, who would give him a Dendenmashi? Buddha Warring States slowly turned around, and walked to the side, connected the Dendenmashi, and looked at the appearance on the Dendenmashi. His expression suddenly became weird, because the person who gave him the Dendenmashi was the Five Elders. Buddha Warring States' expression was subtle. What was going on? Why did the Five Elders give him a Dendenmashi? Wouldn't it be enough to just find the trusted confidant of the five old guys, Kabuto Yakushi? However, when Sengoku just answered the call, the hurried voice of one of the five elders fell into Sengoku's ears. "Sengoku, Mirajoa is surrounded. Send all the navy to support us immediately, and be quick." Second update. Chapter 568. What bad intentions could Zio have? They just want to destroy Mirajoa. To be honest, Sengoku felt that what the five elders said was a bit outrageous. Now a war that determines the fate of the world is about to start. The Navy and the pirates are about to decide in Marineford whether the wave of the Great Pirate Era is bigger, or whether it will open the prelude to the end of the Great Pirate Era. At this time, the five elders suddenly asked him to transfer the Navy to Mirajoa. The reason given by the five elders was that the Holy Land of Mirajoa was surrounded. Mirajoa is the location of all departments of the world government, and it is located at the highest point of the Red Earth continent. How could anyone surround Mirajoa? Where did the enemy come from? Even if a large number of CP agents were drawn to protect the celestial dragons for the war, there were still many army guards for the safety of the Holy Land of Mirajoa. It is impossible that the message of requesting support came from there after the enemy surrounded Mirajoa. When Sengoku thought of this, he turned his head suddenly and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, because the garrison of Mirajoa and the CP agents stationed there have always been the responsibility of Kabuto Yakushi. What happened? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, glanced at Buddha Sengoku, chuckled and pointed at the Dendenmashi in his hand. The war is about to begin. Marshal, don't answer the Dendenmashi of irrelevant people. Sengoku's expression gradually became gloomy. As a confidant of the five elders, Kabuto Yakushi shouldn't say such a thing. It is obvious that the five elders have always been the support behind Kabuto Yakushi. The five elders. When did they become irrelevant people? When they held a combat meeting in the conference room yesterday, Kabuto Yakushi kept using the name of the five elders to suppress him. The Navy Marshal. How come he has become an irrelevant person today? Kabuto Yakushi. The five elders on the other side of the Dendenmashi heard Kabuto Yakushi's voice, and the entire Dendenmashi immediately trembled inside, and there came a burst of suppressed anger from the five elders. Tell us, what's going on? Why? CP agents didn't report the enemy's news. Another angry voice of the five elders also came in. Didn't you say that all the information is in the hands of CP agents? Why did the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates appear in Mirajoa? The voices of the five elders were almost on the verge of going berserk at any time. If Kabuto Yakushi was with them, these old men would definitely not mind tearing Kabuto Yakushi into pieces. That's why the five elders didn't call Dendenmashi to Kabuto Yakushi at the first time, because they realized that Kabuto Yakushi was no longer reliable, and this guy might be deceiving his superiors and subordinates. This dead liar. He really deceived them. If it weren't for Kabuto Yakashi's promise that CP agents were monitoring the war between the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates, and even passing on intelligence to them from time to time, suggesting that CP agents intervene in the war between the two pirate groups, they really thought everything was under control. This is also because the success rate of all of Kabuto Yakashi's strategies in the past few years has been too high, and he has really solved a lot of troubles for the world government, making the five elders full of trust in his judgment. Anyway, if Kabuto Yakashi doesn't listen, they can get rid of him at any time, and the world government is too dependent on the CP intelligence department. The original CP department's agent loss rate has always been high, and Kabuto Yakashi can only use some major replacement and large-scale selection and recruitment to revitalize the CP department, making this department the most proud department of the world government. The five elders naturally have high hopes for the CP department. As a result, now, the enemy has gathered and landed on the Red Earth continent, and the CP agents have not reported anything. The enemy has surrounded Mirajoa, and the CP agents still have not reported anything. The five elders are going crazy. This matter leaves them all confused. No matter what, the five elders can't figure it out. Yesterday, when the world government was still the strongest force in the ocean, and was about to completely rule the world, the five elders were still fantasizing that after the victory of the war, the great pirate era would be completely ended, and they could also take the opportunity to ask for more heavenly gold from all places. When I woke up this morning, Mirajoa, the holy land of the world government, was surrounded by the enemy. Overnight, the world government was on the verge of destruction, which made everyone dumbfounded. Overnight, the world government was going from the top to destruction. No matter who it was, they would never think that such a thing would happen. Even the five elders couldn't accept this. Of course, not to mention it, no one in Mirajoa could accept this. One of the five elders snatched the Denden Mushi and said in a deep voice, "Kabuto Yakashi, tell me what's going on. Didn't you say that the war between the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates is still going on? But the two of them are just outside the Holy Land City, and they have already confirmed that they have joined forces. This is incredibly strange. Because some time ago, not many people in the world knew the whereabouts of the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates, as if they had disappeared strangely. But the Big Mom Sea area has indeed been occupied a lot. No one has found any news about them. Only the CP department of Kabuto Yakashi can find out the news." Sigh. Kabuto Yakashi took the Denden Mushi from Sengoku's hand, sighed, and said to the five elders on the Denden Mushi side, "Don't worry, the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates are nothing to worry about. They are just affiliated pirate groups of the Akatsuki." Just as the whole world was watching the two Four Emperors pirate groups, the Navy and the remnants of the White Bat pirates and the Red Hair pirates, who were about to start a world war. The remaining two Four Emperors pirate groups in the Grand Line New World have all been taken in by the Akatsuki, and Big Mom herself has suffered the same fate as Kato, except that Big Mom joined the Akatsuki, and she will always act together with Akatsuki, because Kaguya Otsutsuki can control the runaway Big Mom, and the two mothers get along well. And as the hero of Akatsuki's quick raid to resolve the war, Katakuri became the new captain of the Big Mom pirates, or should I say the Charlotte pirates, but this pirate group became a subsidiary force of Akatsuki. Now suddenly hearing about the relationship between the two Four Emperors pirate groups and Akatsuki, both Buddhist Sengoku and the five elders felt a little uneasy. It seems that there is something that they have never known. Akatsuki? Sengoku couldn't help but glance sideways when he heard it, and a drop of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Finally, he asked the same question, "Kabuto, what is going on?" Because Sengoku couldn't figure out what happened in this. "Don't worry about it, Sengoku," one of the five elders said in a muffled voice on the other end of the Denden Mushi. "From now on, remove Kabuto Yakashi from all positions, immediately transfer all the navy back to Mirajoa, and first send Kizaru to Mirajoa for support." Sengoku's expression suddenly froze. The world government has encountered an unimaginable crisis. No matter what, the navy cannot leave it alone, otherwise the world may collapse. Even if the war is won. But the world government does not exist, and victory is meaningless. But, at this time, the navy is probably too late to rush to Mirajoa for support. Perhaps the only thing Sengoku can do is to transfer Kizaru to Mirijoa for support. However, just when Sengoku wanted to answer, Kabuto Yakashi's mouth curled up, and his palm suddenly exerted force, crushing the Denden Mushi in his hand to death. This action made the Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but be shocked. Kabuto Yakashi, what are you doing? The shock and anger on the face of the Buddha Sengoku could hardly be suppressed. The five elders really loved to joke. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses, looked at Buddha's warring states, and said with a smile, when a world war is about to start, how can the navy be transferred to another place? This order is not very rational at this point. Kabuto Yakashi continued, okay, Marshal, don't pay attention to that little thing about Mirijoa. What we have to do is to win the war we are about to face. Kabuto Yakashi. Buddha's warring states clenched his fists suddenly, and his aura gradually surged, causing a group of navy men to couldn't help but look at him sideways. However, Kabuto Yakashi's smile remained unchanged, and he said with a smile, don't be like this, Marshal. Mirijoa needs to face their fate, and we also need to face our own fate. You are a little too out of control. Kabuto Yakashi. Sengoku's face was full of shock and anger. Kabuto Yakashi, what is your relationship with Akatsuki? Are you manipulating all this behind the scenes? Kabuto Yakashi didn't care about Sengoku's attitude at all, still smiled and spread his palms, and continued calmly, don't care about these little things. These are really just little things. Because you will soon find that everything you know now is actually just insignificant little things. Asshole. Buddha Sengoku glanced at Kabuto Yakashi coldly, and then looked at Garp, who had been silent beside him, and said coldly, Garp, help me keep an eye on this guy. I'll go to mobilize troops. Garp's face was full of complexity, because Garp heard everything. It's just that the old man hasn't come back to his senses. He doesn't quite understand what happened, but there is no doubt that Kabuto Yakashi has a problem. This war that is about to break out also has problems. To be honest, Garp's mood is very complicated, because on one side is a world in chaos, and on the other side are his three grandsons. If this war goes according to plan, Luffy and his brothers will not be able to escape the fate of death. If something unexpected happens in the middle, perhaps they can still survive. The next moment, Garp thought for a long time, and finally nodded slowly. Garp's eyes fell on Kabuto Yakashi, and slowly clenched his fists. Kabuto, let's have a good talk. Don't worry, I won't hide anything. Kabuto Yakashi smiled, and shook his head at Garp, then turned to look at Buddha's warring states, and continued with a smile. Oh, by the way, Marshal, if you want to mobilize troops, maybe only Vice Admiral Garp and Vice Admiral Chiru will obey your orders. Humph, you don't have to worry about it. A flash of anger flashed across Buddha's warring states' face. As the Admiral of the Navy, warring states naturally knew what had happened in the Navy recently. Because Kabuto Yakashi is a student of Admiral Zephyr, many Navy officers are his classmates. In addition, Kabuto Yakashi and the CP department have helped the Navy a lot, and saved many people. Many Navy officers will do favors for him. Of course, Sengoku doesn't believe that the Vice Admiral will refuse his order. However, Sengoku will not dispatch the Vice Admiral to Mirijoa. Because of the crisis in Mirijoa, 2 Navy admirals must be transferred. At this point, the Navy and the world government are about to face the siege of all the 4 Emperor's pirate groups, and the manpower seems to be particularly stretched. Sengoku only hopes that the 2 Navy admirals he transferred to Mirijoa first can delay the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. If possible, he hopes that the Celestial Dragons can use their national treasures to solve the crisis at the cost of their lives. And now the one who can rush to Mirijoa the fastest is undoubtedly Kizaru, who has the ability of the Flash Fruit. Sengoku naturally ordered Kizaru to rush to support. What's not so good is, at the critical moment, Kizaru did not leave immediately. The Admiral scratched his head, and when he heard about Mirijoa, he pursed his lips, and said with a smile, come to think of it, do you really need my support? That's Akatsuki. Follow orders. Sengoku looked at Kizaru with anger on his face, and was about to curse coldly. Be serious, Borsalino. If you are not careful, the whole world will be destroyed. Marshal, do you like to joke too? Kabuto Yakashi shook his head, smiled and said, how can the world be destroyed? Akatsuki is just a peace organization. What bad intentions can they have? They just want to destroy Mirajoa. First update. Chapter 569. What I asked was who is a member of Akatsuki, not who is not a member of Akatsuki. There is something wrong with what Kabuto Yakushi said. A force that wants to destroy the world government and even brings together two of the world's top pirate groups. Can it be called a peaceful organization with no bad intentions? Kabuto Yakushi. Sengoku clenched his fists and stared at Kabuto Yakushi in front of him. You are in collusion with Akatsuki, or you are Akatsuki's undercover in the Navy. But I never thought that you would come to this point today. The mood of the Navy Admiral became more and more complicated. They, the veterans of the Navy, once had high hopes for Kabuto Yakushi, but they saw with their own eyes that Kabuto Yakushi fought for power and profit coldly and numbly, which made them very disappointed. Even so, Buddha Sengoku is still restraining himself as much as possible to make way for the future of the Navy, because he knows that Kabuto Yakushi's existence is of great help to the Navy. But now Kabuto Yakushi has gone even further and is directly involved with Akatsuki. Forget it. We'll investigate your case after the war. Sengoku waved his hand to stop Kabuto Yakushi, who was about to respond, turned his head and glanced at Kizaru, who was still standing there, frowned. Borsalino, why are you still here? The situation is urgent. Go to support Mirajoa immediately. I will send Sakazuki to assist you immediately. Be sure to protect the safety of everyone in the world government. Kizaru still stood there without moving. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters just smiled. Even though Kizaru didn't say anything, he didn't do anything, but Sengoku understood everything. It was as if a flash of lightning flashed through his brain. Kabuto Yakushi likes to plan before he acts. How could this guy not consider the threat posed by the Admiral? The question is, how did this guy deal with the Admiral? Whether it was Sengoku Buddha or Vice Admiral Garb, their eyes fell on Kizaru almost at the same time, which made the Admiral feel a little embarrassed. Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who used to be his adjutant, and his aura suddenly became heavy, and even a touch of golden light shone on his body. Borsalino, what I didn't expect was that, as a Navy Admiral, you also colluded with Akatsuki. It's better not to ask Admiral Borsalino about this, right? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and explained with a smile, because no matter what, it was me who took the initiative to invite Admiral Borsalino to join Akatsuki. Since Kizaru has joined Akatsuki, then what about the remaining Aokiji and Akainu? Sengoku took a deep breath. His eyes fell on Aokiji and Akainu, who were sitting at the execution platform in the distance. He didn't want to ask the next question. To be honest, according to Sengoku's speculation, these two people may join Akatsuki, and these two people may not join Akatsuki. Aokiji was not very satisfied with the world government for a while, and even ignored the orders of the five elders. Aokiji was the most likely person to join Akatsuki. Of course, Akainu was not very satisfied with the current state of the Navy, especially in the past 2 years. Akainu believed that the Navy should be tougher and must wipe out the pirates in the New World as soon as possible, no matter how much it cost. Garp touched his chin and scratched his head subconsciously. Kyuzen and Sakazuki shouldn't join Akatsuki, right? No. Sengoku already had the answer in his mind. He shook his head slowly, sighed and said, Garp, you guys didn't notice that they often get together, and the relationship between Kyuzen and Sakazuki, who used to be very at odds, is getting better and better. No need to ask. Just think about it, and you will know. Aokiji and Akainu haven't spoken much in more than 20 years. In the past few years, the three admirals of the Navy headquarters have frequently gathered. What else could it be, except that they have a common secret in their hearts? It's so sad. The three admirals of the Navy headquarters are all members of the Akatsuki organization. Until today, when the war is about to start, Sengoku, as the Navy Marshal, found out that the admirals he had always regarded as the trump cards of the war had rebelled. So, there is no need to continue this war, right? If all the admirals with the highest combat power in the headquarters rebelled, the world government and the Navy would have no hope of winning. In addition, it is unknown how many people in the entire Marineford are willing to obey the orders of Kabuto Yakushi. Now they can only wait for the enemy to slaughter them. And, there is also the CP department. if I remember correctly, because the losses of the CP department in the past few years were too great, they had to be replaced by Kabuto Yakushi. Thinking about it this way, it is clear that Kabuto Yakushi is eliminating dissidents. Is the CP department also Akatsuki's people? Yes. Kabuto Yakushi did not deny it. At this time, it is meaningless to deny it. Sengoku nodded slowly. He had been prepared for this. His eyes fell on the 7 warlords of the sea. Except for the Empress Boa Hancock, the other 7 warlords seemed to get along very well with each other. 7 warlords of the sea. So far, a group of 7 warlords of the sea have also been replaced. Sengoku looked at the 7 warlords of the sea and said in a deep voice, in the past few years, you have been pushing for the abolition and replacement of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you think about it, there should be members of Akatsuki among the 7 warlords of the sea, right? Are you present? Yakushi Kabuto looked at the 7 warlords of the sea and said with a smile, except for Boa Hancock, that stubborn woman, everyone else is our companion. Sengoku choked and wanted to curse. Even Garp was a little speechless after hearing this. Isn't this too arrogant? Obviously, but as Sengoku asked who among the 7 warlords of the sea was a member of Akatsuki, but Kabuto Yakushi answered him who was not a member of Akatsuki. Haha. Marineford is really like a sieve. These things. The more you think about them, the more desperate you become. The mood of the Navy Admiral suddenly became sad. Kabuto Yakushi vowed that except for Garp and Vice Admiral Churu, he, the Navy Admiral, could not mobilize anyone else. This statement was not particularly exaggerated. Sengoku felt a little pain in his chest, but he insisted on continuing in a deep voice. If you say so, you have planned it long ago, and you have also arranged people in Mirajoa, right? I can't say that. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and smiled and said, it was just a little trick. If my plan is not wrong, now the defenders of the entire Mirajoa should only have our world commander-in-chief. Mirajoa. This holy place was surrounded by water. A group of pirates were laughing and joking as they bombarded the walls of Mirajoa with cannons, even though the holy land in front of them was no longer fortified. Because all the generals of the garrison were controlled by the CP department. Before the arrival of the Akatsuki army, the CP department led the army to evacuate Mirajoa in an organized manner. The Holy Land now should be the most humiliating moment since the establishment of the world government. A group of pirates were shouting and cursing outside the city, asking the world nobles, the celestial dragons, to get out and die in Mirajoa immediately. This should be the peak of their lives. The only person who was still resisting was Steel Bone Sora, who was about to retire and make way for Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi's plan went well. This world commander-in-chief was actually a commander without troops and could only gather a group of celestial dragon slaves. Now, this is the only armed force left in Mirajoa. This war didn't even need to start. Steel Bone Sora knew that they were already doomed to lose. So what could Steel Bone Sora use to fight? Do they really have to use their own skulls to fight? Mirajoa, Pangu City. Everyone in the 5 elders looked unhappy. The truth was clear. Kabuto Yakushi had tricked them, gave up his future as the world's top commander, and colluded with Akatsuki and 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate groups. Why on earth did that guy do that? Is there anyone in the world who can give Kabuto Yakushi more than them? Just as the 5 elders and Sora Steel were thinking about where this powerful coalition came from and how long it would take for their fate to come, a broadcast suddenly sounded throughout Mirajoa. In 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, the celestial dragon Demet shot and killed the royal family of the Kingdom of Gina, abducted the queen and princess of the Kingdom of Gina, and killed 175 men, women, old and young along the way. In 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, the celestial dragon Kokalier abducted 11 women as his wives, shot and killed their husbands and families, killed 15 people, and kicked to death a 3-year-old child. In 1513 of the Sea Circle calendar, the celestial dragon Doskad shot and killed 9 people on Ro Island, and ordered former CP0 agents to torture and kill 31 people in 1513. of the Sea Circle calendar, the celestial dragon Rosween shot and killed 11 people in the Sabaody archipelago and abducted 7 people as slaves in 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. The celestial dragon Snainpu killed 3 people on Backer Island in 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. The celestial dragon Charles shot and killed 7 civilians in the Sabaody archipelago and abducted 3 women as his wives. The sound of the broadcast continued throughout Mirajoa. The names of the celestial dragons were read out one by one. Every celestial dragon who had ever gone out seemed to have committed a crime, relying on their status as world nobles to burn, kill and rob at will. Because it is very easy for the celestial dragons to destroy a country, these world nobles who claim to be descendants of the creator can take whatever they want on this sea. Many evil things that the celestial dragons have done are too numerous to list. But there are still people who remember these. The radio of Mirajoa kept broadcasting these news, making the celestial dragons and the 5 elders in this city finally feel a sense of absurdity. This group of people actually want to judge them? Do a group of pirates want to judge the world nobles? As the expressions of the celestial dragons and the 5 elders in Mirajoa became more and more ugly, the radio of Mirajoa finally came to an end. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, the celestial dragons Chardalo, Doswood, Pandelm and 8 others offended the leader of the Akatsuki organization in Mirajoa. Everyone's expression gradually became subtle. Not only the celestial dragons in Mirajoa, but even the pirates and ninja coalition all felt that this was the real reason for their attack on Mirajoa. They weren't really good people. Just as everyone was talking to each other, red barriers were pulled open from the surroundings, completely blocking the entire Mirajoa. It was the 4-Ejang Formation. As the 4-Ejang Formation barrier opened, the voice of the coalition chief of staff Narashikaku fell into everyone's ears. Then please start. Wipe out everything in this city. The next moment, a roar echoed in the air. Kado, the beast, turned into a dragon and soared into the air, taking the lead in spewing a hot dragon breath towards the city of Mirajoa. First update. Chapter 570 Divine Punishment. Dragon's breath flames fell. The whole of Mirajoa fell into a sea of fire. Kado of the beasts took the lead in launching the attack. Kado has never had any respect for the holy land of Mirajoa, nor does he care about the lives of these celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha. Kado, you are too anxious. Big Mom stepped on a cloud and rose above Mirajoa. She waved her hand slowly and shouted to her soul creation with a laugh. Zeus, Prometheus, let's start a big fight too. Yes, Mom. Balls of flames fell from the sky. The temperature in the air suddenly rose. Facing the 4 emperors wreaking havoc in Mirajoa, Steelbone Kong, the world's commander-in-chief, finally couldn't sit still. He waved his fist and rose from the ground. He punched Kado's dragon head, and the huge dragon body was directly knocked to the ground by him. Steelbone Khan finally made a move. Don't be so arrogant. Cyborg Sora clenched his fists and said solemnly, this is Mirajoa where the world government is located. We will not allow you pirates to act so recklessly here. Just as Cyborg Sora wanted to continue attacking Kado, Big Mom's fist suddenly blasted towards Cyborg Sora, knocking the world commander-in-chief away. HMPH Kado got up from the ground, exited his dragon body, and transformed into a human form. He rubbed his head and spat contemptuously. HMPH, fists are not that good, ha 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 ha. Kado, are you still alive? Big Mom stepped on the clouds and slowly landed beside Kado. Then she turned around and looked at Cyborg Sora who stood up and laughed wildly. Let me see who this is. Isn't this Mr. Cyborg Sora from our last era? Ha 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 ha. When she said this, Big Mom's smile gradually became crazy. Are you still living in the past? From today on, the world government and the great pirate era are both over. Big Mom's smiling face instantly became gloomy. She lowered her head to look down at Cyborg Sora and said grimly, now is the era of Akatsuki, an era where only a truly strong man can dominate the world. Ha 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 ha. An era completely dominated by the strong. Only the truly strong are qualified to survive. Only the truly strong can join the Akatsuki organization as a formal member, and only the truly strong can have a vote in the meeting that can decide the direction of the world at any time. The rules of the Akatsuki organization are very simple. In this organization, there is a group of people surrounding a leader who is said to be as powerful as a god. With the support of that god, the Akatsuki organization dominates the world. How strong is that leader? Big Mom actually has no idea, but Big Mom knows very well how strong the leader's mother is. This Akatsuki organization. In fact, it feels like the relationship is the same as her pirate group. However, in comparison, the strength of the entire Akatsuki organization is too strong. There are at least 3 or 4 people who can rival her, and they occupy high positions in various powerful forces in this world. Among them, there are people like Kaguya Otsutsuki who exceed the limit. It is said that the leader of the Akatsuki organization who has never been seen. His strength is stronger than Kaguya Otsutsuki. When Big Mom heard about this from a member of the Akatsuki organization, she didn't dare to believe it at first. How could there be someone stronger than Kaguya, who easily defeated the entire world by herself? But this also made Big Mom very interested. Big Mom really wanted to meet Kaguya's son, and by the way, she also wanted to know how Kaguya gave birth to a son, who was recognized as powerful by everyone, a man who could make the Akatsuki organization in awe. There is no doubt that the Akatsuki organization is definitely the top of this world, and that leader stands at the top of Akatsuki. It's a pity Big Mom has not had the opportunity to see how strong that person is yet. Maybe in this world war, she will have the opportunity to see it. But we have to deal with Mirajoa first. Now the only person standing in their way in Mirajoa is Sora. Even the slaves of the celestial dragons will not obey orders at all. Sora alone wants to stop at least 100,000 coalition forces and a group of strong men. Don't waste too much time talking to him. A woman with white hair like a waterfall slowly floated down from the air, floating above Mirajoa, with a cold look on her face. Ling Ling. Get rid of him immediately and destroy this city. We still have to go to CUIE as soon as possible. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki. Kaguya's eyes were fixed on the city of Mirajoa, and she slowly stretched out her palm. Her domineering aura and chakra, like the abyss, burst out instantly. Countless houses and high-rise buildings were directly destroyed by this domineering aura. The surging domineering aura swept across the entire Mirajoa. Everyone felt the power of this domineering aura, while the celestial dragons, who had always been invincible in the outside world, could only hide in the safe basement of Mirajoa and tremble. What is going on? Hasn't Kang dealt with the enemy yet? The nearest Kang felt the suffocation in his body instantly. Such a woman is more powerful than all the enemies Kang has ever seen in his life. Even the strongest enemy Kang had ever encountered at his peak, the lonely red field, was far inferior to the domineering aura of this woman. Is this woman the one who controls Big Mom and Kato? Drops of cold sweat slowly fell from the forehead of the world commander-in-chief. He couldn't help but look up and stare at Kaguya Otsutsuki in the air. Sir, who are you? Kaguya's face veins burst. Her white eyes suddenly opened, and her voice became colder and colder. My name is Kaguya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the rabbit. The celestial dragons of Mirajoa have nowhere to hide in Kaguya's white eyes. The next moment, the long hair in Kaguya's hands suddenly fluttered up, turning into sharp thorns that instantly pierced through the houses and the ground of Mirajoa's eyes, and directly pierced into the bodies of the celestial dragons. Blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of celestial dragons died in Kaguya's hands. When Kangzi waved his fist to stop him, a strand of long hair condensed with armed color domineering, knocking Kangzi away. The next moment, the long hair covered with domineering pierced Kangzi's body. In just a moment, the world commander was already on the verge of death. Until his death, Sora Aoi was still looking at the long white hair that pierced his body in disbelief, and he didn't even have the time to fight back. No. In fact, he had no chance to fight back at all. Kaguya controlled her long hair and threw it off Sora Aoi's body and said with an unhappy face, "You vulnerable ant, you want to attack the moon in the sky? This guy has the hardest bones in his body." Big Mom flew to Kaguya's side on the clouds and said with a grin, "Well, ha 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 ha. In our young days, Sora Aoi was the admiral of the navy. I didn't expect that he would be solved by Kaguya so easily. In front of God, all resistance is futile." Kaguya's hair fluttered again and gradually covered the entire Mirajoa in the air, almost blocking out the sun. The sky of Mirajoa turned white. Princess Kaguya calmly extended her hand, and her cold voice echoed in the city of the celestial dragons. As a punishment for you who call yourself gods, I will bestow true divine punishment. The true gods in this world are only me and Hagoromo. Second update. Chapter 571 Annihilation. Mirajoa. Just as Kaguya Otsutsuki led Big Mom and Kado to slaughter Mirajoa, the four-edge yang formation used to seal Mirajoa suddenly broke apart. A slender figure flashed by. Even if someone noticed the figure, they had no time to chase him, because soon the figure seemed to be very good at hiding. But the coalition forces didn't pay much attention, because their mission was only to destroy this holy place and clean up the celestial dragons in this world. Under the destruction of the four emperors, the buildings of Mirajoa turned into ruins, and the bodies of the celestial dragons gradually became more and more. Kaguya Otsutsuki stood in the air and looked down at the situation on the ground, frowned slightly, and turned to look at the place where the figure escaped. The figure fled very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was about to escape Kaguya's sight. Did someone still escape? Kaguya shook her head slowly and whispered to herself, is there anyone who can escape Ui's prediction? Black hole annihilation. Just as Kaguya was about to fly to chase, a voice came from high in the sky, and a dark black hole suddenly opened from the air. A burst of nothingness was suddenly released from the black hole, and that black light hit the red earth continent in an instant. Above that black light came a terrifying aura. No matter who it was, they were all a little afraid of the black light that fell from the sky. Even Big Mom, even Kado of Beasts, even Kaguya Otsutsuki could vaguely feel the terrifying power of the black light shot out from the black hole. The power of this black light is definitely enough to kill them easily. The next moment, that black light suddenly penetrated the red earth continent. In everyone's sight, all objects that the black light touched were completely annihilated. Whether it was rocks or flowers and trees, they all turned into nothingness under the attack of the black light. This is the power of annihilation. The black shadow that had escaped from Mirajoa's eyes looked up in horror and watched the black light falling. This is the real punishment from God. The black light suddenly annihilated the person who escaped from Mirajoa's eyes. After destroying the enemy, the black light gradually began to dissipate. The area it had destroyed was completely turned into a vacuum zone, and a leaf floated into that area, floating up and down, as if it had lost gravity. Big Mom's nose twitched slightly, and her body trembled slightly. That power. What on earth is it? This is too dangerous. There is actually such a power in this world. Even though Big Mom is born with a strong body, she doesn't think she can withstand the power of annihilation. Just when a group of people were still in shock, accompanied by a domineering and powerful pressure that made everyone dare not move, an ethereal voice slowly fell. The young man's voice was like a whisper from a god, entering everyone's ears. Solve the trouble here immediately, and join us in Marineford. After he finished speaking, the huge aura dissipated like a tide. It was as if this person appeared here just to deal with the person who tried to escape from Mirajoa, and he even left here without showing up. With his departure, everyone finally began to breathe. How strong will that guy Uehara become? Outside the city of Mirajoa, Uchiha Madara's face was full of fighting spirit. Originally, he thought he had become strong enough in this sea, but he found that Uehara Naraku seemed to have become even more terrifying. It's really hard to imagine. What is the upper limit of that kind of person? Forget it, Madara. Let's go and meet up with Lord Kaguya first. Senju Hashirama stood by and patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder. As the barrier was broken, the few people who were originally responsible for maintaining the barrier also gathered together. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto rushed to the city, and the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage rushed to the coalition. After Kaguya and Big Mom destroyed Mirajoa, the remaining work of searching for the celestial dragons hiding underground was all handed over to the coalition. When Kaguya Otsutsuki led Big Mom and Kado to Pangu City, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto also followed. Pangu City. The five elders hid here and watched all this happen. They never made a move. Even though they all saw the annihilation of the black light that appeared in the sky, they also heard a whisper like a god. But they still sat like a mountain waiting for someone's order. Among the flowers deep in Mirajoa, there lived a supreme figure, because now, only that figure could activate the national treasure of the celestial dragons, to solve the crisis of Mirajoa. Inside the city are 2 of the 4 emperors, and a man who is even stronger than the 4 emperors. Outside the city of Mirajoa, there are more than 100,000 coalition troops. However, until now, no orders have been sent from the flowers deep in Mirajoa, as if they don't care about what happened in Mirajoa at all. Sora has died. One of the old men couldn't help, but frowned and said, it would be a bit too wasteful to just let them slaughter these expendables. Because the lives of the celestial dragons are used to drive their national treasures, each celestial dragon is essentially a expendable that can use the national treasures. Let's wait for Lord Yim's order. Another old man shook his head and whispered, perhaps Lord Yim is considering whether to use the national treasure. He is just worried that the harm caused will be too great. After all, we all felt the terrifying power just now. Just let them wreak havoc like this? One of the old men with a knife in his arms shook his head and said in a deep voice, why don't I go out and take a look and rescue as many people as possible? Do you think you can kill them? Keep sitting here. Let's wait for Lord Yim's order. We have reported this matter to Lord Yim's maid. The result should be out soon. No one can defeat Lord Yim and the national treasure. While the group of 5 elders were still waiting, a maid ran into their room in panic, her face full of horror. Lord 5 elders, something happened in Huajian. Lord Yim is missing. What? Are you kidding? A group of old people looked shocked. The next moment, the eyes of the old men suddenly changed, as if they had thought of something. They hurriedly followed the maid to the depths of the flower room, but they only saw the empty flower room. Now, who will tell them what to do? The 5 elders have been following Yim's orders all along, because they know that Yim's orders will never go wrong. Now the person they relied on has escaped. Everyone's expression was faintly panicked. It was precisely because of Yim's trump card that the 5 elders did not act rashly. They believed that Lord Yim would easily resolve the war. But what they didn't expect was, how did Lord Yim suddenly disappear? One of the old men's face suddenly became a little ugly. Could it be that Lord Yim has no way to deal with this incident? Maybe. Another old man looked up with an ugly face. He suddenly thought of something. Maybe Lord Yim has left. The energy released by the black hole we saw just now. Will it kill Lord Yim? There is no time to pay attention to these now. An old man stretched out his hand and pulled out a sword from Hananonaka and said in a deep voice, everyone, what we should consider now is how to repel the enemy. Why haven't the reinforcement from the navy come yet? Maybe they can't be sent. If Kabuto Yakushi betrayed us, he might not allow the navy to send troops. Can't Sengoku deal with a Kabuto Yakushi who usurped power? It's impossible to expect reinforcement now. If Lord Yim has disappeared, everyone, we may really have to fight to the death for the world government we have been maintaining. Just as the 5 elders were still discussing the next step, everyone felt a sense of darkness, and they couldn't help but look up. A shadow gradually appeared on the glass above Hananonaka. The next moment, a huge slash directly split the entire flower space, and even directly shattered the sky throne of the world government. Each of the 5 elders was extremely agile, and they all flew to dodge the slash. Haha. It's 5 against 5 now. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist, looked at the 5 elders in front of him, grinned and chuckled. Really, we can handle any one of them at random. Don't take it lightly, Madara. Senju Hashirama shook his head and looked at the 5 elders with a serious expression. These people are not so easy to deal with. The Shodaime is right. Uzumaki Naruto nodded slowly, then shook his head and said, but we should solve the trouble here as soon as possible and rush to Marineford immediately because Uchiha Sasuke is in Marineford. Just like Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Naruto once thought that he and Sasuke had become strong enough in this sea, but he felt the terror of Uehara Naraku again, and the feeling of powerlessness he once had surged into his heart again. I hope that Sasuke won't do anything stupid. The members of Akatsuki were doing their final work. 5 members who were as powerful as the 4 emperors were facing the 5 elders of the world government, while the other members were continuing to hunt down the celestial dragons. The screams and howls of the celestial dragons before their death echoed in Mirajoa. A group of surviving celestial dragons hiding underground were trembling, all holding their dendenmashi in their hands. trying to call for support from the Navy, hoping that the admirals who they could usually call would appear. Until finally one of the celestial dragons couldn't stand it anymore. He left his basement, stood on the street, waved his arms and shouted, "Not all celestial dragons are born with sins. Many of them are not even on the list." Bang! A gunshot was heard on the street. HMPH. Stop talking nonsense, you rubbish. Plague Queen grinned, put away his gun, held his pipe in his mouth and slowly blew out a huge smoke ring. Then he ordered with a smile, "Hurry up, boys, we have a grand event waiting for us." Lord Quinn's shooting skills are so handsome. As expected of Lord Quinn, his shooting skills are as charming as his dancing. A group of pirates waved their arms in joy, and next to them, a group of ninjas looked at these mentally retarded pirates with disdain, and continued to carry out their tasks. Flame Disaster Jin glanced at his companion with an indescribable look, and ordered in a deep voice, "Quinn, stop messing around, and pack up quickly. If we waste time, even if we are official members of Akatsuki, we will not have a good time. Got it?" Plague Disaster Quinn looked at Flame Disaster with dissatisfaction, and muttered, "You ordered me around before joining Akatsuki, and you still ordered me around after joining Akatsuki." Compared to the Beast's pirates, Big Mom pirates and the allied ninja forces are obviously much more cultured. Katakuri relied on his powerful observation haki to slowly search the underground of each house, looking for those hidden celestial dragons. As for the ninja coalition, in addition to relying on the Byakugan and perception ninjutsu, some ninjas first used detonating tags to blow up the entire house into ruins, and then used earth escape ninjutsu to bring out the celestial dragons hiding in the underground safe room. It took almost no time for the coalition of more than 100,000 people to pull out all the celestial dragons in the entire Mirajoa. As time went on, the city soon only had the 5 elders who were still fighting with Uchiha Madara and others. The 100,000 coalition forces did not stay in Mirajoa for too long, and withdrew from the city that had turned into ruins. They each began to take the warships of the Mirajoa port, and rushed to the marine headquarters base Marineford. There is the final battle for Akatsuki to rule the world. This former holy place is just a small episode in the war. In addition to the 100,000 coalition forces that left the Holy Land, there were also some former world government officials and garrisons who also set off on the warships with the coalition forces, but these people would temporarily stay at Judicial Island according to the orders of their superiors. Marineford. At the Navy headquarters base, the last Dendenmashi message received from Mirajoa was that the Akatsuki organization was purging the world's noble celestial dragons. However, the Navy did not give any feedback. But as Sengoku could only let Vice Admiral Churu use Dendenmashi to issue an order to the Sabaody archipelago, which was closest to Mirajoa, and ordered Vice Admiral Uhura Naraku stationed in the Sabaody archipelago to try to go to Mirajoa to support and rescue world government officials and world nobles. Apart from this, Sengoku could not do much more. To be honest, Sengoku was a little relieved. Fortunately, he had sent Uhura Naraku to the Sabaody archipelago because he felt that Uhura Naraku was not capable enough. Now it seems that the Sabaody archipelago branch base has become the last savior of the world government, even though Uhura Naraku may not be able to do much. However, no matter what, it is better to have a glimmer of hope than to face despair. Black Hole Annihilation, a bug skill that eliminates the bug that may be caused by the pirates who have not yet filled the pit. Chapter 572, The Big Move of the Three Elders of Marineford. Marineford. Sengoku, Garp and Vice Admiral Churu sat together. The 3 old men watched as Kabuto Yakushi calmly took over everything in Marineford. They felt like they had been in the Navy for so many years, but now they were a bit like outsiders. The entire Marineford should have been completely controlled by Kabuto Yakushi. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters watched the 3 old men sitting aside. Except for Aokiji, who still felt a little ashamed. Akeno and Kizaru didn't pay much attention. How sad. Sengoku was still a little conflicted. If he really fought against Kabuto Yakushi, he would have a chance. That would mean that at the critical moment of the war, the Navy would be in chaos. Such a Navy cannot participate in the war. What's more, if Sengoku wanted to suppress the rebellion, the 3 admirals Akeno, Aokiji and Kizaru are all here. Sengoku doesn't think that he and Garp can get rid of the 3 admirals before Whitebeard arrives. It's hard to say whether they can get rid of them. In addition to the 3 admirals, there are several Shichibuke. In addition to the Shichibuke, there are thousands of CP agents. Only after getting rid of these people can they find a way to integrate 100,000 navy to fight against the strongest pirate group in the world in the remnants of the Revolutionary Army and the Red Hair Pirates. This forced Sengoku, Garp and Vice Admiral Churu to sit in a row and stare at Kabuto Yakushi controlling the navy with wide eyes. What a irony. Sengoku looked at Kabuto Yakushi, his eyes full of old age and sadness. I still can't understand why they chose to betray justice. How can this be understood? When Kabuto Yakushi was about to become the world commander-in-chief, and the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters also had high status, they suddenly turned to an evil organization on the sea. Maybe it's because Akatsuki is so powerful. Vice Admiral Churu clasped his palms and whispered, based on the situation we know now, Akatsuki has already gathered the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, which means that Akatsuki has people who can absolutely suppress Kaido and Big Mom. Only this can make sense. Otherwise, the 2 Four Emperors pirate groups would not have joined the Akatsuki organization. They are already the most powerful emperors on the sea. How could they be inferior to others? Sengoku. Vice Admiral Churu glanced at Sengoku and said softly, if the world government can still survive, then our resistance here is still meaningful. If the world government has been destroyed by Akatsuki, the whole world will become a chaos. Then it is even more time for the navy to maintain order. Sengoku clenched his fists, slowly lowered his head and said, Zaro, call Mushi first, and ask Uehara Naraku about the situation in Mirajoa. Let him tell the 5 elders that Marineford is no longer under the control of the world government. At least from the current point of view. Uehara Naraku is the only navy who is still willing to obey the orders of these people, and Sengoku still has a force to command. Maybe, after this war is over, Sengoku will rely on Uehara Naraku's troops to rebuild a new navy. Because of the conflict between Uehara Naraku and Kabuto Yakushi, at least Uehara Naraku will not defect to Kabuto Yakushi. Sengoku, the Navy Marshal, felt more and more complicated. Uehara Naraku, who was once looked down upon by Buddha Sengoku, and who was once regarded as a disgrace to the Navy by Sengoku, may become his right-hand man in the future. If there are 2 navies in the world, one of them is headed by Kabuto Yakushi, with the admirals of the headquarters and a series of vice admirals who depend on them, and Sengoku is left with Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Churu and the disgraced Vice Admiral Uehara Naraku. The old one is old. The useless one is useless. Vice Admiral Churu took out his Denden Mushi and dialed Uehara Naraku's Denden Mushi, asking gently, Uehara, have you arrived in Mirajoa now? How is the situation over there? Has the world government repelled the enemy? Vice Admiral Churu. In the Denden Mushi, Uehara Naraku's voice was a little obscure. The world government is gone. Kabuto Yakushi transferred all the defenders of Mirajoa to Judicial Island, and only Marshal Sora is resisting in Mirajoa. What? Churu's voice suddenly rose. Even she couldn't believe the news she heard. Whether it was Sengoku or Garp, the 2 of them quickly leaned over to Churu and asked hurriedly, what's the situation over there? Is Sora okay? Steel-boned Sora was once the admiral of the navy. All along, Sengoku and others have gradually become the backbone of the navy thanks to Sora's protection and guidance. The relationship between them is both teacher and friend. Mirajoa has been destroyed, and the world government is no longer there. In the Denden Mushi, Uehara Naraku's voice has a hint of confusion, as if the disappearance of the world government has made his life meaningless. Not only Kabuto Yakushi, even Vice Admiral Churu and Sengoku's faces flashed a hint of confusion. The world government has existed for 800 years, and everyone is used to this behemoth relying on absorbing member countries to rule the world. Today, the world government suddenly collapsed. No one can adapt to the world after the world government suddenly disappears. If there is no world government, no one knows what the world will become. There is no doubt that chaos and destruction must be the theme of the future. This world will soon be filled with wars, pirates, and riots again. Just as the old men were thinking with ugly expressions, Uehara Naraku's voice came again, but this time it was a little heavier. General Khan has died, the 5 elders and all the world nobles have been killed, and no one in the entire Mirajoa has been spared. Sengoku fell into silence. Even though he had guessed it in his heart, He couldn't help but be a little shocked when he got this news. The once arrogant celestial dragons and the high and mighty 5 elders were all killed by the Akatsuki organization and the group of pirates. The world government was destroyed. The 5 elders and the celestial dragons were all killed. This means that the order of this world has completely collapsed. The sea will really run wild, and there will be a big riot in this world soon. And the navy is also controlled by the Akatsuki organization. Sengoku looked at the 100,000 navy gathered under Marineford, and his heart twitched a little bit. If this is the case, is there any meaning in this war? Yes. Vice Admiral Chiru woke up instantly. The naval staff officer recovered from the shock of the destruction of the world government and gradually regained her sanity. She said calmly, maybe Akatsuki wants to rule the world. In addition to destroying the world government, they also want to deal with all resistance forces. Vice Admiral Chiru slowly lowered her head and began to analyze the actions of Akatsuki bit by bit. The world government has been destroyed. Kado and Big Mom have surrendered, and the navy is under the control of Kabuto Yakushi. The only people who still resist Akatsuki are Whitebird and the Revolutionary Army, and the remnants of Red Hair. With the emergence of many events, Vice Admiral Chiru analyzed the true purpose of Akatsuki bit by bit, and her face became more and more ugly. They want to wipe out all the maritime forces in one fell swoop. Kabuto used Ace the Fire Fist to provoke a war between the navy and the Whitebird pirates, and use the Carters of the Revolutionary Army to attract the Revolutionary Army to enter. Red Hair then jumped into the trap on his own initiative, because the navy needs to face more and more enemies. Mirajoa's defense has to be empty, and Akatsuki took this opportunity to destroy the world government whose defenses are empty. And when the war between the navy and Whitebird is over, no matter who wins or loses, Akatsuki will bring 2 of the 4 emperor's pirate groups to sweep in and reap the benefits. Here is the end point of their plan. Vice Admiral Chiru's eyes fell on Kabuto Yakushi, his expression particularly complicated. Sengoku, we really underestimated Kabuto. Akatsuki's move is much bigger than we imagined. While their eyes were still fixed on the 4 emperor's pirate groups, Akatsuki had already prepared to eliminate all the powerful forces on the sea. If we look at the strength on paper alone, Akatsuki already has a huge advantage. In fact, the only powerful forces that can still resist are the Whitebird pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and the remnants of the Red Hair pirates. There are a total of 7 warlords of the sea, according to the news personally confirmed by Kabuto Yakushi, except for Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who has not yet shown up. 5 of the 6 people present are members of Akatsuki, and in the headquarters of the navy, the 3 admirals are all members of Akatsuki, and it is unknown which of the vice admirals are members of Akatsuki. It seems that every vice admiral is a member of Akatsuki, and every vice admiral does not look like a member of Akatsuki. However, there are 3 major factions surrounding the admirals within the navy, and there are almost no neutral vice admirals, which means that most of the vice admirals cannot be trusted. Just based on the current situation, if Marineford holds a high-level combat meeting immediately, the Navy Marshal Sengoku should not check who is an undercover agent of Akatsuki, but who is not an undercover agent of Akatsuki, which may be simpler. Now it seems Akatsuki is only one step away from conquering the world. As long as they deal with the Whitebird pirates, they can declare that they have ruled the sea. To conquer the world, those guys are really ambitious. Buddha Sengoku clenched his fist and hit the wall angrily. His eyes fell on Garp. Hey, Garp, why don't you say anything? I remembered something in the past. Garp slowly raised his head, looked up at the sky and said, more than 30 years ago, the Rocks pirates were as lawless as they are now. The Rocks pirates back then were not far from conquering the world. However, in the Battle of God Valley, Monkey D. Garp and Gold D. Roger teamed up to defeat the arrogant Rocks pirates and completely disintegrated the pirate group that was powerful enough to rule the world. After the Rocks pirates were disintegrated, the traces of Rocks' existence were quickly wiped out by the world government. However, even though the Rocks pirates have disintegrated, the members who remained in the Rocks pirates have all become the overlords of the sea. Shiki the Golden Lion, Edward Newgate the Whitebird, Charlotte Linlin the Big Mom, Kado the Beast, all of these are the overlords of the sea. In the past, they all gathered under Rocks' command. Now that Garp has mentioned the old story of rocks again, Sengoku and Vice Admiral Churu can't help but frown, and their eyes tremble slightly. Sengoku lowered his head with an ugly look and said in a deep voice, "There is no doubt that rocks was once the strongest enemy, but Akatsuki may be more terrifying than the rocks pirates. If it weren't for you and Roger joining forces, at least rocks has never had such a big advantage. The world government and the navy, the righteous side has almost been controlled or directly destroyed by the Akatsuki organization. On the evil side, 2 of the 4 emperor's pirates have already defected to the Akatsuki organization." However, Garp's words also provided Sengoku with an idea. If they join forces with the Whitebird pirates to fight against Akatsuki, they can avoid war as much as possible, prevent the lower level navy soldiers in Marineford from being used as pawns by Akatsuki, and even stop Akatsuki's plot to rule the world. Now, either retire or keep fighting. Sengoku made the decision very quickly. He slammed his palm on the wall and said in a deep voice, "Anyway, there is no worse situation than now. It is the navy that should rule the world, not an inexplicable organization." Sengoku turned his head and glanced at his 2 old friends and whispered, "That guy Whitebird will never join any organization. Garp, Zyozuru, let's join forces with Whitebird to resolve this war, defeat the Akatsuki organization, rebuild the world government, and restore the world order." Garp looked up at the sky with a subtle look in his eyes. "Sengoku, if you want to unite with that guy Whitebird, Ace, Sabo and Luffy, those bastards, and Dragon, I know." Sengoku looked at Garp angrily and said in a deep voice, "This is only temporary. If they are still stubborn and cause big trouble, the world government no longer exists. What kind of trouble can they cause?" "Shut up." Sengoku felt like he was going to be pissed off by his old friend, but after thinking for a while, he said, "Since the world government and the celestial dragons no longer exist, we can contact Dragon when we defeat the Akatsuki organization and establish a new world government." I really didn't expect. The current situation is actually the most favorable to the Garp family. However, if they want to unite to establish a world government, they can indeed bring in the Revolutionary Army. What's more, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, is also Garp's son and Sengoku's junior. If the alliance is established, they may not have no chance of winning against the Akatsuki organization. Sengoku grabbed Vice Admiral Chiru's Denden Mushi and said to Uehara and Naraku on the other end, "Vice Admiral Uehara and Naraku, take your warships and wait for us in the sea outside Marineford." "Yes, Marshal Sengoku." Uehara and Naraku on the other side of the Denden Mushi listened to their words throughout the whole process. At this moment, Uehara and Naraku's voice sounded a little excited, as if he had a backbone. The ending is getting closer and closer. Chapter 573 The Pleasure of God. Marineford. Only Vice Admiral Chiru stayed. Sengoku and Garp left Marineford. Their departure before the war did not cause any waves. Not only did Kabuto Yakushi not send anyone to stop them, he even provided convenience for them. Vice Admiral Chiru was a little surprised by this and felt a little uneasy because Kabuto Yakushi almost never made any mistakes. Even when he was in the navy, he occasionally made mistakes, but they were all for the service of Akatsuki. Vice Admiral Chiru was a little worried. Sengoku was the admiral of the navy, and Garp was a hero of the navy. Why would Kabuto Yakushi let these 2 people who were extremely prestigious in the navy, and who might shake the morale of the navy in the war, leave Marineford before the war came? Are you curious, Senior Chiru? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and said with a chuckle, "Why didn't I send anyone to intercept Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp?" Vice Admiral Chiru slowly frowned his brows, his expression full of solemnity. "Do you have any other arrangements? You shouldn't leave any loopholes, because I know who you are looking for." Kabuto Yakushi's smile gradually became subtle, and he slowly spread out his palms and said, "The entire navy near Marineford is under my control. The navy of only one place should be your hope." When Kabuto Yakushi said this, he shook his head slightly and said softly, "No, it should be said that that place is also my hope." A drop of sweat gradually appeared on Vice Admiral Chiru's temple. The former naval staff officer said in disbelief, "You and Vice Admiral Uehara and Naraku have never had any conflicts. Is he also your subordinate?" No, Senior Churu said the opposite. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, pushed his glasses, and chuckled and said, perhaps it is, because Lord Naraku is too low-key, that Senior Churu didn't observe his true identity. This is understandable. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Vice Admiral Churu, with a strange smile on his lips, because Lord Naraku has always been like this, you can only see what he wants you to see. If he doesn't want you to know, you won't know it anyway. Vice Admiral Churu's cheeks were sweating more and more. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Vice Admiral Churu, whose expression was getting uglier and uglier, and continued with a smile. Senior Churu has never paid attention to him deliberately, right? I have never taken the initiative to target Lord Naraku, and I even respect Lord Naraku more than anyone else. This is indeed true. Even in Marineford, Kabuto Yakushi tried his best to follow the wishes of Naraku Uehara without revealing his identity. Vice Admiral Churu's body trembled slightly. The old man finally remembered some small things that they had overlooked. If Kabuto Yakushi and Naraku Uehara were present together, Kabuto Yakushi would often prepare juice for Naraku Uehara, and even occasionally, when Sengoku scolded Naraku Uehara, he would try his best to protect him. It was just because of the preconceived notions and the tone of Kabuto Yakushi's usual speech that made them think that Kabuto Yakushi was threatening Naraku Uehara. And only Naraku Uehara. Naraku Uehara was the only vice admiral who didn't care about Kabuto Yakushi's intelligence theory, and he never cared about Kabuto Yakushi's attitude towards him. Because Naraku Uehara knew Kabuto Yakushi was never a threat to him. Who exactly is Naraku Uehara? Vice Admiral Churu's fingers trembled a little bit, and her palm slowly touched her dendenmushi, and continued to ask, is he also a member of Akatsuki? Lord Naraku, he is. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and stretched out his fingers. A small white snake suddenly jumped out of his body, swallowed Vice Admiral Churu's dendenmushi in one gulp, and returned to the side of Kabuto Yakushi. After doing all this, and completely cutting off Vice Admiral Churu's channels for external contact, Kabuto Yakushi gradually showed a serious look on his face. A god walking on earth. Kabuto Yakushi slowly closed his palms and showed a playful smile. Maybe these are a bit strange to say. Why not talk about his other identity? Maybe you'll be more interested. What identity? The leader of Akatsuki. Vice Admiral Churu probably guessed it, because she remembered that someone on the sea mentioned more than once that the leader of Akatsuki was a real god. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Vice Admiral Churu's nervous expression, chuckled and nodded, saying, yes, Lord Naraku is the most powerful leader of Akatsuki in history, and the man who truly commanded Akatsuki to conquer the world. Even though Vice Admiral Churu had already guessed it in her heart. However, when she really learned about Uehara Naraku's identity from Kabuto Yakushi, there was still some shock in her eyes that she couldn't suppress. Vice Admiral Churu remembered that when Uehara Naraku was still a member of Baroque Works, his bounty order first appeared in front of them. Garp felt that this guy was very dangerous at first sight. Now that I think about it, Garp's intuition seems to have always been accurate. Although he seems unreliable at ordinary times, when he is really in trouble, Garp is actually more reliable than anyone else. And Vice Admiral Churu remembered the arrest of red-haired Shanks. Perhaps it was because the red-haired pirates took Uehara Naraku, who was hiding his identity, as a prisoner, that directly led to the capture of their captain, red-haired Shanks. Vice Admiral Churu only felt his scalp tingling, and he couldn't tell what happened in the past, what was true, and what was false. Under the control of the Akatsuki organization, everything that happened in the past seemed to have some dark shadows. While Vice Admiral Churu was still in deep thought, a herald adjutant walked up to Kabuto Yakushi and said with a serious face, Vice Admiral Kabuto Yakushi, 5 minutes ago, our submarine observed the traces of 3 Moby Dicks, and they are still half an hour away from Marineford. Half an hour. Kabuto Yakushi pondered for a while, pushed his glasses, looked at the herald beside him, and continued to order softly, open the door of justice first. According to my guess, we should wait longer. Yes. The herald adjutant retreated respectfully. Okay, let's continue talking about Marshal Sengoku. Kabuto Yakushi turned his head to glance at Vice Admiral Churu, and continued with a smile. At the beginning, the world government destroyed all the files of the Rocks pirates, but those things were no secret to Akatsuki. There were two parties involved in Akatsuki. Kabuto Yakashi's smile became more and more meaningful. If I guess correctly, Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp will bring Lord Naraku's navy to find a way to meet Whitebird, right? You want to repeat the demise of the Rocks pirates 36 years ago? Kabuto Yakashi looked at Vice Admiral Chiru's sudden change in expression and narrowed his eyes. What a pity. Everything about them fell into Lord Naraku's eyes. Senior Chiru, why not guess how Lord Naraku will treat Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp? Vice Admiral Chiru's face became more and more ugly, and she frowned. It seems that our last hope is also destroyed. No, you succeeded. Kabuto Yakashi shook his head and said calmly, it's just a little sad. Without really seeing the power of Lord Naraku, there are people who want to resist the will of Lord Naraku. He is a god who controls the cycle of life and death. A light flashed on Kabuto Yakashi's lens, and the corners of his mouth were redrawn. A god will never care about a few ants uniting. Everything these ants do is under the gaze of God. He will watch these ants discuss how to punish him, and then slowly stretch out his fingers to crush them to death. Perhaps this is also a rare pleasure for a god when walking on Earth. Vice Admiral Chiru's palm trembled slightly. Now she can't do anything. The only thing she can do is to pray that the two guys, Sengoku and Garp, will be alert and never be fooled. I really didn't expect the last Vice Admiral who was willing to obey Sengoku's orders turned out to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. It's just that Vice Admiral Chiru's intentions can't be conveyed to the sea. Sengoku and Garp left Marineford on a small boat and hurried to the sea off Marineford, where they boarded Naraku Uehara's orange warship. Find a way to trace the Whitebird pirates and the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku looked at Uehara Naraku with a serious face and immediately issued an order to the only Vice Admiral he could control now. Before they arrive in Marineford, we must find the ships of the Whitebird pirates and the Revolutionary Army. We must act quickly. Yes. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to signal his adjutant to command the warships, then looked at Sengoku with a serious expression and asked softly, Marshal, is there any trouble in Marineford? Well, you should have heard something. Sengoku nodded and whispered, Akatsuki has invaded the navy. Kabuto Yakashi has usurped the power of the navy, and many naval officers in Marineford have been corrupted by Kabuto Yakashi. We must destroy Akatsuki and find a way to stabilize the world that is about to fall into chaos. When Sengoku said this, he glanced at Uehara Naraku again and continued in a deep voice, now that the world government has been destroyed, we now need to contact Whitebird and the Revolutionary Army to destroy Akatsuki together. Don't worry about these trivial matters for the time being. There is nothing more important than destroying Akatsuki. Sengoku didn't want to cause dissatisfaction to Uehara Naraku in front of him because of their alliance with the Whitebird pirates. This was the only subordinate he could control now. Uehara Naraku didn't care at all. Uehara Naraku even asked hesitantly, if you want to contact the Whitebird pirates and the Revolutionary Army in the future, Mr. Luffy and his brother Ace and Mr. Sabo. Ha 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 ha. Vice Admiral Garp laughed immediately after hearing this and patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder. Uehara kid, I misjudged you at the beginning, and now I really like you more and more. Update. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574. Are you bringing the leader of Akatsuki to discuss with us about joining forces to defeat the Akatsuki organization? Uehara Naraku was lucky. With the help of Uehara Naraku's fade skill, they could easily find the right direction, but the main group of the Whitebird pirates was sailing under the sea. Therefore, Uehara Naraku could only take Garp and Sengoku to find the pirates under Whitebird, hoping to contact Whitebird himself through them. There are still 40 pirate groups willing to follow Whitebird. These people also gathered from the New World and all gathered to Marineford. Uehara Naraku's warships quickly intercepted one of the pirate ships that was temporarily alone. The great pirate Ranger Doma from the New World. When Ranger Doma came to help Whitebird, he thought that someone would definitely die in this war, but for Whitebird, he still came to help at the cost of his life. Unexpectedly, Before arriving at Marineford, he was targeted by Garp and Sengoku. When Ranger Doma met the Navy Admiral and the Navy hero, he was a little dumbfounded. What kind of luck is this? He ran into Buddha Sengoku and Iron Fist Garp directly. As a result, after Sengoku knocked Night Ranger Doma down with a palm, he asked him to contact Whitebird. Night Ranger Doma, contact that guy Newgate immediately and tell him to come and meet us. I have something important to talk to him about now. Bah. Night Ranger Doma spit at Sengoku stubbornly. I won't be fooled. Even if I'm killed by you now, I will never delay my father from rescuing Ace. These pirates are very loyal, and only these pirates will be moved by Whitebird and slowly gather around Whitebird. Night Ranger Doma is very stubborn. No matter what Sengoku said, Night Ranger Doma was unwilling to delay Whitebird from rushing to Marineford. This kind of loyalty is really worrying. Hurry up and let the old guy Whitebird come over. Sengoku suddenly grasped the collar of Ranger Doma and roared angrily, as long as you can contact him, there is no time to waste here. If he arrives in Marineford before meeting us, the entire Whitebird pirates will be completely finished. I don't believe it. Ranger Doma was particularly disdainful of the words of the Navy Admiral. No one in this world can defeat Dad. The Navy is just playing tricks. Just tell Whitebird. Buddha Sengoku was so angry at this pirate that he trembled all over. He said in a cold voice, tell him that the world government has been destroyed, and the former Rocks pirates. No, it should be an evil force more terrifying than the Rocks pirates. It has been resurrected, and he will know what I mean. What a joke. Night Ranger Doma's face was full of astonishment. To be honest, if he had a choice, even if Night Ranger Doma believed that the Whitebird pirates would be destroyed, he would not believe that the world government would be destroyed. That was the world government that had ruled this world for 800 years. Sengoku looked at Night Ranger Doma with a serious face and said in a deep voice, this is not a joke, this is a fact. You should have heard of the reputation of Akatsuki in the New World. Yes, I have heard of it. Ranger Doma couldn't help but nodded and whispered, when we went to visit Dad, I seemed to hear Sasuke mention occasionally that the leader of Akatsuki was a stingy guy or something. Not many of us would care about that kind of small organization, because it is heard that Akatsuki is just a small pirate group that has defected to that guy Kado, the king of beasts. Uehara Naraku's expression gradually became subtle. TSK, it seems that Uchiha Sasuke doesn't have a very good impression of his leader. He really made up a lot of rumors about him in the New World. Sengoku looked at Ranger Doma and shook his head and whispered, we also thought that Akatsuki just defected to Kado, the king of beasts, but now the facts have proved that we were wrong. Akatsuki destroyed Mirijoa and usurped the power of the navy. Pulu pulu. Pulu pulu pulu. At this moment, the Dendenmashi on Ranger Doma's body suddenly rang. Sengoku immediately ended his topic and reached out to snatch the Dendenmashi from Doma. The call was from Marco. Night Ranger Doma had originally agreed to come to Marineford to help. Marco was worried that Night Ranger Doma might have encountered some accident, so he came to ask him what was going on. Hey, Doma, you. Marco. Buddha Sengoku grabbed the Dendenmashi in his hand and said in a deep voice, stop moving towards Marineford immediately and let Whitebird answer the phone right away. You are. Marco's voice was a little hesitant. The next moment, Whitebird's angry voice came from the Dendenmashi. Sengoku, you caught my son again. As an old rival in the past, Whitebird immediately recognized Sengoku's voice. No. Buddha Sengoku shook his head and said in a deep voice, stop rushing to Marineford now. The execution of Fire Fist Ace is a trap set by Akatsuki for the Whitebird pirates. We must find a place to talk first. What a mess. Whitebird's voice was a little impatient. Isn't Marineford the base of the Navy headquarters? Even Whitebird couldn't figure it out for a while. Wasn't the execution of Marineford a conspiracy of the Navy? How did it get involved with Akatsuki again? Akatsuki? Just when Whitebird was confused, Uchiha Sasuke flew to Whitebird's side, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the Dendenmashi in Whitebird's hand. If you want to talk, tell us what happened to Ace first. Then tell us what's the situation in Marineford. Uchiha Sasuke didn't wait for Sengoku to answer, and suddenly continued, if I'm not mistaken, Akatsuki has already controlled the navy, right? Yes. Sengoku held the Dendenmushi in his hand, his voice full of obscurity. Akatsuki has controlled the entire navy of Marineford and has surrendered the Big Mob pirates and the Beasts pirates. They have destroyed the world government and may be heading towards Marineford. On the Moby Dick, Whitebird, Uchiha Sasuke and Mako looked at each other. Even for the three of them, they could not have imagined that such a thing would happen. Akatsuki controlled the navy of Marineford and drove the navy admiral out of the naval base. How could this matter sound so magical? And they didn't know whether this matter was true or not. Whitebird was reluctant to believe Sengoku's words because he thought this might be a conspiracy of Buddha Sengoku. If they arrived in Marineford too late, what if Ace was executed? This is a credibility issue for Sengoku. It happened that at this time, there was another trustworthy man on the ship. Garp's rough voice fell into Whitebird's ears through the Dendenmushi. Hey, Newgate, the Akatsuki guys are much more powerful than the Rocks pirates. Whitebird fell into silence strangely. Sengoku is indeed not worthy of Whitebird's trust, but Monkey D. Garp, the naval hero, is still very reliable. Goldie Roger trusts Garp very much. Even Roger's children were entrusted to Garp for upbringing before his death. What's more, Garp mentioned the Rocks pirates. The Rocks pirates that once dominated the sea and aimed directly at the king of the world, a powerful pirate group that no one could surpass even now. Even Whitebird knew in his heart that the current Whitebird pirates were actually a little behind the Rocks pirates at their peak, because he was once a member of the Rocks pirates. If Garp hadn't mentioned the Rocks pirates, Whitebird really wouldn't be very interested in what Garp and Sengoku said. He just wanted to rescue Ace the Fire Fist. Sasuke, give me the Dendenmushi. Whitebird stretched out his hand and took the Dendenmushi from Uchiha Sasuke's hand and suddenly laughed at the Dendenmushi. Gilalala. Let's find a place to talk. But, don't delay me from rescuing my son. Don't worry. Sengoku nodded slowly and said to the Dendenmushi in a deep voice, I hope that, after listening to what we said, you dare to go to Marineford to rescue Fire Fist Ace. You don't have to worry about that. Whitebird's mouth grinned, revealing a bold smile. I'm Whitebird. Gilalala. Sengoku, you, the former marshal of the navy, sound even more embarrassed than when you were chasing me. After saying this, Whitebird glanced at Rayleigh beside him, smiled and continued, forget it, let's not talk about this. If you want to see me, come to my ship. Our old friend is here. Gilala. The two sides agreed on a time and place. They set the location 15 nautical miles outside the Gate of Justice in Marineford. Uehara and Naraku's orange warship quickly rushed to the agreed location, where they saw Whitebird's flagship, the Moby Dick. The person responsible for welcoming them was Uchiha Sasuke. Because Uchiha Sasuke was undoubtedly the most interested in the Akatsuki organization, and he also believed the words of Buddha Sengoku the most. After all, Sasuke had always heard that Kabuto Yakushi was doing well in the world government, and the admiral of the navy had long been a member of Akatsuki. Akatsuki controlled the navy of Marineford. This kind of thing was not surprising at all for the Akatsuki organization. In the past, that guy Uehara Naraku had once commanded the Ninja Alliance. According to our agreement, Uchiha Sasuke stepped on the seawater and stopped in front of the orange warship. He raised his head and said loudly, the old man sent me to pick you up. Don't delay. Uchiha Sasuke's voice stopped abruptly because he saw the figures of Sengoku and Garp, and also saw Uehara Naraku behind them. Sasuke's face gradually became ugly. What the hell? What's going on? Uchiha Sasuke thought they would have two more strong reinforcement, and at least they could get some information about Marineford from Sengoku and Garp. But, who can tell him? Sengoku wanted to discuss with the Whitebird pirates about joining forces to attack the Akatsuki organization, but he brought the leader of the Akatsuki organization with him. What does this person mean? First update. Chapter 575 Joining Forces. It's already like this. What else is there to talk about now? Uchiha Sasuke's heart sank a little bit. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes fell on Garp and Sengoku, and a hint of red fierceness gradually appeared in his eyes. These two guys said that they would fight against Akatsuki with them, but secretly brought the leader of Akatsuki here. Is there any need to discuss how to deal with Akatsuki? Uchiha Sasuke. When Buddha Sengoku saw Uchiha Sasuke, he immediately became alert, because this young man was a monster who could defeat the admirals and the 4 emperors. In a sense, Sengoku had some confidence in joining forces with the Whitebird pirates to attack Akatsuki, precisely because in addition to the man Whitebird, the Whitebird pirates also had Uchiha Sasuke, a strong man who was also at the top. Although from the perspective of paper strength, the Whitebird pirates are still weaker than the Akatsuki, but with the addition of the red hair pirates and the revolutionary army who will definitely go out together, it shouldn't be too far behind. The legendary Super Rookie pirate, Uehara Naraku slowly retreated behind Garb, blinked his eyes, and whispered, "When I was undercover in Wano country, I heard about an incident. Uchiha Sasuke defeated the Beast's pirates entrenched in Wano country by himself." Uchiha Sasuke's eyebrows jumped. Why did he go to trouble the Beast's pirates in the first place? This guy knew it very well. Wasn't it all his orders? Why is he playing innocent now? When he saw Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Sasuke was immediately filled with despair for the alliance proposed by Sengoku. His face was immediately full of impatience. "Okay, we are not interested in the joint crusade against Akatsuki. We just want to save Ace." Uchiha Sasuke. Buddha Sengoku pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "You don't really understand the situation of Akatsuki. Do you really know how terrible Akatsuki is? Marineford now has 100,000 navy, the 3 admirals of the navy headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and a large number of elite CP troops." Buddha Sengoku slowly lowered his head, looked at Uchiha Sasuke and continued, "What's more, there are Kado and the big mob pirates who are eyeing them covetously." Uchiha Sasuke didn't want to answer him. How terrible Akatsuki is. In fact, Sasuke knows more than Sengoku. Just Uehara Naraku and Akatsuki Kaguya, their strength may be enough to crush everyone. Of course. What is more terrifying is never the power of Akatsuki. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Buddha Sengoku, his face full of indifference. "I was born in Akatsuki. I know more about that organization than you. The real horror of Akatsuki has never been their overwhelming power, but they are controlling your life all the time, and everything you do is within their expectations." Sengoku and Garp couldn't help but frown. At this moment, they remembered Kabuto Yakashi's perfect plan. The next moment, Sengoku's eyes slowly fell on Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku stood behind Garb, with a hint of fear in his eyes. "Wait, I suddenly remembered that when I was undercover in Wano country in the sword unit, was I also under the surveillance of Akatsuki? You are just a person being used." Sengoku couldn't help but whisper to comfort his subordinates. His brows slightly frowned, and began to recall Uehara Naraku's 3 years of undercover in Wano country. During that time, originally, the CP agents suffered heavy losses. In order to protect Uehara Naraku, and Kabuto Yakashi had to make major changes to the CP department. Now that I think about it, he should have used Uehara Naraku to completely change the CP department, and thus completely grasp the intelligence department of the CP department. Since Uehara Naraku came back, Kabuto Yakashi has always wanted to control Uehara Naraku, but was forcibly stopped by Sengoku. Later, Kabuto Yakashi once wanted to secretly target Uehara Naraku, and wanted to use his power to get rid of this Navy Vice Admiral, but all his actions were stopped by Sengoku. Now that I think about it, maybe Kabuto Yakashi thought that Uehara Naraku might discover the secret of Akatsuki? So, Kabuto Yakashi wanted to get rid of Uehara Naraku. Sengoku patted Uehara Naraku on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Vice Admiral Uehara, you should recall carefully what secrets of Akatsuki you have discovered in Wano country." After saying this, Sengoku looked at Uehara Naraku and fell into deep thought, then turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Uchiha Sasuke, take us to Sinu Gate." Uchiha Sasuke had a strange expression. He has already hinted so clearly. Hasn't the Admiral Sengoku figured it out yet? Just when Uchiha Sasuke wanted to say something, he saw Uehara Naraku, who was standing behind Garb, raised his head and a dangerous smile appeared on his lips. This smile made people feel cold in their hearts. This guy is threatening him again. On a Moby Dick, Whitebird Edward Newgate saw Sengoku and Garp, and a big smile appeared on his lips. "Sengoku, I heard that you, the Admiral of the Navy, were driven out of Marineford. This is the first time you are so embarrassed in decades." Newgate. A flash of embarrassed anger flashed across Sengoku's face. Only Garp had a smile on his face. He didn't care about his predicament at all, but just stared at Pluto Rayleigh on the Moby Dick. This was his old friend. However, the pirates on the Moby Dick didn't think so. As Whitebeard's words came out, the pirates on the entire Moby Dick laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that. A Navy Admiral was kicked out of Marineford. Ha 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 ha. A Navy Admiral and Navy hero who was kicked out. A group of pirates pointed at Sengoku and Garp with laughter. This was a rare opportunity for them to laugh at the Navy, especially mocking the Navy Admiral and Navy hero. Such an opportunity may only come once in a lifetime. Alright. Whitebeard waved his hand to stop the pirates under his command, looked at Garp and Sengoku, and said in a deep voice, "Tell me, Sengoku, what's going on? We don't have much time. Don't delay me from saving my son." "Okay." Sengoku nodded slowly and whispered, "We really don't have much time. In addition to coming to see you, we also have to meet the guys of the Revolutionary Army." Sengoku slowly sat cross-legged on the deck and said in a deep voice, "First of all, the world government has been destroyed by Akatsuki, and the world is about to fall into chaos." Wait. Marco stopped Sengoku from speaking and couldn't help asking, "Your Excellency the Admiral of the Navy, although we pirates have always disliked the world government, at least explain how they were destroyed." Sengoku was silent for a while and whispered, "Kabuto Yakushi transferred all the defense forces of Mirajoa. The Akatsuki organization gathered Kato and Big Mom to destroy Mirajoa and killed the 5 elders and all the world nobles. Is that so?" Whitebeard couldn't help but frowned and said with a strange look, "Where were you at that time? Did no one go to rescue those trash this time?" "That's what I'm going to say next." Sengoku raised his head abruptly and said with a grim expression, "The 5 elders were deceived by Kabuto Yakushi and gave him too much power. The entire Marineford Navy obeyed Kabuto Yakushi's orders. We couldn't rush to support. Kuzan, Sakazuki and Borsalino were all members of Akatsuki, the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters." Marco couldn't help but roll his eyelids and said in surprise, "Are they all members of Akatsuki? In this case, this war is really troublesome. Unless there is the combat power of Uchiha Sasuke, no one can ignore the combat power of the admirals of the Navy headquarters. If you add the 4 emperors Kato and Big Mom, except for them." Sengoku was silent for a while and continued, "As far as I know, at least 5 of the 7 warlords of the sea are also members of Akatsuki." Sengoku did not conceal too much, because the situation has become extremely bad. Whether it is that Akatsuki has gathered 4 emperors pirate groups to destroy the world government and all the world nobles, or that Marineford has been completely controlled by Akatsuki, and the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters and the 5 Shichibukai are all members of Akatsuki. These, Sengoku told Whitebeard. No matter what Sengoku said, the entire Whitebeard pirates were shocked. They didn't dare to believe that what Sengoku said was true. If so, wouldn't they have to face 4 emperors pirate groups and the powerful Navy headquarters, the Shichibukai forces, and the Akatsuki organization whose specific strength is still unknown? At least, these members of the Whitebeard pirates have realized one thing, that is, what Uchiha Sasuke once said was true. Akatsuki is indeed a powerful organization. Of course, even if the members of the Whitebeard pirates knew how dangerous the enemy they were facing was, some people still couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. One of the pirates finally couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha ha. Obviously, Whitebeard agreed to join forces with Sengoku. Whitebeard only provided a time for the attack, which was already considered a joint effort for the pirates. Sengoku slowly stood up, nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Time is too tight. I still have to meet Dragon of the Revolutionary Army." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.